patrol car that kind of really escalated things that night when CHP was trying to gain control of the freeway. I can tell you that we've covered a lot of protests here in Los Angeles, and I can tell you that this is probably, at least in my time here, the most significant amount of people I have seen kind of crowd over the 101. Not necessarily on the freeway, but certainly on and around the 101 freeway. And look at this, there's a whole sea of people still coming down that on-ramp right there. That they still don't have control of the on-ramp, and you have a lot of people that are still starting to flow and walk down onto the on-ramp. And I want to ask John, while we are talking about the 101, John, if you can look and see where that other group is. I just want to, keep a tabs on kind of the totality of the situation here. There you have the Metropolitan Detention Center that is moving over, and there's John showing us the rest of the crowd here. Gio Insignaris joining us here now at the desk. Gio, I mean, this is just a significant development from last night.
It certainly is. And, I was keeping tabs on LAPD Central Division and seeing if they had any updates in the last few minutes or so, and there actually have been a couple. First, I want to mention that they posted this on X about 6 minutes ago, saying that 2 people riding motorcycles attempted to breach a skirmish line at Alameda and Temple, and 2 officers were injured after being hit by the motorcyclist. Both riders have been detained, according to LAPD, and officers are being treated at the scene. So that's one piece of what we're looking at right now. On top of that, and this is, you see one of these motorbikes looks like knocked over there in the middle of the street. And then another important note here that they also sent out just a couple of minutes ago is that CHP have entered the southbound lanes of the 101 freeway and are attempting to disperse demonstrators off the freeway, making a note that for anyone to please avoid the 101 freeway between the 110 and the 510 freeway interchange. So it's just, I want to make a note of that, Mike, as we keep an eye on this right now, because as you mentioned, there's so much going on, and we can see that they're trying to get a hold of the situation.
Right.
But there's just so many people around right now that it's making that exceedingly difficult.
Exceedingly difficult, and there's not enough of them at this point. And certainly the city, LAPD has been in a citywide tactical alert for quite some time now, meaning nobody goes home, everybody stays, works overtime. You can believe that they're pulling officers from every division that they've got. CHP, told us this morning that they were mobilizing additional CHP officers to come into the Los Angeles County area to handle all of this. As you see now, we're doing kind of a photo shoot there on the 101 freeway as you've got all of these onlookers, and there you see CHP underneath the bridge, which quite frankly is the safest place for them at this point. So CHP may be in a kind of a waiting game until they can get some more reinforcements in here to kind of make a move. Now, tactically, if they really wanted to, kind of deal with this, they would have LAPD, or ask LAPD rather, to clear off the overpass so that CHP could then push in and, with safety, without worrying about things being thrown at them from overhead, which we have already seen. But at this point, I don't see that happening. I mean, you've got all these CHP officers here, but above it, you have nobody. There is no LAPD. I mean, I think, John, there's 2 CHP cars blocking that off-ramp right there, but that is not, doing really much to solve any problems at this point. So CHP may just be kind of content to hold them there until maybe somebody can clear out the crowd above them to try to, create some safety for those officers that are underneath the bridge. But right now, that seems to be kind of the safest spot for them as they get projectiles thrown at them from the people above.
And we're talking about the number of law enforcement out there, right? We know that City of LA is now on a tactical alert, meaning that they can essentially, Mike, bring in as many resources as possible, right? Officers will be doing overtime.
And nobody goes home.
No one goes home, and try to get as many of those resources, many of those officers down to this scene to try to control this situation.
Yeah, and I'm listening to some of the radio right now. They are going to try to stop the northbound traffic as well, just to totally secure this area of any vehicles or any cars that are coming through. And now you see the group has got a banner. I mean, this is until they control that on-ramp right there. I mean, the crowd is going to continue to get bigger. They're going to continue to walk down the freeway here, and the more people that come down here, the harder it's going to be for them to try to have to eventually clear this out. Now, silver lining in this, if they're on the freeway, there's not businesses that can be damaged. It's a little bit more of a controlled, if you will, space down there. Certainly a huge impact to traffic. But at least they're kind of in one spot. There's no corners they can hide behind, that kind of thing for law enforcement.
Yeah, and you're seeing that large group there bring that large sign that is covering several lanes on the freeway. But Mike, you make mention now that they're able to stop traffic. It looks like traffic on the northbound lanes is slowing down as well. So it's giving me an idea that maybe CHP has shut down the 101 maybe a little bit farther back past the 5. But we will have to wait and see. You're still seeing several cars.
Especially, too, because in this situation, I'm thinking back to yesterday when we were in Paramount and in Compton, when you had vehicles and traffic that was still flowing, and yet it certainly looks like that has been closed down, and we're going to have a clear lanes of traffic here in just a second. But when you have, as Mike mentioned, other businesses, vehicles, things could be smashed, set on fire. We saw that car on fire in the middle of a road, in the middle of an intersection. So best to have all of that moved out of the way, and then we'll see how things progress as we get into the overnight hours, because hard to imagine that this is going to slow down anytime soon.
This is not something I think law enforcement want to see go into nightfall, because that always makes things harder. They're hoping that they're able to at least disperse this crowd so quickly, which is possibly why LAPD called that dispersal order, that unlawful assembly, pretty quick.
Yeah.
We saw a lot of activity earlier today near the federal detention center. And we saw, the National Guard use some force, and also some of the demonstrators were throwing things at them. But then once LAPD moved in, took the lead on this, they really rather quickly said, hey, this is an unlawful assembly, which means we can arrest people.
Yep.
We can use non-lethal munition if we need to, because as you mentioned, Gio, 2 officers hurt.
Yes, that was according to LAPD earlier. I mean, they put that post out at 4:06, so we're not even at 20 minutes since that was sent out. And it's worth repeating that they mentioned 2 people riding motorcycles attempted to breach a skirmish line that was at Alameda and Temple. 2 officers were injured after being hit by those motorcyclists. Both riders have since been detained, and the officers are being treated at the scene. So once again, that's according to LAPD Central Division just a few minutes ago. So things have been certainly happening in just the last few minutes.
Yeah, LAPD also reporting that people in the crowd were throwing concrete at them, bottles, other objects. We did see several people being arrested as well. I mean, this is a large group that is made up of a lot of different people, and it just takes a small group to begin to be violent.
I mean, we saw that last night,
yeah.
right? When things got dark, and that speaks to your earlier point about officers don't want things to extend into the night hours because it makes things exceedingly difficult for them. But the moment that LAPD cleared out of the area, then we saw some of those moments of throwing rocks or throwing things at cruisers that were left behind.
But take a look. You see that large group that's still staged by that federal detention center, and there is not much movement there.
No.
The demonstrators are standing there. So is law enforcement. But we are not seeing some aggressive action being taken here. A lot of these people are within their right to peacefully protest here. And LAPD did declare this an unlawful assembly, which means they could be making arrests. But I think they're a bit outnumbered here to begin making those arrests. So they're hoping people will just start to leave.
Yeah, and it's doubtful that they would want to escalate tensions there, especially given the fact that they are certainly outnumbered. But as we've seen in a lot of cases, once things like tear gas, pepper balls, pepper spray, all of those non-lethal start getting used, then it starts agitating a group. And with a group of this size, I doubt that they want to start using that, despite the unlawful assembly.
Well, and you start to deal with a massive logistical issue as well. If you start doing mass arrests, you have to have somewhere to put them. Right. So we will see. And really quick, John, if you can go further up the freeway there, we're hearing the rocks are being thrown onto patrol cars back where they were kind of staged back on the other side there. So I just want to see if we can see any of that. But, when they do start making these arrests, they have to have somewhere to put them. And that's likely when we'll start to see those large sheriff transport buses come in. Because every arrest that they make, they're now responsible for that person. So you've got to have somewhere to put them. And if they're already outnumbered, it's going to be difficult for them to it's going to be difficult for them to continue to have officers to deal with the situation if you have to have officers in control of the people they've arrested. So they need to do a lot of logistical planning to begin making those large arrests. But now we hear CHP asking for LAPD to come help out with CHP apparently somewhere, and we're trying to find them right now, but CHP patrol cars are having rocks thrown at them. So they've requested the LAPD to come try to help them. I can't tell if they're being thrown from surface streets down onto the freeway. That's what John was just looking at for us, but we're trying to get some eyes on that. You got some smoke coming out of the crowd. I don't know if that's fireworks, but it looks like the northbound side is also starting to, be closed down. There's less traffic. I was just pulling up the our traffic maps, our next traffic maps, and as we kind of predicted, it is gridlocked down there. Now, where are all these guys running to? That's what's kind of strange, too. All of a sudden, they just want to get off the freeway? That's interesting.
Yeah, you have to wonder what action maybe law enforcement took
CHP
to begin pushing them back, because
See the smoke again there.
maybe the smoke, it could be coming from law enforcement, but seems rather
It looks
far
like it's
into
coming
the
out
crowd.
of the crowd, yeah. It's interesting, but something definitely spooked them a little bit to have them start moving back off the freeway a little bit.
Yeah, you're seeing a lot of that smoke,
It's
and yesterday
scattered,
a lot of what we were seeing were fireworks. You can see
There's CHP on the
CHP
northbound
has
side.
now lined up on the northbound side. We did see a few cars still making their way through, so hopefully that is not the case anymore. But that is a army of officers there, staged on both the southbound and northbound lanes of the 101.
And trying to, you see it on the other side there too, as you mentioned. I was trying to keep an eye out to see if there was any more smoke or fireworks, because again, that was something we saw last night, at least in certain spots, at a sort of frequent level. But right now, the smoke that we were seeing seemed kind of scattered. And Mike, as you mentioned, being underneath the overpass there is probably the best bet for them, given how much we've seen and the number of reports we've heard of things being thrown at officers from all over the place right now.
Yeah, and we saw that when we saw those officers. I mean, they're very strategically underneath the freeway right now because they've at least got that protection. But we saw that earlier where those officers were trying to move towards, the crowd right there, and and it looks like CHP is actually starting to push the crowd. So we see that happening, at least on the northbound side. But those southbound side officers look like they are remaining kind of still. So they're pushing the northbound side, which is interesting because there's not anybody on the northbound side. They may just be setting up a skirmish to prevent people, but now you're going to get them into, look at that.
Yeah,
See, we've got things being thrown at them. So
from both sides here.
Yep, as soon as they came out from underneath the overpass, things started to get thrown at them, and they've got, some of them have the less than lethal munitions, so we'll see if they'll start using those. I assume that they will, to try to clear this crowd out.
Yeah, and earlier we did see a tweet from LAPD saying that some of the people here on the ground were throwing not only water bottles that may be, flimsy, but they were throwing concrete at the officers, which is obviously a very dangerous situation for these law enforcement officers who are trying to control this situation right now. Yesterday, Mike, we saw fireworks actually being shot at some of the officers. I have not seen that yet today. But there are some people in this crowd that are choosing violence in this situation. And I think for those who are choosing to protest peacefully, it's really hard to stay on message.
Very much so, and that is a constant criticism of these protesters. Is the second you get violent, your message gets drowned out. There are many people that disagree with that and say if you don't create havoc, then your message doesn't get across. So I mean, there's definitely varying opinions on both sides of kind of that issue on whether protesting in such a way like this, where it does get violent, is the right thing to do. And then certainly you'll have people say that you have outside agitators that come in to kind of work the crowd up and to cause, their pure purpose is to cause damage and chaos down in these situations. So yeah, I mean, it does the message get lost in this? A lot of people think it does.
On this note here, as we're taking a look at these officers just kind of pushing down on the northbound side here, it's almost like a moth to a flame, so to speak. It is drawing this crowd over to them, right? And I'm curious as to how and why the other officers we saw underneath the overpass haven't also started to move up, unless their intention is to just sort of wait it out and see. It's just, I just thought it was curious, perhaps from a tactical perspective, Mike, as to why one side is moving forward, obviously the crowd going along with them as well, and then these are sitting here, at least for now. Yeah,
it's interesting, but it worked. I mean, it did clear out a lot of that crowd. And I want to ask John, and it may take him a second to do it, but John, I just noticed that there's actually a Department of Homeland Security Black Hawk circling the area as well, which is unusual. I don't know that I have seen a federal aviation support in a situation over a city like this. They're doing kind of wide orbits, John. They're going to come over Union Station here in just a second, but and I believe we have some video of it that we can show here in just a second as well. But yeah, I mean, there's a full-fledged response from local, state, and federal law enforcement right now, including the California Highway Patrol. Obviously, the National Guard is down there. Department of Homeland Security is flying a Black Hawk over downtown LA, which is very interesting and very unusual in a protest situation. So I think these are some very kind of unusual circumstances and times that we're dealing with here in downtown LA. It's very interesting.
There you go. And it could be mistaken here, but I believe maybe the Black Hawk had landed yesterday during the situation in Paramount. I don't know what they ended up doing. We did see one land in that area, possibly doing basically the same thing they're doing right now, with just surveillance of this area. But you're right, you don't see that. We see LAPD helicopters. We see LASD helicopters, but never. And
the other reason for that too, Leslie, is our local law enforcement helicopters cannot communicate with federal agents on the ground. So there is, it almost becomes, certainly, it's helpful to have the eye in the sky, but it seriously diminishes their abilities or capabilities when you can't talk to the people on the ground. So having a federal law enforcement helicopter overhead could be wise, so they have the ability to talk to the people on the ground.
Yeah, and take a look. You can see CHP. It looks like maybe they have someone detained there. It looks like a large group of CHP officers had congregated just north of where Chopper is right now. If you can get over that.
Right there.
Maybe have someone detained there.
Just more smoke is going off around the area.
Yeah, that definitely looks like that.
Oh, and it looks like all the officers on the southbound lanes have now pushed through, and they do have someone detained on the ground as well. So that would make 2 people now detained as they're trying to get these demonstrators, off the 101 freeway.
And Mike, this will certainly be something that we keep an eye on as we get into the evening and night hours as well, because I'm drawing back to last night when we first saw some of the detainments happening right around this area. Certainly the number of protesters did not match the number that we're looking at right now, and there were much more law enforcement. We counted at one point somewhere around 5 to 6 people lined up against the fence and then being put into transport vans as well. So what would the logistics start to look like as we get into the evening part of the hours tonight in terms of arresting a certain number of people? I have to imagine probably would end up more than 5 or 6 people.
Oh, absolutely. And like I said, I mean, it does become a very logistically difficult situation to deal with, because you have to process all those people. If you're going to arrest them, whether it is, and it's going to depend on what you arrest them for, right? If you arrest them for a more serious crime, if there's an assault on an officer, that would mean going to a police station and being booked and all of that. If you start arresting people for, as we're looking at, I think, another arrest going down right now, if you start arresting people for violating the dispersal order, that can be a cite and release type of situation. But regardless, you have to have a spot to do that. So the sheriff's department would likely be asked to bring in, as you see CHP officers shooting some less than lethal rounds to the crowd above. You would likely be seeing a lot of sheriff's transport buses come in to be able to hold these people. And in past protests, that is a very long and uncomfortable situation for those protesters. We have heard from a number of people that have found themselves in that situation that they sit on those buses for hours.
Yeah, and here's a little bit of a scatter right now from the
crowd
up top. And we were just seeing right there, right side of your screen, you're seeing the use of those less than lethals all being used by CHP.
And as they're detaining someone else here, continuing to try to push back this crowd, but as the crowd is moving back some, you are seeing, them really not taking initiative to step back. You can see they're still trying to detain this gentleman here, who I think is not complying. They're now grabbing his feet.
Look like John, go to the right. They're carrying him. Yeah.
Yeah, they're carrying him now.
That's one way to do it.
Yeah, and you're talking logistics here. I haven't seen them come with the big buses yet, and that's something that they'll need to do if they really do plan to continue these arrests.
Yeah, I mean, and it looks like, right now these are kind of one-off arrests, right? I mean, where they're pushing the crowd and somebody gets, mouthy or doesn't want to go or whatever, and they'll pull them out of the crowd and hand them off to an officer in the back, and they'll take them into custody. But there will be a point, if this continues, that LAPD will say, all right, or LAPD or the CHP, here's how we're going to facilitate mass arrests. And they will come up with a tactical plan to do that. It'll likely involve, which LAPD really does not like doing, but it'll likely involve some type of kettling where they surround them from 3 to 4 sides. And if you're in it, and you're going to jail. And that's kind of how it goes. However, this is not a circumstance they can do that. There are far too many people in far too many places for them to be able to totally surround the crowd and start facilitating arrests. And not to mention, you have this crowd, and then we've got that whole second crowd that's back over on the other side of the detention center that John's going to move over to and show us right there. So, I mean, it is a logistical nightmare for these law enforcement officers to do anything. I mean, you hope that at some point, and I know we've seen this in the last couple nights, that the people that are here to peacefully protest, which looks like a lot of this crowd, as night falls, they will probably start to dissipate. And then you'll be left with the group that, no matter what, they're ready to go to jail.
That's the last 2 nights, that's what we have seen. The most activity has been around the federal building. The difference from what will happen tonight that didn't happen last night is now that National Guardsmen are in, and they're the ones carrying, the heavy artillery, the weapons, and right now LAPD is equipped with their weapons, but they also are using that less than lethal.
Right.
That's what they're relying on right now.
Right. Well, and LAPD is, respectfully, not out here with rifles, right?
Yeah.
And that is what the National Guard is out here with.
Yes.
That is a much more heavily armed group of federal agents at this point, or military at this point, than our local law enforcement. I mean, even CHP, you don't see any of that here. I mean, they certainly have their batons, they've got their sidearms, as you see them struggling here with another person in the crowd, and we'll see if this is another situation where they say, okay, and they pluck and pull and send them back to the back of the line and have somebody be taken into custody there. But certainly, I mean, this is a lot. This is a lot for law enforcement. This is a lot for the city. There's a lot going on right now. And it looks like some of the crowd, though, is starting to push back up the on-ramp, which is good news.
Yeah. It's just as tension escalates, it de-escalates, and then it's kind of like a wave.
It's
through
the ebb and
the last few
flow
hours
that maintains that sense of tension the entire night. I mean, it's every time you feel like things finally start to settle down, you can't help but worry about, then anything could happen on a moment's notice, and that we've heard that from us watching it from here, from our reporters on the streets, seeing it head on, and just when you think things have settled down for a little bit, it could change on a moment's notice. And right now, I mean, just seeing protesters face to face with law enforcement right here, and seeing just a couple of detainments happen already, you don't know when the next one's going to happen or what could spark the next round of tensions heightening even more, because we've seen a collection of less than lethals being used, of tear gas in previous days, of pepper balls as well, and it looks like, there's another one there.
Once again, arresting another individual here, have them pinned down to the ground there as they're trying to get them into those zip ties here. And, and pulling off, their backpacks because they don't know what's in them.
Yeah, and oftentimes the behavior of the protesters is so predicated on how much force law enforcement wants to use. And, that's when we talk about, Pat and I were on the air, 11:30 Friday night. And it was the first time I had seen, and it was the first time, Pat has been, with us for a long time. And there's a smoke canister that's going off that was, I don't know who that was thrown by. That looks like a law enforcement smoke canister, but
and someone just kicked it towards law enforcement.
You get more stuff coming off the freeway. But my point was is that our local law enforcement knows generally how to deal with these protesters. We do it a lot, and they are very well trained and very well, I will say, disciplined into not create a situation with themselves and with the crowd where they're constantly amplifying the situation. Federal law enforcement, we don't know how they will handle situations like this.
You're seeing them kick that
A volley
canister back and
and
forth and back and forth.
Right.
And here's the case. If it is tear gas, which I suspect it is that's why law enforcement is wearing, the head shields,
Yeah, and their gear.
the masks. So
there we go.
Oh, and that's a tackle right to the ground there. As we see that.
And they're all wearing gas masks, the law enforcement is.
And we heard from Lauren Posen that this stuff, if you've been down there at any protest, really, you can feel it in your eyes. It makes it hard to breathe. It is very disruptive. It isn't until you can fully wash it off that it goes away.
And that's when you're right next to it. And
Yeah.
and then when we were talking with Zach Boetto, he was more than half a mile away from it, and occasionally we get like a downwind version of this, and he would start coughing briefly as we checked in. So it's very serious.
Well, here's the thing. You're seeing now some of these people in the crowd actually pick up that canister with their hands and throw it back at law enforcement. And at some point, you also question or you wonder, Mike, I think this is the point you were getting to earlier with you and Pat talking, was does there need to be de-escalation? Is this too heightened of a situation? Although, obviously, being on the 101 is dangerous enough, and, a lot of times the officers are going to use the force that they're met with.
Not to mention all the things being thrown at them as well, like all these variables adding up to, as Leslie mentioned, a very tense situation.
Yeah, and that's kind of the unwritten rule in Los Angeles is when you're going to protest, you don't go on the freeway. Because if you do, CHP will be forced to come deal with you. And up on the surface streets, certainly LAPD's got skirmish lines. There have been clashes. They have been interacting with those protesters in that way. But when you get onto the freeway, that has always been LA's kind of no-go area where you will be met by law enforcement and you will be pushed off the freeway if that's the case. CHP is doing their best to pick out the troublemakers, if you will, and they'll detain them kind of one at a time and pull them into the officers waiting. But they have done a good job. I mean, if you pull out just a little bit, we're pretty close to the on-ramp right there.
Yeah.
I mean, they have made some decent progress on getting this crowd off of the freeway. There's another arrest, I think, John, if you go back into the left there, the bottom side of the skirmish line, back more to the left. I thought they were taking somebody else. Or maybe they're just, right there in the green shirt, somebody else is going into custody right there. So, that's kind of how their game's been playing. You take the people that are causing the most problems, you pull them back, you put them in cuffs, and you keep pushing and get these guys back off the freeway. Yeah,
it's been a real slow and controlled type of movement there, because as we've just been talking about this over the last 20 minutes or so, and really that sense of perspective sort of locks in when John zoomed out and we see just how much progress they've made from starting underneath the overpass there, like hiding underneath it to avoid having things thrown at them, and then now to where we've moved to this point. And on top of that, a good reminder that there is that other group of protesters just down the road, but we're not focusing on that one right now because most of the activity, at least the tense activity, is happening right here in front of us at this moment here that we're looking at.
Right. Yeah, and look, and so that, when those officers came on the northbound side and they pushed, that was strategic to get on the other side of the group. So now they've got them in a, not cornered, but they've got them in a situation where they can't progress onto the freeway at all. And those officers will keep, pushing, and then soon they'll only be on the on-ramp. But now you've got a very kind of condensed group right here where these officers are at. So, they'll continue to do that slow push, and they'll continue to pull out, people that are kind of causing the issues here, put them into handcuffs and kind of keep moving. And that is, a very strategic plan. And really, they've done that. When you think about, how big of this crowd was, and you think about what was being thrown at the officers, they've done it with very limited kind of force. They've done it with very limited arrests. I mean, we've seen maybe 5 or 6 at this point. But when you consider the large group that was there and how many people were there at one point, this is essentially, I will say, I think best case scenario for CHP to be able to kind of corral them and get them back up the on-ramp.
Yeah, and the goal here is just get them off the freeway.
Right.
Looks like they threw another possibly tear gas canister coming from law enforcement. They're going to do this game again where demonstrators are going to kick it right back to law enforcement. They're going to kick it back here.
And you just see the slow
but, you know,
progression.
this is truly impacting a lot of the demonstrators there because the law enforcement, they have those gas masks on, which is going to protect them a bit more. But you can see they are trying to continue to push that group back as much as possible as they have someone else, you know,
yeah,
detained
it was right there at the bottom. And it goes to, you know, worth reiterating the comment one more time about the experience in this matter and how Mike, we made the mention before about how it wasn't an immediate and overly aggressive, all right, we're pushing right now, we're doing this as fast as possible, right? It's over the course of these last 20, 25, 30 minutes that we've been on and monitoring the situation that you see how much progress is being made and then slowly moving back toward the on-ramp, and you're getting to a point where the freeway there could be finally removed of demonstrators and protesters.
Yeah, well, now you've got them, you know, as they're on the on-ramp, now you've got them in an even smaller area where you can have more law enforcement, more CHP officers kind of combined right there to continue that push. And now the push is moving, you know, even faster than it was before when they were on the freeway. So, yeah, I mean, you know, to your point, Gio, I mean, we're very close to having the freeway, you know, free of protesters. We'll see if they want to reopen it or if they're, you know, concerned about, you know, them coming back on the freeway. Certainly they need to gain control of the on and off ramps. They've got a couple officers over on that other off ramp. I'm sure they'll post somebody, a group of units here at the top of this one once they get the crowd off. But then, you know, CHP is going to have to go move all their cars and all of that before the freeway reopens back up. And I don't know, control room or if it's Vinny in there, but I do have, if you pull up the traffic maps, I do have our next traffic maps up, so you can just kind of see the gridlock that has become in downtown LA, and you see the 101 backed up on kind of both sides there as it comes into downtown. That green is deceiving because it's really only green because there's no cars on it because the freeway is closed. But, you know, 101 through downtown is hectic as it is. I think we can go back to the live pics, but that is, you know, a situation that is only going to get worse and continue to cause increased backup as long as this continues and as long as these closures go on.
Yeah, we know, even on a weekend, plenty of LA traffic out there. We want to get to our Lori Perez, who is live along the 101 freeway. Lori, can you tell us where you're at and what you're seeing?
Yeah, we're here at the corner of Temple and Aliso Street. I think this is Temple and Aliso. We're right over the 101 freeway. I'll let you take a look at what we are seeing from our vantage point. Actually, if someone in the control room could fix, we're hearing mix minus. So you can see there are hundreds of people, if not thousands, above the freeway, kind of watching what is playing out on the freeway down below. You can see LAPD and CHP down there. In fact, Mojo is probably showing you right now there is at least one person who appears to be in handcuffs who is being brought down the freeway. You might have heard that. That is tear gas that we have heard continuously since we've been here, going off some distance from us, but we can see the clouds kind of in the distance. But just a sea of people here who are protesting, who are watching this as it all goes down. The freeway from where we are remains closed off. There is enforcement on both sides. There are no cars at all going through in either direction. And again, above on the overpasses, there are hundreds of people just watching it all play out down below, screaming obscenities, screaming in frustration down at law enforcement. You know, I think the one thing that is difficult for a lot of these people here is that you know, there's kind of a division between what the federal government is here to do, their mission and their agenda, and then what local law enforcement is here to do. And a lot of the people who are here in this crowd are opposed to local law enforcement doing anything that seems to aid in the mission that the federal government is here to accomplish. And even when it comes to things like watching this crowd, many here believe that that is a betrayal of this sanctuary city and what this stands for. So emotions are very high. A lot of people out here, and I will say people of all ages and families as well, in this very tense situation down here playing out along the highways, along the freeways. You can see they are moving now down Los Angeles Street. I'm not sure what's motivating them to move that way. Oh, that's is that a sheriff's deputy's vehicle? I'm not sure, but a lot of people are moving in that direction. They're following. Just a lot to keep an eye on, a lot to handle down here on the scene. We just got here. Oh, you heard that again. They're really trying to get this crowd moving. We've seen some people moving along, but I tell you, when that goes off, there's not a lot of movement. I think people, for better or worse, are prepared. Everyone's masked up. People have tools and different equipment to help them to withstand whatever comes their way. And there's just a lot happening down here. As I was saying, we just got here maybe 10 minutes ago, and this is just what we've been able to see in the first 10 minutes here. Certainly this crowd does appear to be swelling. It does not appear to be dissipating, at least not where we are. And you hear those flashbangs continually going off. Guys, I'm going to send it back to you.
You hear them continuously going off, Lori, thank you. And we're looking at the scene of where they're possibly going off just down the street from you. And this entire area is now just smoky. It wasn't like this before, Gio. You could make out the crowd. You can make out the law enforcement officers. Now you can tell that they are ramping up the use of that tear gas, I believe. Yeah.
Go ahead, Mike. No, I was just talking with my photographer John, who's in KCAL, and we're actually thinking this may just be smoke bombs.
Oh, okay.
And not tear gas, because John makes a really good point. The crowd would be reacting significantly to that, and they're really not.
That's
I mean, it's
true.
irritating them, but they're not. Tear gas, they would be moving. So we're trying to figure out, and John and I are trying to keep an eye on where the smoke bombs are actually coming from. If that's law enforcement throwing them, or if somebody in the crowd is continuously throwing them. But regardless, exactly what you guys were talking about it is causing a situation down there that is very hectic.
And at least moving the crowd too. But I actually thought it was very helpful and important context to hear the sounds as Lori was reporting down there, because it's one thing for us to see it here and we could, trying to make out the difference between tear gas or smoke bombs, but just to hear it, it really paints a better picture for anyone watching at home that that's what's going on down there.
Yeah, and we'll try to figure out what exactly it is, but Mike made a really good point, which is what I was questioning earlier, was, the crowd doesn't seem as agitated before yesterday. We saw the use of a lot of those tear gas canisters, and people, you just cannot take it. It's so hard to breathe in that. Your eyes hurt, and it really does disperse the crowd. In this case, it looks possibly like smoke just being thrown, and we're really not sure, is this law enforcement, is this on the demonstrator side, but at this point you can see it's cleared out a bit, but this is that on-ramp onto the 101. This is a very tight space. CHP is making progress. They have gotten all of the demonstrators off the 101 freeway, which was the goal, but now it's the goal to move this large crowd all the way back off the off-ramp and then decide whether or not they'll reopen the freeway.
And the next steps, they're going to be rather interesting, because then it goes back to what we were bringing up earlier before about how the number of protesters and demonstrators versus the number of CHP officials, law enforcement, when it becomes a numbers game like that in this bottleneck area, particularly where we're starting to see those lines really brush up against each other and tensions really rise, it's going to be interesting, and I mean, there's a lot of questions going to be asked, and how things and the dynamic changes between people and officers there, because as you start squeezing and pushing them back more and more, you're going to have more people on top of each other, and then on top of law enforcement as well.
Yeah, and really quick, Leslie and Gio, I want to bring in Sergeant Dan King with the California Highway Patrol. He's a public information officer. Sergeant, I know you are monitoring the situation. You just told me that we've got a mix of CHP officers as well as your special response team that is dealing with the 101 freeway. What is the situation as you know it from the law enforcement side?
Yeah, currently protesters did take over the 101 freeway, and our special response team, who is trained with extra additional training in civil response, is responding out to the scene to get those lanes cleared. The freeway is not the spot to protest. Do it somewhere where you're allowed to do it. We fully support the First Amendment, but we are not going to do it on the freeway, nor will we allow it.
Yeah. And Sergeant, I just want you to talk about the conditions that these officers are facing. I mean, Leslie and Gio and I have been talking about the very slow, methodical, but effective approach that you guys have taken to clear these protesters off, all while there are smoke bombs, there are bottles being thrown at them. Talk to us about the situation that these officers are dealing with.
Yeah, the officers they have that extra training. They're getting put up against different factors, objects getting thrown at them, different things, and our officers are going to take it slow. methodical, maintain our professionalism, only use the appropriate amount of force when needed if we do have to effect an arrest. And we're going to work to get those lanes open because, like I said, protesting on the freeway is extremely dangerous for the protesters, the motorists, and our officers. So we're going to do everything we can to get that clear.
Okay, Sergeant, give us just 1 second. Stay with us. We want to go to our Lori Perez. Lori?
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Lori, are you with us?
Okay.
Sorry, there's a lot. Am I live now? Hello?
Yes, Lori, we got you.
Okay, I just wanted to show you. We just walked about a block away from where we last were talking to you, and I want to show you one thing that they have done here, the protesters. They have called a bunch of Waymos here and destroyed them just along this protest. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can see 6 at least Waymos. You see that guy going on there? He's going to destroy that top of that, or see what he can do to destroy the top of that Waymo. But I guess that's one of the tactics that they're using. They have used the app and called a bunch of these Ubers here. You can see that they've tagged them. Windows are broken. There are now several people jumping on top of the cars trying to break the windows. Certainly this is a more aggressive, more violent part of this protest that is going on, but really part of the escalating situation here with people's emotions really overflowing at this point. And this is just one expression of it that we've happened upon as we've been walking. We were trying actually to get down closer along the freeway to where some of the protesters remain, to where the bulk of the law enforcement is, to give you an idea of what that looked like from here on the ground. And then we came across this, and I had to show you this because this is obviously some of the more destructive parts of this protest and notable. So I'm going to send it back to you guys now.
Lori, thank you. I mean, that's quite the image there, because it just paints a picture of what we're looking at. And you're taking a live look at KCAL right now. They're right in downtown, but these are the agitators and other things that we've been noticing in terms of throwing items at law enforcement, destroying property. Just in case anyone knows, Waymos are not driven by anyone; they're just autonomous vehicles.
Well, yeah,
that you
now they'll
order.
be stuck there.
And exactly right. That's the other thing, is that now they're impeding or otherwise getting in the way. And this is not what multiple leaders that we've talked to going back to the last couple of days have said. We support your First Amendment right to free speech and to peacefully protest. That takes it another step further.
Right. And we do still have Sergeant Keene on the line with us. Sarge, do you know, and we've seen a number of them, but do you have any idea how many arrests were made on the freeway?
No, it's a fluid situation. More arrests are happening. If people aren't obeying the law, they're trying to throw stuff at us or try to break through the line, they will be arrested.
Yeah, Sergeant Keene, this is Leslie here at the desk. The past few days we have seen CHP really staged on the freeway, on ramps, off ramps. Were you guys anticipating this situation? Were you able to stage there prior to this crowd marching onto the 101?
We did have our special response team staged and ready. We have additional resources that were sent to LA. And we are going to protect all state assets, including the highways.
And Sergeant, really quick, I just want to ask, what was noticeable to us on Friday night when we were doing the protest, and Leslie mentioned it yesterday, is that the on-ramps were essentially pre-closed. We didn't see that today. Was there a conscious decision not to do that? Was it a resource issue? Do you know why the on-ramps weren't closed today like they had been previously?
Like I said, it's a fluid situation, so we do have resources staged strategically throughout the region, and it just depends on where the crowd is, what the movement's doing, if we need it there or not.
And it looks like those CHP officers and that special response team really able to move this crowd back. Yeah. They still have to get them all the way out. Are you anticipating, I know this is still a very fluid situation, that the 101 will be back open in the next few hours?
Yes, we fully anticipate the 101 reopening. That is what we're working to do. It's a major thoroughfare, and we are going to do everything we can to keep that open.
Okay, Sergeant Keene with the CHP, thank you so much for joining us and, of course, giving us the perspective. We just heard from him, you guys, that he's saying a lot of the officers are experiencing projectiles being thrown at them. We've seen it ourselves, and their goal is just to get the demonstrators off the freeway. They're really making progress and pushing them back. We've seen a couple of people be arrested, really only a handful when you compare it to how large this crowd is and how many people were down on the 101 freeway. The biggest news, I think, for people not involved in this is that the 101 has been shut down between the 5 and the 110, which is pretty much that entire area of downtown LA. If you drive through this area, you know how busy it can get, even on a weekend. So that will be a big deal for people commuting to be able to get through here again, but they're going to have to stage and block off those on and off ramps.
And even though the intent and the belief by the sergeant telling us the 101 will reopen, there's no clear indicator as to when exactly that's going to happen. So it could be a few more hours, could be a couple of hours, really don't know. So best to probably just avoid that area for now. But keeping an eye on the crowd down here in downtown LA. It is worth mentioning once again, I mean, that progress has steadily been made in this last hour in terms of pushing them back up the on-ramp. And we'll see where and how that progress will continue, because we're panning back up. And this is where the seemingly largest congregation of people, you see them just along the highway, the freeway there, and then just pushing. CHP keeps pushing up the on-ramp there. And once again, now there's a big coalition of people just sort of huddled together right here on the on-ramp.
You know, what's interesting here, I just got a note from our producer, Governor Gavin Newsom, putting out on X more than an hour ago now, something that not only the governor, the mayor, all criticized President Trump for was deploying those National Guardsmen, pretty much federalizing the National Guard and taking over. They said it would heighten the situation here. Whether or not that's the case of what's happening right now, the governor did put out that he has formally requested the Trump administration rescind their unlawful deployment of troops in Los Angeles and return them to their command. He said rescind the order, return control to California.
Yeah. You know, really quickly, I was just, Jessica Levinson, our CBS News legal correspondent, or legal contributor rather, talked about this last night on KNX, and there are legal remedies for the governor to take if he wholly disagrees with, I mean, which he does, but he thinks that there's a legal avenue. There's a couple of situations, according to Levinson, that have to be met in order for the president to federalize the National Guard, which, by the way, as I mentioned earlier, has not been to, Mayor Bass is speaking, we're going to listen to that.
Caused by the administration. People should exercise their right to protest. That's their First Amendment right. But people should also exercise that right peacefully. We do not want to play into the administration's hands. We're working with officials, we're organizing resources, but what we're seeing in Los Angeles is chaos that is provoked by the administration. When you raid Home Depot and workplaces, when you tear parents and children apart, and when you run armored caravans through our streets, you cause fear and you cause panic. And deploying federalized troops is a dangerous escalation. But we need to be real about this. This is about another agenda. It's not about public safety. There's clearly no plan, and there is clearly no policy. I want the people of Los Angeles to know that we stand with all Angelenos, no matter where you were born. The First Amendment right gives you the ability, again, to protest peacefully. But it does not give you the right to be violent, to create chaos, or to vandalize property. And that will not be tolerated. So I call on all Angelenos to continue expressing your right, your anger, your outrage, but to do it peacefully. And I just have to say that all of you were there Friday. Everybody knows what happened Friday. A workplace, several workplaces were targeted and raids took place. Now, in the beginning, the administration said they were just looking for dangerous felons, violent people. It's hard to say that that's what they found at a workplace or in a Home Depot parking lot. When this happens, it terrifies people. It sends a sense of fear and chaos in our city. And you well remember a few years ago in the last administration that kids were afraid to go to school. Parents were afraid to go to work. This impacts all of our city. You can't terrify the workforce, and then expect for people to get the jobs done. So if you think about a father that went into a factory and now his family doesn't know where he is, the detainees have not been allowed to speak to legal counsel. That is a marked departure from what has happened in the past. When you think of a mother that might be working in a household, taking care of children on another side of town, that impacts that family as well as her family. And so this is something that I think should not be happening in our city, and I join with the governor in appealing to the administration to rescind the order to federalize the National Guard and allow the National Guard to come back under the control of the governor. So with that, we can open it up for questions. Yes.
We're going to start with Lolita and then we'll go to Chip.
Mayor, these protests that were demonstrations, I should say, did start out peacefully. You've been here since
Right.
in the morning.
Right.
But then they scattered and people were moved
Right.
around. Where is the LAPD in terms of being here to be able to deal with that and maybe stop them before they get along?
Sure. Well, I think that basically they were overrun. But what is happening now is that the freeway is cleared. The California Highway Patrol, as you know, is in charge of the freeways. So they have moved all of the protesters back. They still might be there, but they are beginning to be dispersed. But LAPD is on the perimeter, so LAP is actively involved. You know that there were hundreds of protesters on the freeway and thousands of protesters off the freeway. So there is a joint collaboration going with the CHP, the LAPD, and then frankly the National Guard. But you also know that the National Guard is deployed to protect federal property. So there is a National Guard troops in Westwood at the federal building and also here downtown.
Next question to Chase.
Mayor Ross, have you reached out directly to the federal government, or is this you doing so right now with the media here? Have you tried to reach
No, my disappointment is I've been talking to the federal government for days. I was hoping to prevent this situation from happening. I was trying to encourage the administration that if they deployed the National Guard in Los Angeles, it would create a sense of chaos. It's the last thing our city needs. Our city is still trying to recover from the wildfires. And you just think about how so many people were impacted by that. And that's an example of where the administration was helpful. And to go from that situation to where we are now is just really tragic. And I think it's so unfortunate. It's the last thing Los Angeles needs.
When you say you've reached out to the federal government, have you reached to President Trump?
No, I did not reach out to President Trump directly. I spoke to his chief of staff. I talked to Tom Holman. I talked to the U.S. Attorney. So I've talked to several members of the administration.
Next question, Matthew.
Yeah, I know you've been watching these protests. First off, what do you see when you're watching this? And I know that you've mentioned being worried about the safety of the protesters, but are you also worried about members of law enforcement in the middle of this?
Well, I'm worried about everybody. I'm worried about members of law enforcement. I'm worried about the safety of the people who are peacefully protesting. I'm worried about the businesses that might get vandalized. I'm worried about the vandalism that took place around the federal building. All of that. We do not need to see our city torn apart. And the idea that the federal government that should be assisting us is a contributing factor, I think is very tragic. When I see the protesters, I know that so many people are affected by this. Their families are affected by this. People are terrified.
How do you think that vandalism impacts the overall message of the protests?
Well, I mean, I first of all, I think protests need to be peaceful, period. And any time it deteriorates into violence, that is a problem, and it absolutely messes with the overall message.
Next question right here in white.
Yeah, hi Mayor. George Reuters. My question is, can you share a little bit about the conversations you've had with the governor, and how long you expect for the National Guard to actually be in?
You know what? Thanks for asking me that, because we're hearing all of sorts of information. We're hearing that the raids could continue. We're hearing that the National Guard is going to be here. So it's uncertain. But that's exactly the problem, because we don't need in this city to go to sleep tonight and wake up in the morning and find out about people running through Home Depot parking lots being chased by ICE officers, or people going to work, or children at school. So we don't need any of that in our city right now. Our city is trying to heal. Our city is trying to rebuild. Our city does not need need to be torn apart with a provocative measure from the federal government.
Right here, and then we'll go right here.
So, the reality is people seem to still be getting violent. How do you plan to deal with that as we move forward?
If people get violent, if people break the law, they will be subject to arrest and they will be held accountable. It's as simple as that. So peaceful protest is what is needed. Peaceful protest is a part of our American tradition.
Right here. Mayor, last night the U.S. Attorney seemed resolute that he's ready to continue regardless of what's happened over the last 2 or 3 days. In your conversations with him, has there been any kind of attempted compromise or some kind of lowering the temperature, at least till things cool off locally if they want to continue, or are they just doing it regardless of how everyone else feels?
Well, I mean, I think what we see now is they're doing it regardless of how anyone else feels. My conversation with the U.S. Attorney, though, was not focused on that.
You're going to go right?
Yeah, I have a question.
Oh, hi, Frank.
It appears that the LAPD is cooperating with ICE in this operation outside the Metropolitan Detention Center. They moved in, there was a peaceful protest. The LAPD moved the people back using flashbang and less than lethal munitions. Comment on that, because
Sure.
the LAPD is not supposed to be cooperating with us.
Sure. Well, first of all, I'm not sure that LAPD was involved with the flashbangs. But anyway, let me just say that what happened there is that when one branch of law enforcement says they need help, another branch of law enforcement is going to respond and is obligated to respond. And so the minute that protest left the federal building, then that's when LAPD were involved. So the cooperation that you're referring to, I believe, is the cooperation around coordinating with ICE in terms of raiding workplaces or arresting people who are undocumented.
Right here in the direct.
Hi, what's your exact understanding of the timeline for how long the National Guard is going to be here? How long the raids are going to continue? Are there going to be daily raids?
I have no exact timeline. I cannot tell you that. That's part of the problem, right? We do not know. I have heard a variety of days and weeks. I certainly hope that this is over. The last thing this city needs is civil unrest, and the last thing this city needs is civil unrest that's provoked.
Quick follow-up. So I've seen LAPD fire point-blank foam bullets, rubber bullets into the ground, but in some cases directly at protesters. Can you speak about what kind of orders they're under in terms of handling people protesting?
I can't in terms of the specific orders that are being given by the chief or the other commanding officers.
So Mayor, will you be speaking then to Chief Donald?
I'm going to speak to him in the next few minutes.
Okay, great.
Yes,
So
I'm
what
leaving
is
from
the
here
plan?
to meet with him.
Great. What is then the plan for tomorrow? Because let's say presumably this does not happen.
Right. Well, you know, I think one thing is that because our city has always had a very robust immigrant rights movement and infrastructure and institutions that have been around for several decades, there is a history of having peaceful protests here. Now, you know, like any crowd, if we're talking about after an athletic event, everybody celebrates. There's always a handful of people that tend to be at the end and tend to hang around and might get into mischief and violence. But that's not the people who are putting on the protests. I tell you that to say that when those protests have been organized, they've been organized in a proper way. The problem is what happens at the end, and that's one thing that is difficult with crowd control, whether it is a political protest or whether it is a football game.
Did you say you talked to Tom Holman?
Yes, I did talk to Tom Holman.
What did he tell you?
Well, he just listened. I mean, the main thing he said was he appreciated that there was a call for no violence. I'm not exactly sure what was expected, but you know, I was encouraging him not to deploy the National Guard. I knew that the order had been given. The president had signed the order to the governor that he was federalizing the National Guard, that 2,000 troops were going to be deployed. But that
You've been listening live there to Mayor Bass holding a press conference and giving
Still
the
going to monitor that situation.
Absolutely, but you got to bring attention to the fact of what's going on right there in downtown LA.
Yeah, we're watching the LAPD mounted unit. You know, they are on the streets there. Mike Rogers, I know you know exactly where they're at, but we're watching some fireworks being thrown in their direction.
Ooh.
And you can see that is obviously it looks like I want to use the right words because they're trained, but it's definitely causing disruption to the horses there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's causing disruption to the horses. They are dealing with trying to make sure that they're safe. The other thing we have to be careful with this shot. There is a fully nude person down there as well for who knows why. So we're trying to be careful of what we're showing you here. But yeah, the mounted unit did move in. This is at Temple in Los Angeles. And as they were moving in, you're right, they started to get fireworks thrown at them. I've seen bottles be thrown at them. These horses, they go through training to deal with crowd. I mean, LAPD primarily uses horses to deal with crowd situations, not necessarily civil unrest, but concerts, parks, things like that. So the crowd or the horses are used to being in crowds. Certainly, though, fireworks being thrown at them is unusual and could be obviously distressing to the horses. So they'll try to handle that as easily as they can. But you see another bottle being thrown right there as they are moving the horses down to continue to push the crowd. Really, logistically, as we've been talking about, this crowd is everywhere. They are they're in parks, they're on all sides of the streets, they're near the freeways. It's a very difficult situation for LAPD and law enforcement to make any kind of significant progress, if you will, on trying to push these people away. You see more things being thrown at the officers. Some of those officers using their less than lethal rounds. You heard that question being asked. Those green weapons is probably not the right word. Launchers, if you will, where you'll see they both have foam bullets or foam rounds as well as beanbag rounds that will come out of more of a shotgun type thing. But there you see them firing them to try to disperse this crowd.
And on that note, Mike, we want to get to our Lauren Posen, who's down there as well. Lauren, I want to make sure you can hear us. Can you hear us all right? Where are you right now, and what are you seeing?
We are at Temple and Los Angeles, and we had to move from the bridge. People were throwing fireworks at the mounted unit with the horses, and it's a very fluid situation out here. We're watching the police where they're going. We don't want to be in their way at all. But as Mike was saying, there are so many people here, and I saw the group of protesters throwing fireworks at police from the bridge there. They had a whole bag, and they were throwing them at the officers on the horses. And the officers on the horses just kept moving forward, and that firework went up to the bridge where we are. We saw, the lighting of the firework. It was right next to us. And there was another one, and that's how scary it is, because we're not up, we're like a block away from it, but it's less than a block away, but we can still, it jolts you every time. And I try to tell myself, it's going to happen. Just prepare yourself mentally. It's going to happen. Don't jump. I jump, because it's so scary and frightening to have this with all these people here that are just not listening to law enforcement at all. So that's I also should mention too. We saw. I assume they were coming from the freeway. They were coming down the road here in a big group, and everything was fine until the mountain unit with the horses came closer. That's when people started throwing the fireworks at the officers, and things got scary. And that's where we are now. Right now we are. I don't even know where we are right now, but we're near City Hall right now, just off to the side. And we're at Temple still, Main and Temple. So a very scary situation out here, and what makes this somewhat bearable is it's not dark, but very scary, because again, you keep hearing these explosions go off, and then you're so close, you see the fireworks. And the concern with the fireworks is quite simply the shrapnel that comes from off of it. You don't know what that firework is going to hit. It could hit a trash can with metal, and then you get hit with the trash, shrapnel from the trash can. It's very dangerous.
Certainly, Lauren, and obviously you've been down there since last night, keeping an eye on things, and can certainly draw a contrast between how things feel and look at night versus how they do in the afternoon and early evening hours. Doesn't make it any less frightening or certainly chaotic, especially given the sound, because as we were mentioning with Lori earlier, and now listening to your live shot here as well, is it's one thing for us to see it from KCAL and to have the overhead shot of multiple crowds and smoke being thrown and seeing fireworks, but to hear it coming through,
there goes another one,
just like that, is a lot, and an important context to highlight.
Yeah, you're seeing the law enforcement use their less than lethal munition there, and just talking about that mountain unit, I was trying to look up just some quick things, and Mike knows this as well, that yes, they're trained for crowd control. They're trained for situations like this. But in any case, fireworks being thrown at their direction, it's going to disrupt those horses there. And you could see the officers on the horses really being able to handle them and continue to just push forward. They do have a row of officers on foot in front of them.
Are they going to throw something over here, these kids? They got something in their hand. I'm going to move away.
Okay, you can hear.
Oh, okay.
You can hear our Lauren Pose in there.
Sorry, yes, there's a bunch of people around us, and I'm on high alert, and so a group was picking up something, and I guess it was not what I thought it was. That's how tense things are out here. You just don't know what's going to happen. Things are happening very quickly. You don't know what people's intentions are. You don't know who. We were talking about people that were protesting just to get their message out. Then we were talking about the agitators. You don't know who is who in a situation like this here, because everyone is just grouped. It's just chaos. I mean, you can see on the screen, this is not normal.
Yeah, our Lauren Posen has been out there for several days there. And we want you to be safe. So, of course, if you see something, please move, Lauren. But Lori Perez, we know, is also on the ground near the 101. Lori, what is the situation where you're currently at?
Yeah, we're at the intersection of Aliso and Alameda, and right now, I'm going to turn you around because it does appear that LAPD is beginning to make a forward approach towards this crowd of protesters that have been facing off with them at this intersection. I don't know what precipitated that, because I'll tell you, where we are, it's really been a lot of people, but peaceful, just yelling, of course, chanting and facing off with the officers. But at this corner in particular, there had not been anything aggressive that we saw. But in the last few seconds, all of a sudden, there's been some amplification of what's happening, and now the volume is getting higher, and we did see LAPD, the line start to move forward. So we'll keep an eye on that. But as Mike was saying, I mean, there's stuff going on everywhere. If we could swing back around towards the freeway, we're overlooking the freeway here, where CHP continues to stand in the freeway. The freeway remains closed. You can see all of the protesters on the overpass. Every few minutes or so, we do see them leading a protester down this on-ramp with handcuffs on. Probably due to, of course, some sort of escalation up on the top there. But other than that, a few minutes ago, we also did see some protesters throwing things down onto the freeway. You can see on the freeway there, things are littered around where those officers are. But you see on the other side, heading northbound, there is some traffic now being allowed to go through. So that's some progress that they have made in the last hour since we have been here. These southbound lanes, though, do remain closed off. For the time being. There are so many people at this on-ramp who could make their way down here should they be so inclined. And I want to also swing around, if I can, one more time to this building over here. This is the detention center where many of the people who are being taken into custody, the undocumented people, are being held, and they are knocking on the windows. You might be able to see a flashlight shaking in the window. They are continually knocking. There's knocking on the windows, waving to the crowd down here, and then the crowd down here in turn waving back at them, raising their hands in support. So that's just another, instance of things happening here all around us with this tremendous crowd here. As Lauren said, there's a lot of things going on. But I just wanted to give you a sense of what's happening here, and I think I hear someone talking, so I'm going to send it back to you.
We're going to let you go. We want to go back to that Waymo situation you were at earlier. Mike Rogers, this Waymo's on fire now.
Yeah, it is. And this is going to be a situation. These are electric vehicles.
Yeah.
So these are batteries that will burn and burn and burn and burn and burn and will burn in a toxic way.
Yeah, they're very dangerous.
This is not a good situation.
And it's not just one either down there.
Right.
Now.
You've got that one that's on fire. But look, I mean, they're still going at the other one. You've got a lot of very specific technology on there that will burn for a long time. These batteries when they burn, I mean, we've seen these situations. These lithium-ion batteries can burn for hours and hours and hours and hours, and it's not a good situation. It is a toxic burn as well. Yeah. And I can't tell if it's gotten to that part of the car there. Well, it looks like it has. It's underneath, because the batteries are generally underneath of those cars. So that's going to burn for a long time. And I don't imagine a situation where the fire department comes in and tries to deal with this. This scene is way too chaotic and way too dangerous for fire department to come in here and deal with this. I hear LAPD trying to gain kind of control of this situation, but they don't have it right now. And this car is going to burn for a while. We'll see if they set the other one on fire too. But right now you've got this Waymo on fire. We did reach out to Waymo guys because I'm curious to see if they're going to restrict the app from sending cars into downtown LA. Certainly that seems like it would be a good decision at this point. But now the situation escalating to cars on fire. I know we saw that yesterday as well. You see this person stomping on the windshield of that Waymo. So this is, again, escalating into a situation that is only going to get worse. This car is going to burn for a long time, and it's going to burn, be what's called a dirty burn. It's not good to have these things catch fire. No, we're talking about electric vehicles. These were the vehicles that the EPA had to go in and remove when the Homes Burned Palisades at Eden fire, just because of how toxic it can be. But our Lori Perez actually alerted us to this situation a few moments ago when she had noticed maybe 6 Waymos being called to this area. And she immediately saw people begin to vandalize them, and now one set on fire. You've got some sort of chemical that's leaking from the Waymo that is also on fire. Yeah. So it's now streaming down the street on fire. And I'll ask John to pull out just a little bit. I don't imagine that LAFD is going to come into this situation right here and deal with this at all. I imagine this will just be this way. John counting for me 4 or 5 Waymos that are down there. I know we were talking to Lori about that earlier. The thing with these, and we talked about it when Lori was there, once they're there and once they've been disabled like this, they won't move. There's Waymo has made that programming that if there's an issue, it just stops and stays put. And so now that's where we're at. And so we'll see if they continue to light the rest of them on fire, if they're content with lighting this one on fire. But regardless, this fire is going to burn for a while. And that's the thing, the lithium-ion batteries, we know, as you keep mentioning, they can burn for a long, long time. Very hot. So LAFD, if they don't make their way down here, we're going to see this
just going to be like that
for a while. Well, and even if LAFD does make it down there, there's not a ton they can do. Yeah.
No, and let's get to Lori Perez down there. She's the one who brought this to our attention first. Lori, it sounds like you're nearby, in front of. What's the situation look like near these Waymos right now?
Right. So actually, we tried to get away from those Waymos because we could see that situation was escalating and getting very violent, very aggressive. So we wanted to get away from there. But we came, maybe a block away. Look, there's another Waymo here. It's going to be difficult for us to show because there is some profanity on it. But we'll just show you quickly. And I also want to explain, when I was last speaking with you, I talked about how the crowd seemed to be getting amped up. And now we know why. We could not see through the crowd. But the National Guard has now formed a line in front of LAPD. So that was what was precipitating kind of the escalation and the chanting and kind of the pushback, the movement that we saw in an otherwise peaceful crowd for the hour that we had been here. So now we understand, and you can see this is quite a visual, right? This is the National Guard lined up with LAPD maybe 15 feet behind them. And this is, I think, also the division that people are grappling with at this protest. It's that, this is a sanctuary city. They are not wanting any kind of law enforcement, local law enforcement, to be doing anything that seems to support the federal agenda, and this is kind of a visual representation of what people have been concerned about. But you can see the protesters, they're sitting down in front of the line, so there is some space in between. People here are, for the most part, being peaceful, sitting and just making their presence known through chanting, etc. And we're hoping that it stays that way because there is a lot of emotion in this crowd. There is a lot going on corners all throughout downtown Los Angeles, and people of different ideas of what needs to be done and different ideas of how far they are willing to go. We are certainly hoping, of course, that things stay as peaceful as they can be. I'm going to send it back to you guys.
Lori, thank you. And I think to her point there, it's really important to highlight once again in terms of the disparity between protesters where her photographer pans around and you see a number of people seated with their signs and banners and protesting, and then the live view you're seeing from KCAL right there. I mean, this is one of the Waymos. The one that's burning is right next to it. The windshield are smashed on this one, folks on top of it, climbing on top. And then it looked like there was another one where they somehow managed to jam the doors open or rip the doors open to some capacity. And it's just a level of chaos that is within feet of each other, really. It's all congregated here in downtown LA, and it's striking to see.
Yeah, and that is quite the contrast, because you are seeing some of those people peacefully protest. We heard from Mayor Karen Bass moments ago, who says, please continue to have your voices heard, continue to protest. It is your First Amendment, but do not cause violence. Do it peacefully. If you're not doing it peacefully, we cannot help you. We cannot protect you. You will face consequences and you will be arrested. And so that is quite the contrast. You're seeing these people destroy these Waymos, and then you're seeing another group of people right in front of the National Guard sitting down and peacefully having their voices heard.
On top of seeing
and making their point.
Projectiles and other items being thrown at CHP officers, at other law enforcement, on top of the fireworks being thrown at the mounted unit as well that we saw a few minutes ago, and disrupting those horses at least to a certain degree. All of this happening just right next to each other. And in case you're just seeing this for the first time, I mean, once again, this is, as Mike mentioned earlier, an electric car. So that is likely, unless fire department can get in there, but it seems unlikely given the situation, it's just going to keep
What's
burning.
so disturbing about this is just that this gentleman just came with his skateboard to have his photo taken while he just destroys a Waymo.
Yep.
This Waymo has been destroyed.
Right.
They have already shattered the windows here. They've opened the doors. At this point, this is just for
vandalism for vandalism's
for what
sake,
reason?
almost.
Well, and you know, Waymos, if you've never been in one, there are cameras. They're equipped with cameras outside and inside. So I would assume they upload to a cloud. I wouldn't imagine that they are stored on board there. So Waymo will likely have video of whoever, obviously the vandals, but whoever set that one on fire. There's probably video of that happening. So, you know, if Waymo wants to work with law enforcement to try to figure out who that person was. Guys, I also want to mention, I got an email from a source who works in downtown LA at the Hall of Administration. That's right next to the Hall of Justice and right near City Hall. They have been told to coordinate with management to try to work from home as much as possible tomorrow. As obviously there are concerns that this will only continue. Downtown is gridlocked with traffic as it is, but now also totally overrun by protesters, at least near City Hall, near Aliso, all of those locations. So the LA County Hall of Administration telling their employees, if you can coordinate to work from home, you should do that. I should also point out that LAPD has extended the dispersal order and the unlawful assembly order to where we're at, the Civic Center area. And I can tell you that is Alameda, Los Angeles Street, Aliso, Commercial, Main Street, Spring Street, Temple, First, Second, and Arcadia. That was 21 minutes ago. They declared an unlawful assembly over there. We talked about how they did that earlier near the federal building. They have to strategically do it in these different areas for it to be a lawful declaration of an unlawful assembly. So that has also happened here. Clearly, they are not in a position to start facilitating mass arrests, but they have declared it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
Oh boy. Yeah. It looked like fireworks just sort of thrown at that burning Waymo, if not just a number of sparks flew there at the last second. I was going to add one more point on the Waymo thing, Mike, there for you too. Obviously, aside from the videos and the cameras and everything else that are likely stored in a cloud, you have to order the Waymos through an app. So they're more than likely going to be able to track down who and how many people ordered every single one of these Waymos to go downtown, and then proceed to vandalize each and every single one of them. It's just, I mean, what a chaotic scene that we're seeing at right now.
Yeah,
just really quick, just a note I know you were talking about the unlawful assembly, how that is expanding. We know that LAPD has also shut down the Tokyo Metro station down in that area, so completely shut that area down. Metro won't be running through there, and that's the way a lot of people get around.
Yeah, and I was talking to John Schreiber, who's our photographer in KCAL. He thinks that's the batteries exploding inside of there.
Wow.
So they could be throwing things in there as well. But those electric cars don't do good when they set on fire. So that could be the battery. Thankfully, they've not set any other ones on. Wow, oh man, I spoke too soon.
Yeah.
There we go. Is that another? Yep, that's another Waymo right behind the tree that's on fire.
Oh yeah, there you see the flames. I was wondering, the tree was obstructing it just a hair, but you see sort of the flicker of flames and then of course the smoke. So, my goodness, I mean.
And John's going to move SkyCal around for us.
And
so
this is not far from where the National Guard is staged, is it?
It's not. No, I don't think. And John, can you show us? As we watch that burn, can you show us the proximity to the federal complex here, the Metropolitan Detention Center and the federal building? It's not terribly far, and it's going to meet. Yeah, so it's on the other side of the 101. So so there's that, and this is obviously heavily protected. And then on the other side of the freeway is where this is all kind of happening. And the mayor and the governor, their stance to President Trump is, we can handle this. Our local law enforcement can handle this. They've got to be concerned about this because if you're an outsider looking in, it doesn't necessarily look like they're handling this.
Yeah, we aren't seeing law enforcement in this area right now. We know we are on a citywide tactical alert. They already have declared an unlawful assembly here. We have seen, our Lori Perez was right near some of those National Guardsmen, but we heard from the mayor and got a little bit more of a clear picture on what the National Guard's mission is right now, at least according to the mayor. She says the National Guard was deployed to protect federal property. What we're seeing right now are city streets. What we saw earlier in the 101, that is a state freeway there. Which is why CHP handled that. LAPD has been handling a lot of what's happening outside of the federal property. The one thing she said is that we don't know how long the National Guard will be here. She doesn't have any sort of timeline. In fact, the mayor and the governor both asking and really demanding that the president rescind his order to bring in the National Guard.
And a third Waymo is now on fire.
No,
and there's about 6 there.
Yes, and adding on to Leslie's point about what the mayor's been saying, what the governor's been saying, both of them saying that the deployment of the National Guard was only going to sow chaos and escalate tension, that the reason they could handle this themselves is because we had more than enough local law enforcement to handle the situation, but that the federal government, again, the governor and the mayor and others accusing them of doing this in order to sow chaos and to escalate the situation, in order to, cause conflict, to intentionally cause a situation that would then make it look worse than it actually is, or at least drive it to become worse than it actually is.
And not even just talking about the National Guard coming in. The mayor was saying the fact that the federal government did many of these immigration sweeps and detainments, that all was made to escalate the situation. She believes here in Los Angeles. Then you bring in the National Guard, and the governor and the mayor believe that has now heightened these tensions.
And look, we've here long before the Trump administration, during the last Trump administration, we have covered immigration arrests. We have covered Homeland Security doing warrants. We've covered those things, and it is not frequent that we see them do it the way that they've done it, which is heavily armed, lots of personnel.
Yeah. On that note, let's get back to Lori Perez down there in downtown LA. Lori, where are you right now, and what are you seeing?
We've just crossed the street again here at Alameda and Aliso, and I want to show you, I know you guys have aerial vision of this, but from the ground, how dangerous this looks and how amplified this looks. Behind us, you can see that huge plume of smoke coming from that Waymo that is on fire. In fact, you might be able to see a lot of the flames just across the way from where we are, across the freeway. I mean, what a terrifying situation and scene that is to see from here. In contrast, in the foreground here, again, to these people who are sitting on the road here, peacefully protesting, holding up their signs. But just giving you an idea of the different temperatures throughout this city among the protesters. Lots of emotions, some people choosing to express them in peaceful ways, and others have taken it in a different direction. That is a really out of control situation. That's a very dangerous situation. You can see there are dozens of people, hundreds of people very close to those flames. That is nowhere that they need to be, but people are being drawn there. Some people are being drawn there who are interested in escalating things. And I can't tell you, it is stunning for me to see how close those people are to a really bad situation across the way here. And again, seeing it in contrast to where we are and these folks here. I can tell you there's a lot happening in downtown Los Angeles. It is a lot to take in and a lot to emotionally and intellectually kind of manage. But we're trying to do so and trying to bring you our perspective from here on the ground of just how much is happening. And it's quite chaotic, I will tell you that much, guys.
Certainly, Lori, thank you. I mean, just to see it from behind you and sort of towering over your shoulders and knowing that that's just down the road, really. Taking you to live views from KCAL once again. This is 2 Waymos you see on fire. One is perhaps still burning a little bit further behind all of them. And for anyone perhaps just joining us or maybe didn't catch the beginning of it, Lori was the one who first brought this to our attention, where a number of Waymos were ordered down to this area of downtown LA. And it wasn't 1 or 2, it was 3, 4, 5, and potentially 6. But you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 there in the middle of your screen right now. And for anyone who is not familiar with how Waymo works, it is just like Uber, like Lyft. You order it through an app, but these are autonomous electric vehicles. So that's why these flames are so intense, because these are lithium-ion batteries, something that we've seen before burn with such intensity and toxicity, which of course then leads into the greater concern moving forward, because now you have these active flames and these billows of smoke going into very heavily crowded areas. And thinking back to what we saw yesterday, this is a much more heightened situation compared to when we saw a Kia being burned in the middle of a Compton intersection and then seeing 2 fire engines moving in to put it out. Just seeing those 2, and this is video from earlier of that Waymo burning, just seeing the 2 fire engines come in to try and take out and flush out the flames of 1 Kia in an intersection took a bit of an effort, because you had protesters kicking and trying to get in the way of those fire engines. So drawing on that contrast, it is unlikely to see any fire engines try and make their way into this particular area of downtown with the number of vehicles, the number of people, and the number of law enforcement that are present at this very moment right now. Yeah, this is, I would say, probably too dangerous of a situation for fire to right now move in and try to navigate through these crowds. But it is definitely a dangerous situation. As you mentioned, these Waymos, the lithium-ion batteries, very toxic. And we've been talking about it for a while. They burn for hours. Even if firefighters did come through, it would be hard for them to put this out at this point. And now 3 out of the 6 Waymos that we counted, right? There were about 6. Yeah. Have been set on fire. And that would look to be the original one. Yeah, so that was one of the first we saw. Yeah. The other thing here is, you know, sort of taking a wide view of what we've been tracking, and there goes again another explosion from that Waymo. Mike, from right around 4 o'clock, when we were keeping an eye on folks on the overpass, protesters getting down on the on-ramp to the 101, CHP huddling underneath the overpass, and then making their way and moving forward, it feels like the chapters of a book, right? In the sense of moving, pushing the line further, managing to get all protesters off of the 101, and then back off toward the on-ramp. And now we're looking at just sort of the opposite side, sort of a mirror reflection of downtown LA here, where now you have Waymos burning, and it's something else that's popping up. It's another situation that's evolving and adding to the chaos that we're keeping track of tonight. Yeah, you know, and unfortunately, like we talked about earlier, I think as the evening goes on, the peacefulness of it goes away. And, you know, you've got on the right-hand side of your screen, that's our shot from Lori Perez, where you do have those people that are protesting the way that our elected leaders have asked them to, essentially, where they're, you know, they're peaceful, they're sitting, they're not causing problems. And then just as Lori pointed out, right behind them, you have smoke billowing from the Waymos. And so it is quite the contrast there when you look at it. And, you know, we've got more people kind of walking up, and Gio, as you mentioned earlier, it's just vandalism for the sake of vandalism. You know, even those two kind of, you know, shaking hands and giving a little bit of a celebratory kind of hug, it seemed, as well. And so I hear, you know, LAPD is now talking about these burning Waymos. I don't know that there's much that they'll be able to come in here and do, certainly not the fire department, but it is making the situation worse. Yeah, and Mike, the other thing here, I was trying to see if there was any new updates from the governor or perhaps the mayor, because we were making a comment earlier about how, even going back to last night when we were talking with the U.S. Attorney, Bill Assaley, and someone you talked to as well, are keeping an eye on him going back to Friday, in that the federal government's response to all this, and Trump administration officials are adamant in saying that these are, quote, these are not raids, these are targeted enforcement operations, that they're taking care of criminals, and that, law and order will be the law of the land, so to speak, and that they're just trying to arrest the bad people and trying to take care of the situation. That is how they and the U.S. Attorney were painting the picture for us on how they're operating, and then the contrast to the governor and the mayor saying that this is only going to escalate because you're militarizing the city or federalizing National Guardsmen, and that naturally this was almost going to happen because you're asking for a response from people.
Right, and Gio, to your point, the federal government, the Trump administration will say that they're coming after criminals. They will give us a list, and they did Saturday morning. They gave us a list of crimes that these people were alleged to have commit, but then every time they do that, they refuse to give us specific names, specific crimes, specific dates those crimes were alleged to have happened, and we do. Every time we get that from them, we follow up. I followed up Saturday morning with ICE and said, I see the list of crimes that you have put in your press release. What people committed what crimes? And they won't follow up with that. And you can understand that then creates distrust from the public to say, oh, well, they're all criminals, but we don't ever get the specificity of what these alleged criminals are, supposedly have done.
And not just those responses, but emotional ones as well, because I'm thinking going back to when our Zach Boetto was out in Paramount and in Compton last night, he talked to a man who said that his girlfriend was detained by ICE and she was born and raised U.S. citizen. So he was very emotional about the situation, and then, having to maneuver through tear gas, smoke, fireworks, and all this other chaos that, but then proceeded throughout the rest of the night. It's almost understandable when you're on the ground talking to these people why, in that isolated vacuum, when you only see heavily armed federal officials and law enforcement going in and taking people away, wait, what's going on? What's happening here? So that's where the lines of communication and transparency become that much more important. And to you reaching out and trying to ask for a follow-up and not getting it, that's when then people have questions about what exactly is going on. And now we have this greater tapestry of all this chaos where I want to reiterate something that Lori mentioned earlier, because where she is right now, she was turning the camera, her photographer was turning the camera around, and you see people seated down, crisscross, and having their signs, their banners, and peacefully protesting, something the governor, something the mayor, and other elected officials have repeated constantly, that they support the right to peacefully protest. But then when it escalates, and that's something that I think, and forgive me for just going on and on here, is that from the U.S. Attorney, from the Trump administration, and even to elected officials on the other side of the aisle, they have been adamant and consistent on the fact that when it escalates to violence, that is not acceptable. That they will be held accountable for that. And that, I feel like, is worth highlighting, because everyone's in agreement on that particular avenue of what we're seeing right now, is that nobody is in favor of seeing this there on the left side of your screen, electric cars and Waymos being called in, ordered in just to vandalize them.
And you heard Mayor Bass. Mayor Bass was asked about her conversation with one of the federal officials, and she, told that federal official that she denounced the violence, and, she said that he sounded surprised to hear that, and her response was, well, of course I do. Of course I don't want, violence. Mayor Bass reiterated at the press conference, she's concerned for protesters, she's concerned for the safety of law enforcement, she's concerned for everybody, and just repeating, what you mentioned, Gio, is that what you're seeing on the right side of the screen is what the mayor, the governor, all of those people have called for and said is what they want. To your other point, Gio, about just the confusion surrounding the detentions and the policies of the Trump administration about how they're handling immigration. By the way, this Waymo also now catching fire as we're watching that as well. We spoke with an attorney, or Lori Perez spoke with an attorney on Thursday night who alleges that her client was held in the basement of the federal building on concrete floors, inhumane conditions, they allege. But what was interesting out of that interaction, or out of that conversation with that attorney, her client has a stay order from the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. So she says that her client cannot be deported, but was still detained. And she said that she asked ICE agents, if you know you can't deport him, why are you detaining him? And according to the lawyer, the ICE agent said, because we can. And that is where you get this, when the Trump administration says they're going after criminals, and then you have encounters like that or reactions like that, it creates a communication issue and a trust issue amongst how this is being handled as we watch this Waymo now fully go up.
Fully go up, and we also saw an explosion on the one on the right side of your screen as well, adding to the context there of going back to some of the reporting we've done on immigration officials and ICE agents and everything else. Remember a month or two ago or so, we were talking to an immigration attorney who received a letter in her inbox, an email, that it seemed to be intended to either one of her clients or someone else, where it said, it's time for you to leave the United States. Yeah. Right. And that's sort of the Trump administration approach to immigration has been incredibly hardlined, and they're adamant in the way that they're approaching it, and that they believe this is the right way to do it. Right. But naturally, there is a lot of confusion and a lot of chaos, at least on how it's been described to us and how the folks we've been talking to are painting that picture, in that it's just led to a lot, which is why a lot of people are protesting and making their voices heard. But that's where the message gets muddled, and we've talked about this as well, in that the risk becomes that this image that you see on the left side of your screen becomes the message for everything, when in reality it's not that, right? Most of the people that we see protesting are doing it peacefully and know what they're doing, but then you have the other group that kind of comes in. And while we're talking about that, Gio, I want to ask John and SkyCal if we can go over and look at City Hall really quick. I did briefly hear a blip on the radio about it. We're also starting to get some more reports that City Hall East, John, there are some bricks and other things starting to be thrown there at City Hall. So we'll see. There is a group right here. There was reports of broken windows. I don't necessarily know that we'll see that from right here. And again, we apologize for the language on the spray painting. It is simply everywhere. It has been very difficult for us to avoid getting any of that on TV. So yeah, I don't know, John, it doesn't look too bad over here. I don't know if we maybe can do an orbit just to get a full scope of it, but I did hear LAPD try to deploy some people over to City Hall East to try to deal with the group over here. Looks like the main group though is kind of right there, Gio. Yeah, and you know, it's funny that I'm sort of reminding myself that, yes, there is law enforcement, right? Because we've been so keyed in on the Waymo stuff the last like 20 minutes or so, is that there isn't really law enforcement around that area right now. It's really primarily protesters. But yes, they are over here establishing their skirmish lines and sort of keeping the peace. It looks like both sides are essentially keeping the peace there. We haven't seen a lot ever since the mounted unit was getting hit with some fireworks and other items there for a brief moment. Was the last time we drew attention to protesters kind of throwing things their way. Otherwise, it's been a lot of the main activity and chaotic activity has been toward those Waymos. And right now, things are, you know, it goes back to the ebb and flows thing that we've been talking about, is that there are moments where we're on the upswing and all you're hearing is the sound of pops left and right from Lori and from Lauren and others who are in the field. And then there's a bit of a downswing and we're thinking, okay, have things, relatively speaking, calmed down for a little bit? And then no, it goes right back up. So that's sort of the line of tension that we're walking at the moment. And Gio, I just got a text from our Lauren Posen, who is in this area, and she says she can confirm that is what is happening, that these protesters are throwing rocks at the City Hall windows. So she's kind of in that area. We're trying to make sure she stays in a safe place right now. It looks like we do have Lauren. Lauren, are you with us?
Yeah. Yes, Mike, Gio, Leslie, that is exactly what is happening. We were a little bit further up. We've been pushed back for safety. And I saw a group of people, they were smashing these planters, you know, that the trees are in, and they were grabbing those bricks, and they were putting them in their pockets, and then they were running over to the bridge where we initially were. And then a group of people started doing it too. And then another person came up to me and was like, did you see what was happening? And I said, yes. And they said that they saw someone with a hammer do the same thing. So yeah, we're also hearing, it sounds like explosions. I'm being told it's the rubber bullets the non-lethal bullets being fired by police because, no one's listening to them. They're telling them to back up, and you can see there's still a lot of people here on the ground congregated and just... And that's what's happening. It's very intense, and at times can be really scary. I can see that huge cloud of smoke from the Waymo burning. So it's I don't think anyone's listening to the mayor or the governor and their plea to be nonviolent, because it's very violent out here. Yeah, and Lauren, that was one thing that we had actually during the mayor's press conference we could hear
all of the pops, all of the bangs, going off while she's in City Hall. So it was very interesting to hear, as she was calling for peaceful protests, we could hear the non-peaceful protests even from where she was inside of LA City Hall. And I also saw the mounted unit down there a couple seconds ago. KCAL is going to go get fuel. We're going to switch to a different helicopter. But, a minute ago, Lauren, we also saw a group of protesters that got their own, barriers or barricade type situations, those kind of construction foldable signs there, and were kind of making their own situation where they were barricaded behind it. So that's, also there's just so much going on, Lauren. I think you can attest to that as well, as it sounds like it's getting chaotic. Yeah.
This is in all different areas of downtown LA right now.
Right.
Do you still have me?
Yeah, we got you, Lauren.
It's a little hard to hear you, Lauren, because we're hearing a lot of yelling in the background.
Okay, I'm gonna send it back to you guys. It's getting too. I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, get to safety, Lauren. Leslie, as we're looking at these live images of these Waymos continuing to burn from the chopper here, it's just, it's a really, really tough situation. We have, tried to reach out to Waymo. Obviously, I'm sure they're trying to figure out how they want to handle this as well.
Yeah, Mike, I'm hearing from LAPD. They did put out something on X where they've been pretty active this evening, saying they are aware of this situation, that demonstrators have halted vehicles here on Los Angeles north of Arcadia Street, ignited the vehicles. They say that LAFD is attempting to enter this area to hopefully extinguish the fire. But this is, at this point, we have not seen LAFD.
Yeah.
We're not seeing very much law enforcement in that area. But they're also saying this is a historic area of downtown LA, Olvera Street.
It is, and it's going to be difficult for the LAPD to be able to get in there, and I hopefully they are, but I don't see that happening kind of anytime soon. And you see, when we look at the police, and Gio pointed this out a second ago, there obviously are still police down there, but there are so many protesters, and they are so scattered throughout the downtown area. It is definitely difficult for them to be in all of these places at once and dealing with these crowds in an effective way all at once.
And you'd have to imagine, too, with all these flames going on. I mean, there's naturally, when we say it's a safety issue, this whole thing is a safety issue. So when you add fires from multiple vehicles on top of the fact that they're all electric vehicles, it just heightens that danger even more, because then you have smoke and you have people sort of surrounding you at all points, and it doesn't seem like it's worth the risk to try and get in there and really disperse people, at least not right now.
Yeah, no, certainly, and you run the risk of injuring officers, and then, like we talked about earlier, the logistics of making mass arrests. You have to have places to put these people and do the legal process of arresting somebody, and it's a lot, and it's a tough situation. And right now, I think local law enforcement is just kind of doing what they can to do what they can, basically, for a lack of a better way to put it. But we don't see any law enforcement on this side of the 101 freeway. Their efforts have been really concentrated back over by City Hall and back, they're talking about Main and Temple, where they're dealing with that crowd. You saw the mounted unit over there. That's where Lauren Posen was, where even as we were talking to her on the air, things escalated to a point where she had to get out of there because, she was concerned for safety, and rightfully so. The safety of our crews is very important. We want them to not be in harm's way at all. But it just shows you how quickly, as Gio has mentioned, ebbs and flows, and how quickly things change.
And we're talking about such a large area that is now being covered by demonstrators, protesters, and really, right in this case, agitators. LAPD saying that an unlawful assembly has been declared for the entire Civic Center area portion of downtown Los Angeles. Right. So we're talking multiple streets. Those are Alameda, Los Angeles Street, Aliso, Commercial, Main Street, Spring Street, Temple, First, 2nd, Arcadia. That entire Civic Center area, police say, is demonstrators are on different portions of it. As you're seeing here, this is several Waymos that have now been set on fire. Our Lauren Posen was closer to City Hall, where she was seeing what she described as people possibly taking hammers to windows in that area. And then you have the Federal Detention Center, where you're seeing some people, they took a seat peacefully protesting there and not approaching law enforcement that was staged in a skirmish line.
No, the dichotomy of the situation really highlighted there. We also want to make a mention, we heard from the governor's office and that the governor is in Los Angeles, so it speaks to the gravity of the situation. Of course, the governor has been vocal in arguing against deploying the National Guard down here, as well as the mayor and other elected officials. So we'll keep an eye on that to see if he does speak at any point. We don't know if he is going to or if that's even part of the plan. Just making a mention that he is down here in Los Angeles.
We have asked him to join us on the air, by the way, a couple of times. His office says he's not available.
Okay, so we're trying to get the governor, and hopefully if he is available or seeing our coverage, we'll be able to get him on the line. I believe he is meeting with the mayor as well. Take a look. You can see there was a large crowd that was closer to these Waymos that started to run another direction. You have to wonder what's prompting them to take off and run. I'm not seeing law enforcement.
No.
But it's really hard to see because the smoke is now covering this entire roadway here. Very black, thick smoke. As we mentioned before, a dangerous situation.
You also have to wonder how much all of these fires are even serving as their sort of own deterrent to other protesters and just people in general as well. So law enforcement not getting there, but then everybody else sort of dispersing just because of what's going on with all the flames and the explosions going in there. Let's get back to our Lori Perez, who is down in downtown LA. Lori, where are you? What are you seeing right now? How's the situation playing out?
Of Alameda and Aliso. We just saw about, I would say, 12 to 15 LAPD SUVs screaming down Alameda Street, possibly reinforcements or some other team coming in to back up the army of police officers that are already here on the streets. It did kind of round up and stir up the crowd that's here. And I did want to make a distinction, just listening to our coverage. You know, I mean, these protesters here who are sitting on the street, kind of facing off with the line of LAPD, I mean, they are especially peaceful. But a peaceful protest does not literally have to be, you know, people quietly sitting. It can be, in fact, people assembled and loud and boisterous and moving. You know, a protest is meant to be disruptive, and they are trying to disrupt a situation that they are not pleased with. They are trying to make a statement in that way. Where it goes south, where it, you know, turns into a not peaceful situation, of course, is like as we're seeing across the way here, when they light those Waymos on fire, when they tag them, when they destroy them, when they're throwing rocks at City Hall, and et cetera, et cetera. But even this a large assembly of people around us who you know, some have been very loud and chanting and moving and in the faces of the law enforcement. You know, that's still, you know, along the definition of peaceful, as long as they don't escalate things to violence, as long as they don't escalate things to damage. And that is kind of, you know, the many different facets of this protest that we're seeing and the many different faces of this protest that we are seeing throughout downtown Los Angeles is that, you know, it's happening in so many different pockets around the city and in so many different ways that it is, I can imagine, very difficult for law enforcement to kind of get a handle on all of the different situations. First of all, they are far outnumbered. There are thousands of people down here in downtown Los Angeles, and law enforcement, while out in force, is surely outmatched by mere numbers. And then again, just dealing with the many different ways that people are choosing to express themselves has to be a challenge as they are trying to figure out their strategy. And also, I would say, trying to manage the many different teams that are down here, CHP and LAPD and sheriff's deputies and the National Guard. I mean, there are many different teams here, and whether or not they are coordinating or speaking to each other, I don't know. I mean, I can imagine the sheriff's deputies and LAPD, certainly along with CHP, is, but you know, there's just a lot to handle here and a lot that they have to keep an eye on, not the least of which is that flaming fire across the way that really, again, is just stunning to me. And the number of people who remain so close to that situation. I mean, those people need to get out of there. You saw it.
Yeah,
just another boom right there, right? Another one. I mean, those people need to get the heck out of there. All those people need to be as far away from that situation as they can get. And yet, you know, I think that certain rabble-rousers are attracted, you know, to the chaos over there, and so they're over there. But that is no place that where anybody should be. And I hope that everybody stays safe around there. And is not hurt, because that's a very dangerous situation continuing, and as we saw, even growing in these last few minutes. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, Lori, we're seeing those explosions coming from those electric vehicles, those Waymos there, as LAPD telling us that firefighters are trying to get to this area to try to address the situation, but we just have not seen them make their way over there or be able to make their way over there.
Be able to get there. One of the things I'm listening to LAPD deal with is somebody down there has Molotov cocktails. We want to go to Lauren Posen right now, where there appears to be some smoke bombs going off there, Lauren.
Yeah, Mike, we just heard a huge explosion, and I can't tell you what it is, but it made a huge sound and you saw the cloud of smoke. The mounted unit is right over there to my right. The horses didn't flinch at all. They were right near it, though. The helicopters are going right over our heads here. It's getting more violent out here. It's just getting more violent. I don't see a lot of people from where I'm at right now, so maybe that was the point to have everyone get away. But I don't know who caused that explosion. I can tell you. I was trying to tell you earlier, but we had another protester. She had a megaphone, and she was voicing her right to speak, but it was interfering with what I was trying to tell you at home. Is that I did see people come and pick up these rocks here, bricks, and throw them at officers. I saw people with bags. And then throwing firecrackers at the officers as they were coming by. So, things have it's continued to escalate here on the ground. People running by here. At one point, I saw a girl. She had a spray paint can, and she was trying to spray paint on the ground here. And then someone stopped her, but she tried it again. There's graffiti all over downtown, by City Hall here, by the detention center, by all the federal buildings. It is just covered in graffiti, which really is the least of everyone's problems tonight. But just to give you an idea of the scope of the damage that's happening here, it's quite extensive. Mike?
Yeah, and Leslie and Gio, and I think Lauren is near here too, but Main and Temple, LAPD is having a really hard time dealing with what this crowd is, and they're still taking rocks, bottles, everything that is being thrown at those officers. And right there in Lauren's shot, you see some of those LAPD officers that are using less than lethal to try to, use against the crowd there. And to Lauren's point, you hear the helicopters above her, and she said it, there's a lot. There's a CHP fixed wing, there's a Department of Homeland Security helicopter, there's an LAPD helicopter, and that's just law enforcement, and of course there's all of the television helicopters as well. So it just adds kind of to the loudness of the scene. Obviously the law enforcement helicopters flying much lower than KCAL and the other helicopters, the other TV helicopters that are up there, but there's the mounted unit kind of at the end of Lauren's shot there that are really having a tough time. I'm listening to LAPD saying that projectiles are still being thrown at those officers, especially Main and Temple. I think Lauren, can you tell us what that intersection is where you're at?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm at Temple, and I want to say it's Main.
Okay, yeah.
Temple and Main, yes. Yeah. Temple and Main. And Mike, I want to add to it, I may have said this earlier, but one of the things that's so dangerous about when people throw off fireworks is that shrapnel from them, because whatever those, the firework hits, it can hit you, it can hit people, and that's what makes it so dangerous. Not only could you get hit by the firework, because again, these are being thrown in very close proximity to people, it could hit a trash can, a piece of metal could hit you in the face. I mean, it's so incredibly dangerous, and we don't have protective shields out here, I mean, this is, we're not protected like that. So now the police, of course, they're prepared for this, but the everyday person is not. And that's what makes it so dangerous when you're trying to figure out, who's here for the right reasons and who's here for other reasons. And it just puts everyone in danger when it gets to this.
Lauren, Lori Perez, she did bring up a good point. As we're seeing a chaotic situation unfold in different parts of LA, for the most of the morning, we were seeing people peacefully protest. And when we say peacefully protest, we don't mean quietly protest.
Of course,
as Lori did mention, protests are meant to be disruptive. The mayor says, please, I encourage you to get out there, protest, have your voices heard. That may mean waving, a flag, a sign, and shouting, but it does not mean throwing Molotov cocktails. We're seeing the mountain unit now make their way across the street here rather quickly. It does not mean throwing fireworks, burning these Waymos. This is what the mayor has condemned, She has said violent protests will not be tolerated in Los Angeles. Destroying our streets will not be tolerated. She wants people to get out there and protest, but do so within your legal right.
And on top of that, that is a sentiment echoed by the governor as well, who tweeted out just a minute ago that despite protests already being managed by LAPD, President Trump is escalating the situation by threatening to deploy roughly 500 active duty Marines to the streets of Los Angeles, saying Los Angeles remain peaceful, don't fall into the trap that extremists are hoping for. So that goes back to what we were saying before. But Lauren, what's going on down there? We're seeing some movement.
Okay. Yeah, so I saw officers, they moved across the street there. It looks like they're getting in position to maybe advance somewhere. They're right at the City Hall, over there. It's a group of officers. They ran across the street. I think they're trying to get a better perimeter on this or get a better handle on what's going on here. I don't think that they have a problem with the people with the flags over there because they're still standing there. So I don't think that's a problem. Now I'm hearing more. You know, again, it sounds like explosions. I see people running. That's by the courthouse down the street there, and I'm seeing clouds of smoke.
Yeah, it looks like possibly
so there's a lot of noise out
detaining
here.
someone.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay.
Possibly. We can't make it out.
Oh,
But
right
the officers are
yes.
detaining someone.
Correct. Yes. Okay, so yes, we do have one detained. It's a man, and they're bringing him across. So that's what that was about. But they sure moved quickly on that one. I don't know what he did or what was going on. It happened so fast. But that's what was going on there. And you know, the cloud of smoke from that Waymo is just getting bigger and bigger too.
Well, that final Waymo is now finally on fire. So
all the Waymos that were called to this area now on fire.
Now on fire. Really quick, Gio, to your point about what the governor was saying, we just got a statement from U.S. Northern Command who confirms 500 Marines from 29 Palms have been put in a prepared to deploy status and are able to come in and augment the National Guard should they need them. So 2,000 National Guard have been placed under federal command. There are 300 in the Los Angeles County area right now. Their statement doesn't say whether or not where they're going to put the remaining, 1,700 that they've activated, but they confirm that there are 300 in Los Angeles County. 500 Marines from 29 Palms are in a prepared to deploy status to come in and augment the National Guard should that be necessary.
And that's something going back to Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth saying they would be, we will be ready to deploy.
Camp Pendleton, but
from
now,
if needed.
Now 29 Palms.
Right.
But the question still really lies in what will be their mission? What are they expected to do? Because even today, we have not seen very much of the National Guardsmen that are here. We know they're protecting federal property, that federal detention center. That is what the mayor says she has heard their mission is. We have not seen them, for majority of the day, face off with protesters, although earlier today, at the federal building, we did see them for a moment throw possibly some smoke at protesters after fireworks were thrown at them, I believe.
Right. We've not seen them to move away from the federal properties. That's where they've been. And in their statement, they say they're the Marines from 29 Palms are prepared to deploy status should they be necessary to augment and support the DoD's protection of federal property and personnel efforts. So a little vague, but it sounds like, for now, that there is not necessarily the intent to use the federal, military or the National Guard to do more than protect federal property. Now, we will see if that changes. Certainly as the disagreement between the governor, the mayor, and the Trump administration is, the military could move into the streets should they so choose. But at least from this statement, they say that the DoD's support the DoD's protection of federal property and personnel efforts.
Yeah, and at this point, we're really seeing our local law enforcement still take the lead on this. The mayor and governor are still asking the president to rescind deploying the National Guard and possibly now the Marines. But we haven't seen them again move away from the federal building that they've been protecting. We know they're not only downtown, we also know that they're at the federal building in Westwood as well.
They also say that they are in Paramount and Compton.
And those are the two spots, obviously, we were
yesterday.
keeping an eye on yesterday. So, and there's the man there on the right side of your screen that was just detained that Lauren drew our attention to. Really, we were seeing, a number, I want to say, about a handful, maybe a little less than a handful when CHP was moving up the 101, detaining a few people, and then this is the latest one. We haven't seen a large number of arrests. I know we brought up the logistical aspect of that and how things could change going into the evening, but given the Waymo situation, given the pure numbers of the whole situation, it really does feel like that's sort of taking a back seat unless it absolutely has to happen, like in this sort of one-off situation that we're seeing the one man being detained by officers right now.
Yeah, and I can tell you LAPD's helicopter is pretty targeted to people that are causing the most amount of problems down there. And you see it just go through the shot there from the chopper. And I think we can go back to Lauren Posen. You hear the explosions behind you, Lauren.
Oh,
there's one right there.
That was right on cue, wasn't it?
Yeah, and right at the
on
mountain
cue.
unit.
And let me tell you, and I am looking directly at those horses. They did not even flinch. That's how well trained they are in these situations, and those officers. But yes, we are hearing. Oops, I'm so sorry. We are hearing these explosions go off, and it is just. I guess all that activity is happening over there by that courthouse. We are, about a block back, right in front of City Hall. But still, it's almost as if we were right there, because that's how powerful these sounds are that you're hearing. And I'm just trying to get a sense. I'm going to move over here so I can give you a little bit better of a description. You can hear the helicopters above me. Now, from where I am at right here at City Hall, I do not see the amount of people I saw earlier. But again, I'm in a very small little corner. I don't know what we can see from above. And I do see people by the horses and the officers, the mountain unit over there. We got people honking. I just don't understand the purpose of still being here at this point, given what's going on. So I don't know what the people's intentions are. It's a very dangerous situation. Police are having to use non-lethal force. Okay, I'm being told to move this way. I'm going to move this way. We got helicopters above us. I think the message is getting lost in here with all this, what we're seeing here on the ground.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
I also want to point out, though, that while we are hearing what sounds like, loud explosions, we are still seeing plenty of people walking around here. They're not, running off. They look like they're staying put. Some carrying, American flags, other carrying, Mexican flags, and some people are just, they don't necessarily look fearful for their safety here.
Watch and take videos, photos, things like that.
Yeah, and then on the other hand, we are hearing these explosions still go off. You're seeing the horses there, the mountain unit, and at times those horses will start to back up or move just a little bit, but as Lauren said, they are trained to be in these scenarios. And what sounds like a lot of chaos, sometimes when you look at the crowd, you are seeing people just, stand around, be still, and at some point, some of these people are still out here to have their voices heard.
Especially, and Mike made this point earlier that I think is important to highlight, because it's 6:13 right now. As we've been on for a little more than 2 hours right now, but as we get closer and closer to the evening, right, the dynamics can change on a dime. As the sun starts to set, it gets darker. That's when the concern starts to heighten. That's when the crowds, at least the main crowds, start to dissipate. Those who had been out there looking to peacefully protest have their voices heard, and then you start getting into one where you have folks that are lingering, or these groups that just don't really go home, and then moments like last night when we saw LAPD sort of reverse back all their cars and sort of move out of the area, and then one stayed behind, and that's when we saw the windshield getting smashed and things taking another
small
chaotic
groups,
turn.
right?
Yes.
Once nightfall comes, yesterday we saw maybe about 36 people that just wanted to create chaos. They were throwing rocks into LAPD vehicles. They were purposely throwing fireworks at the Federal Detention Center.
Yeah.
And in this case, you're right. As night falls, we wonder if the people that came out to protest will then leave, and then you get another situation. Mike, I know you want to bring something up here.
Yeah, I just am pointing out on the left side of your screen where you see the chopper, that group is now starting to get their own items to barricade themselves with. They've got a bunch of chairs and a bunch of other things. I saw a trash can down there that they are now using to then kind of sit behind as these LAPD officers, are deploying, foam rounds at them, all of those other things. Now, I did see in the last time the chopper got wide, and Lauren pointed this out too, it does seem a smaller crowd, at least from where we're at. So I wonder if we're starting to see that, where the people who were here to demonstrate peacefully or whatever are starting to leave, and now we've got these agitators and these people, that now are here to create problems or just not go along with the program.
Right here you can see a couple of people just standing behind the barricades, as you mentioned, barricades
forward
that
now.
I didn't realize. I thought for a second law enforcement put those up,
Right.
but they've taken, what looks like chairs,
Yeah.
possibly from Graham Park.
Right.
They're pink.
If you can hear me,
I'm
you
gonna
guys,
guess.
I just want to point out, I've heard at least 5 explosions go off here. They're going now we're at probably 7. Are you hearing these pops?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
this pops along with you.
Yeah. Okay, I'll just let you listen. Okay, I just wanted to point out that it's, I just wanted to point that out. Back to you guys.
No, and we're seeing in this area, that law enforcement is still deploying those less than lethals very quickly. Very quickly, as this line of people
Keeps
is
moving
inching
forward.
towards them with what looks like chairs. There's a trash can there. A couple of those street signs as well. Did you mention a table, Mike?
Yeah, it's flipped up on its side right next to the trash can. Right
Oh,
to the
yeah, I
left
see
there.
it.
And you'll see when the chopper goes back and looks at the police, I want you to look and see all of those cylinders that are on the ground. Those are all of the less lethal munitions. And watch right here, you'll see it. All of that on the ground, all of those, that debris right there are all of the empty canisters from the less than lethal that the officers have been shooting at these protesters. So you can imagine just how significant of a battle this has kind of been.
And there they go. They're moving forward again right now.
Yeah, and now you've got this car in the middle too.
Yeah, I was going to draw attention to that too, because I was curious as to what that car, if it's either involved with these protesters or otherwise, or if it's just been sitting there. But then you see someone reaching out through the sunroof and seemingly taking a video. So you'd have to assume at least in tandem to some degree with these protesters. But it's almost like the skirmish line from officers and then this other line being established and move forward. I just wonder what the goal is here. It doesn't really make much sense as to, grabbing chairs from the park and trash cans and everything else, like what the ultimate goal is. And it's just, again, it muddles the message of what, a lot of people are out there and what local and other officials have been saying, like the mayor, like the governor, about peacefully protesting is the goal. Don't let chaos ensue, because that plays into a narrative that they are painting about the Trump administration and other federal officials, that they want things to get out of hand.
Right, and you see LAPD, they're throwing these foam projectiles or shooting these foam projectiles at them, but they've got all of the barricade there, and it's not having much of an effect. They're not hitting these protesters with any of those less than lethal rounds. And I want to take a second to point out that by policy, LAPD does not use tear gas on protesters.
Got it.
Good to know. Just on that note, we see two fire engines. No, three coming in.
Paramedics as well.
Yeah. So that Rescue 1 is a paramedic ambulance, and then the 801 is an EMT ambulance. It looks like they're going to try to get. Is that a new? That's not a fire back. I can't tell. It looks like trees. Sorry, I thought there was another fire back there.
No, but you can still
there is
see that
smoke, right? Okay.
Yeah.
And make out that LAFD is trying to get that to that area, possibly where the Waymos are. But you wonder why paramedics are down there as well to assist, or possibly is someone injured in this case. That is one thing, though, to note we haven't seen much of in our coverage are paramedics out there. For as much action as we have been seeing. We want to get to our Lori Perez, though, who is... Lori, can you tell us where you are, actually? Have you moved from your location?
We have moved. We are just down the block. We're now at Aliso and Los Angeles Street, much closer to where those Waymos are burning. You can see them just off in the distance. In the foreground here, though, you can still see law enforcement in heavy numbers here blocking the on-ramp to the 101 southbound lanes. And you talked about the crowds maybe dissipating over near City Hall. Perhaps it is because they have migrated down to where we are. There are hundreds of people who seem to be assembling on this overpass and then pushing towards Olvera Street, pushing towards Chinatown as the night and as the afternoon goes on. A ton of people still here, faced off, of course, by heavy law enforcement who are trying to keep things under control. At this point, a lot of people here, but this would fall under what I would still consider, at least, you know, in this area on this side of the street, to be what is considered a peaceful protest. Across the way, of course, a much different situation. I'm still flabbergasted at the number of people who apparently lack the common sense to get away from those burning Waymos. I mean, that is extremely smoky. Even from where we are, we can smell the smoke and the toxicity of what's burning. It's not pleasant, and yet people persist in staying by there. Well, you might have just seen someone threw something over the overpass there onto the freeway down below. But a lot of marching here, a lot of drumming, people watching and milling about, and a lot to keep an eye on. But at least in this vicinity, on this side of the street, things still under control. Across the way, a much different situation where those Waymos are burning out of control, and people are, in my opinion, far too close to those to be safe, and people continuing to cross over the overpass and head in that direction towards Chinatown again and towards Olvera Street, just off of downtown Los Angeles.
Yeah, a lot going on down there. Lori, thank you. You know, just taking a look at the live footage from KCAL on the left side where you see all these vehicles burning, and to her point, not as many people, obviously, as it was before, but still a few stragglers there just getting really dangerously close to that situation. I was going to piggyback off of Leslie's comment before we went to Lori about we haven't seen a lot of injuries. I mean, even going back to last night, there weren't an exceptional amount by any means. Really, the only ones we draw attention to so far since we've been on air was when LAPD made a mention a couple of hours ago about 2 officers injured after being hit by motorcyclists and that they were being treated on scene. But otherwise, given the scope and the size of everything that we've been monitoring, it is a little surprising, and in a good way, that not that many people or not that many injuries we've seen reported, at least so far.
Yeah, we haven't seen, you know, paramedics or ambulances rushing through this area. Also, it would be very hard to get around such a large crowd, which is also a concern, and why they want to declare this an unlawful assembly, get people out of the area, because if people do need help, they need to get those ambulances through these areas. It's just impossible with such a large crowd. We saw the LAFD come through here, waiting to see if they're able to make it to this area. If that's where they were going, that's where we suspected possibly they were headed. But yeah, you're seeing a large group of people on bikes now, you know, crossing this area. Oftentimes, I don't know if you guys are familiar with the downtown LA area, there are a lot of bike crews that make their way through the downtown LA streets. But yeah, you're seeing a lot of people there on bikes making their way through the street, and still plenty of people out there, but not really congregated.
Right, and I don't know if we can talk to Lauren or see Lauren's pictures, but she just told me that they were giving a dispersal order over a PA system. Okay, they're working on getting their picture up, but Lauren is telling me right now that they just issued a dispersal order where she was at Main and Temple. She says she saw a lot more police cars coming through. So that is, as soon as they start making those announcements and they're bringing in so I'm listening to the radio right now as well. They are likely in a situation where they're going to try to start making some of those arrests. At least that group, you know, that group that had the essentially self-barricades, right? That wasn't a terribly large group. That is something that if they wanted to move in and take them, they probably could. So we'll see if that's what they're going to do.
Yeah, and LAPD Central Division, just really quick tweet, put on X 3 minutes ago that they did issue that dispersal order for Temple and Main. They're again saying less lethal munitions have been authorized. They could cause pain, discomfort. And they mentioned those demonstrators are using chairs, garbage bins, and other items to block the street. leave the area because arrests can be made.
And going back to our previous discussion about how the dynamics of the situation, how the tactics might change among law enforcement as well as we get into the night. Obviously, we've drawn attention to the fact that things could get more chaotic because you have agitators staying into the overnight hours. Once it gets dark, there's a lot more potential there as we keep an eye on the mounted unit. It looks like it's making a move here.
They just pushed through that line. So there's the chairs that were left
There you
over.
go. So that brings up my point, Mike, where I was thinking as the number gets down, because it was such an overwhelming amount of protesters, both peaceful and not, over the last few hours, certainly outnumbering law enforcement. As those numbers dwindle down, yes, the chaos and the potential for violence might even escalate because of those that linger around. But now it might be more of a numbers game for law enforcement. It makes it easier for them to push through like we're seeing right now.
Well, yeah, it does. I mean, as soon as the crowd starts to diminish, they're able to do those things. And, you know, LAPD got into a situation here where because of the things that they were using, and they're still running backwards with those items, it was ineffective. What they were doing, shooting the less than lethal rounds at them was ineffective because it was being blocked by those things that the chairs, the construction signs, the tables. So in order to make that stop, they had to effectuate a push and push them out of the way. And you've got the mounted unit doing there. They brought in some more police cars to do that as well. And look, now you've got this whole group walking between City Hall. I think it's between East and West City Hall now on this street. So the crowd is getting smaller, I would say, you guys, if you agree with that. But Nick, did you tell me we have Lauren? Lauren, you're back with us now. What are you seeing?
Yeah. Well, Mike, I just wanted to tell you that we saw, now as I'm talking, I see more officers. They're on motorcycle bikes. You're going to be seeing them come by us shortly here, I think, unless they just made a U-turn. Anyway, we saw a whole row of patrol cars drive by here, and I saw officers in their tactical gear driving through here, this area, and we did hear more explosions go off. I can't tell you well, there's another one too. It's very hard to make out what those are at this point from where I am, but you can hear them. And I'm going to move up a little bit and just get a view at Temple and Main here. And I see officers are in the road here as well, along with people too. The crowd is definitely smaller, but they're still here. Right. And that's not what officers want. They want everybody out of this area. And I have to reiterate again that, there's been the message from the mayor and the governor not to be violent, and quite frankly, that's all I've seen here this afternoon. Since it started, earlier it was peaceful. People were protesting peacefully. That was fine, but then it took a turn, I think, when people went on the freeway, and that's what we're seeing here.
Yeah, what we're looking at in your shot, Lauren, are those motor officers that you were talking about, who have now lined themselves up there, blocking that street. It was quite the image to see that mountain unit just be able to push that crowd back. That's especially what they're used for. The horses run rather quickly, and when they do, for the most part, people will move. They will not try to put themselves in danger. So that was quite an image. You really did see the mountain unit at work there, and they were able to quickly move those people back, get them to stop blocking the street. And you can see now they're on one side of the street, there's cars passing, and people are on the other side.
And taking a look at things right now, as we'll check back in with Lauren a little bit later on, trying to get a handle on what we're looking at here.
Looking at Grand Park there, Laura Molina Grand Park, and I believe that's where a lot of those chairs came from. You know, the pink chairs that you normally see there. We saw some people try to use them as a way to block the streets and possibly protect themselves. But there's not too many people out here from where we can see. But Lori was mentioning where she is, closer to Olvera Street.
Which is right here.
Yeah, there are. There's a much larger group. I know we have Lori that we can get in touch with here. Lori, are you still seeing a large group out there? We're seeing the fireworks.
Yeah, there's still a substantial crowd out here, and we're hearing a lot more bangs and explosives in just the last few minutes. Not sure what's precipitating that. The crowd is chanting once again. They are gathering once again, again facing off with this significant force of law enforcement that continues to guard and protect the on-ramp to the 101 South lanes. 101 northbound is open, but 101 South remains closed. Across the way, of course, just that dystopian scene of the Waymos on fire, billowing smoke behind this crowd of protesters. Again, in my opinion, people far too close to that. I will say on the other overpass just down the way here, maybe about 5 minutes ago, we saw 4 or 5 fire trucks heading towards Chinatown, and I thought, oh, they must be going across and then they're going to swing around and get over to those Waymos. We have not seen them get here yet, but hopefully that is where they're headed. It's probably just tough getting over here because of the number of people who continue to take over the streets in this area, but hopefully they are headed in that direction. Again, the chanting has just again started up again. People starting to gather in front of the law enforcement that is here. And a lot of people now setting off fireworks every few seconds, which is just adding to kind of the chaotic situation out here. But other than that, as you said, you know, thankfully, we have not seen people getting hurt. We have not seen any physical clashing yet at this point, which is always good in these kinds of situations because that's what you're worried about as tempers and frustrations and emotions rise. You just never know what's going to happen. And while people here where we are certainly amped up, we have not seen any physical confrontations at this point, which is always good to know. But we are keeping an eye on this situation, wanting to make sure that we know what's going on here and staying alert, of course, from our vantage point. Guys, back to you.
Lori, thank you. And yeah, certainly seeing it from your point of view down there, you can get a good sense of just how many people there are and what a large number it is. And then you take a look at this overhead from KCAL, and that first vehicle with the smallest amount of flames, that was the first one, I believe, that we saw burning. And then the rest of them started picking up right on after that and seeing a number of explosions and elsewhere. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad Lori brought up the point about the fire engines and how we saw them come through. I wonder just how long, presuming that they are coming to that direction, how long it's going to take. But it is certainly a complicated factor with all the roads blocked off, law enforcement, and of course, a number of protesters all over the area.
And LAPD once again reminding people how dangerous it is that these electric vehicles are burning, telling people stay out of that area at Los Angeles Street, north of Arcadia, south of Alameda. Burning lithium-ion batteries release toxic gases. We've been saying this, we know that, but LAPD putting out that it includes hydrogen fluoride, which poses risks to responders and those nearby. So they want people to avoid this area. That's something we mentioned rather quickly because the lithium-ion batteries there, once they burn, they can burn for a long time, and it does pose a health risk to many people. So all the people in that area, that is a very toxic situation right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, it's not going to tie down right in the next few minutes or so. It's just why Lori brought up the point that it seemed odd so many people would still be hanging around that area and being so close to not just one but multiple burning vehicles, given the danger that it is that is present. And keeping an eye on here in downtown LA in the situation, nothing. Okay, I thought I saw something there for a second, but no, otherwise you just see the crowds of people walking around and protesting.
But
yeah.
I know, yeah, and I like.
So I know Lauren's still out there. We're taking a look at Lauren's shot on the right. You have what looks like a Metro bus that was also tagged there. I believe they're trying to make a U-turn here. Someone trying to help this Metro bus out to get out of the way.
Well, and hopefully they do that because we've seen that go south quickly too in protests.
We saw a bus get tagged just last night and get kicked and otherwise targeted by a group of people just last night. So yeah, your thoughts certainly go in that direction right away. But to see it just having to take a U-turn and get out of there, hopefully safely, is a good sign.
Although someone tagged it, there are also people in that area that are helping to get it to reverse and go the other direction at this point. Although you wonder I know you want to follow your route and whatnot, but it's been a chaotic situation for a couple hours now. We even heard that the Metro Tokyo station was shut down by LAPD just to avoid, any situation on the Metro line.
Well, and those buses are very dangerous. We've seen in past protests where buses get set on fire, and those are compressed natural gas. So that is also a very, very dangerous thing to have be set on fire. The right side of your screen are those live pictures you see at Aliso Street there, where LAPD has formed a skirmish line. You've got those officers wearing shields. They've got their less than lethal munitions, and now still trying to deal with this crowd, which, as we've talked about, has thinned out. And it does appear that we are kind of left with the non-peaceful version of this protest. You see some people standing there still with flags and hats. So there are still people that are just standing around, but I think the majority of the people that were trying to do this the right way have probably gone home. You see the sign of the federal courthouse there is totally tagged as well.
Yeah, otherwise, you start to try and read the body language of people, and at least just based off officers, right? And just based on this one on the right side of your screen, it seems just, again, relatively speaking, a touch more relaxed compared to what we've seen even just in the last couple of hours.
But
and then, of course, there's going on there.
Situation again pop up, Mike, that we saw earlier, where people are blocking the street. They've taken tables, chairs, street signs, and once again blocking the roadway. And this, a few minutes ago, actually prompted LAPD to declare an unlawful assembly or declare a dispersal order, I should say, and begin using that less than lethal munition and quickly moving people out of there. But we're seeing the same situation pop up once again.
Yeah, and I would assume that LAPD is going to move on those guys again. And what they're going to want to do is get them away from that area where they can continue to grab those chairs and those tables. And right now they're still right in that spot. They're still right there. This time, though, there are significantly more people. Certainly not as many as we've seen, but there are definitely more people behind that little makeshift line than there were earlier when it was down the street. So they've kind of combined some of this area here. I will say, though, a lot, when we look at the totality of the people that are here, it is a lot less than it was when we first came on the air, around 3:30, 4 o'clock, when there were probably thousands of people down there. It does seem like you're starting to kind of boil it down to the group right here in front of City Hall, and then the group over on Aliso where Lori Perez is.
And you have been able to see officers start to, make more of those movements, right? You have batches of them, staying on their established lines, and then others moving around, whether that be the mounted unit or something else, some other group, and then being able to move and disperse certain batches of protesters and demonstrators that are in the area.
Right, and the smaller, the number of people gets, the more control law enforcement will be able to have, the more tactics they'll be able to use, and trying to push this up. And then, hopefully they'll continue to do that, and then we'll hopefully get down to a small enough group that is either go or go to jail. And that's what they'll do. And is when they can get that smaller number of group, then they'll start to, have skirmish lines on all sides of them, and it's go now, or that's it. You don't have an option anymore. You're going to go to jail.
Yeah, interesting. The governor just put out another post on X with him joining LAPD chief as well as the Sheriff Luna, and state emergency officials. It looks like they have all gathered in a room there. He wrote, they're responding to protests provoked by chaos from Washington. That is what the mayor and the governor have both said, that all of this has been provoked. They believe, and what started it was intentional ICE detainments, ICE raids by the Trump administration, who they are saying wanted to provoke this sense of violence on our streets. We know that, of course, the president has not only deployed the National Guard, we believe maybe 300 out of 2,000 are already here. And then, Mike, you were saying that Marines from 29 Palms,
right, 500 of them,
are also staged at the ready to go if needed.
Right, and they are put in a ready-to-deploy position. And, Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, had tweeted that it was going to come from Camp Pendleton, now Northern Command, U.S. Northern Command, saying that those would come from 29 Palms. It's, the distance is probably just about the same. But that would be if they need the additional past the 2,000 California National Guard troops that have already been activated.
And as we keep an eye on this, I was looking through the post from the U.S. Attorney Bill O'Saley earlier because, of course, what prompted all of this were those immigration raids that then led to protests across downtown, Chinatown as well. This was Friday, and then stretched into Paramount, Compton yesterday, back to downtown L.A., and then, of course, that's our center of focus today. But I found the post, and what the U.S. Attorney was saying was that federal law enforcement operations were proceeding as planned this weekend in LA County. So again, this was planned, this was expected, at least from the federal law enforcement side, and yet then that's what sparked all of this reaction, both peaceful protest reaction and then the aggressive reaction, which may or may not have been in direct response to federal officials. As we know, sometimes it might just be people wanting to cause a fuss.
Yeah, today we have not heard of, at least it's not come into our newsroom, of any ICE detainments or immigration enforcement happening across the Los Angeles area, although of course, when we spoke to U.S. Attorney Bill O'Saley, you and I, Gio, last night, he mentioned that we are not going to stop any of our enforcement.
No.
He said we are not canceling any of our planned operations. We're going to go through with them. But today, here in Los Angeles, in Los Angeles County, we have yet to hear of any of the enforcement happening.
Right, and I think
not to say it isn't happening,
correct,
but we have yet to hear.
Right, and I think that's why the protests are centered in downtown, because that is kind of the symbol of federal law enforcement is outside of these federal facilities. But that's why yesterday was also so chaotic, because there was an operation in Paramount where U.S. Border Patrol was there. And so when U.S. Border Patrol was there in Paramount dealing with that, that's what created that large protest in Paramount, trying to stop those law enforcement officers or those federal law enforcement officers from doing that. And I'm listening to a request for an ambulance at Main and Temple for somebody that's got some sort of head trauma. So I didn't hear if that was an officer or if that was a
And that is a situation, that's where we were at earlier. That's where they called the dispersal order Main and Temple, right? Lauren Posen was there. We saw the Mountain Unit push back several of those demonstrators who had barricaded themselves with some chairs, as well as some street signs, some construction signs, I should say. And now Mike is hearing possibly an ambulance is wanted for someone with some head trauma.
Yeah, at Main and Temple, which is kind of, well, it's a little bit away from this area that we're looking at, but watch, look at that. They're bringing in another bench.
Oh, so, yeah, there it is right there. And if anything, this crowd has gotten a little bit bigger since we last checked in in just the last few minutes. It's all pushing right up to that barricade, and a good congregation of people, a good large number of people right here.
Yeah, it looks like all the kind of stragglers that were just kind of in various places have now kind of formed to join this location right here, which obviously is not ideal for law enforcement, especially since now they are using things to barricade themselves with. That makes it adds another level of challenge there as they carry that pink bench and push it around. Guys, that picture we showed, or the tweet, Leslie, that you mentioned from the governor, is at the Sheriff's Emergency Operation Bureau. So they are all there in the command center, getting these updates in real time. You saw the chief there, the sheriff is there, some other command staff from each of those departments. They're dealing with this and meeting with the governor about how they're going to deal with this. And meanwhile, these officers out here on the streets are trying to now figure out how they're going to deal with this group that is barricaded themselves. I think for a second you saw another small group of protesters on the opposite side of where these officers are standing there on the corner. So they can't exactly move down that street and turn their back to those guys and deal with that situation. So another, in downtown LA, it can be difficult. You have so many people from so many different sides, and a big, there's the photo on the right-hand side of the screen that I was talking about. You see Chief Jim McDonald, Sheriff Robert Luna, command staff from both Sheriff and LAPD there sitting with the governor as they're, being briefed and kind of discussing next steps here. Yeah, I have to, speaking of next steps, we have to imagine in the way that we've been seeing all of this play out over the course of the afternoon and early evening is that, we start to, at least from our visual standpoint, shift our focus toward where that next major congregation is, or at least major event. It was the Waymos a bit ago. That seems to, at least relatively speaking, died down. This is where the main hub of activity is right now, because you see, when we zoomed out, you could see the park right next to this group of people. So that is presumably where they got all these benches and chairs and everything else. Right. And this is just the larger version of what we saw earlier, when it was just a few people, maybe a couple dozen or so at most, and then the mounted unit was able
to disperse them out and get them moving pretty quickly. But right now, they seem to just kind of be standing still right here, while this group here on their own sort of makeshift barricade are trying to quote unquote fortify it in whatever way they can.
Well, and the problem is that where they pushed them closer to where the tables and chairs
exactly,
are.
yeah.
So now they're closer to an area where they can grab some of that material to create this kind of barricade, if you will. And now, you know, law enforcement is going to have to deal with these guys in an open area situation, which is more difficult for them to do, as you see more chairs kind of being brought in there to try to fortify that little line that they've got going on right there. So, you know, law enforcement will move in again. The problem is those less than lethal rounds, they shoot them at it, it bounces off the tables and chairs. You know, LAPD doesn't use tear gas against protesters, so that won't be an option here. But I'm sure momentarily, or, you know, at least, you know, soon-ish, we will see LAPD try to move in and push these guys back. I know they want to make sure they have a good tactical plan, enough officers to do so, and be able to deal with this, you know, kind of accordingly.
Yeah. At this point, we're definitely seeing people just barricade themselves behind these chairs, tables, benches, construction signs right now, waiting to see if LAPD will move in here. You know, they consider this still a disruption. You know, because they've called a dispersal order. It means you need to now leave the area.
And just to your point there, we've gotten to the point here where, peaceful or not, you are in an area that has been declared an unlawful assembly.
And that means they can use the less than lethal munition.
And they can arrest you.
Yeah. On that note, let's check in again with Lori Perez, who's down there. Lori, where are you right now? What are you seeing, and what can you tell us?
So we are still on the corner here of Aliso in Los Angeles. And I will tell you, interestingly, they have started to open up Los Angeles Street. So we're starting to see cars frustratingly trying to make their way across this overpass, which seems impossible because it's filled with people. But nonetheless, cars are slowly making their way that way, and that is in the direction of where the Waymos are burning. I'm sure you can see there is now, we can see from our vantage point, a fire truck over there tending to those burning vehicles, which is good news. I just took down my mask because the smell from those fires is so overwhelming, even where we are, and it's really discomforting, not comfortable at all to smell. It's really strong, so we're trying to handle with that. The fire department seems to be on top of that situation, and a lot of the people do seem to have moved away from that area, which is good news. They are assembling more, though, I would say, in the last couple of minutes along the freeway overpasses on all sides of it. Again, we have seen them launching in the last couple of minutes fireworks down onto the freeway, which of course is a very dangerous and not a smart situation, dangerous for the cars and the drivers, and also dangerous because, you know, CHP is down there in heavy force, and they will respond if they are getting things thrown at them. And in fact, we have seen them do that in just the last few minutes. But it remains a standoff here along the on-ramp to the 101 South. Law enforcement remains in heavy force here. You can see they are protecting the on-ramp, faced off by a crowd of protesters. The crowd does seem to be moving a bit north of where we are. I'm not sure why that is, but they are again moving north and taking up the spaces along the freeway. Still lots of chanting, of course, and still lots of emotion spilling out onto the streets of downtown Los Angeles as this protest continues. But the good news, again, of course, is that we have not seen any physical confrontations, at least in our time here yet, and that remains the goal, of course, for everyone to stay safe as this night continues. Guys, back to you.
Lori, thank you. And of course, on that good news front, at least a little bit, firefighters are on scene there with those burning Waymos, so you see some work getting done in that regard. We were, of course, concerned over the long-term impact of just seeing not one, not two, but multiple Waymos that were ordered down there earlier. It has to have been at least an hour, if not two, when Lori first brought that to our attention, that those autonomous vehicles were ordered down to the area and just to be vandalized, where you saw people ripping the doors open, smashing the windshields, and then before you knew it, then each one was on fire almost in sequence rather, where now finally water's being poured on and getting the situation taken care of.
And mind you, we were talking about how toxic this situation is. These have been burning, Joe, would you say for more than an hour, maybe close to 2 hours now?
Probably closer to 2 hours.
Okay.
It's kind of hard to tell when we're just continuously watching this, but not for a short amount of time at all.
No, but LAPD reminding people, and we've been reminding people, that in these situations, these lithium-ion batteries in these electric vehicles are very toxic and dangerous for people. In fact, LAPD putting out a statement saying they're releasing toxic gases, including hydrogen fluoride, and it was simply just too dangerous of a situation for LA Fire to get in here. They couldn't make their way through these crowds. Now, finally, it's a good sign, as you were mentioning, that they are able to get here. This may take a while, but these cars are completely disintegrated at this point. We were there, though, watching as people, we believe someone called them to this area. They then started vandalizing them, but then even after they were vandalized, people kept, breaking the windows, taking photos of themselves, standing on top of the vehicles. You can see a crowd now gathering around LAFD as they're working. We know that LAPD also down there because they want to make sure that they protect the firefighters and make sure they get in there, get out of there as safe as possible.
And if anything, too, I mean, you're seeing now at least a little bit more of a congregation of people, at least, hovering around here to either take videos, photos of firefighters doing their job and putting out the flames on these Waymos. Just while the fires were burning, before the engines got there, it was the smallest number of people we've seen around there, maybe a few here or there, but now you see a bit more of a congregation of folks trying to get a close look at this, but some good work being done to put out the flames on those vehicles right now.
And guys, I played back our chopper feed. 5:20 was the first time we saw one of these on fire.
So hour and a half.
It's about an hour and a half. And I don't know if we have Lauren Posen, but she just sent me a message. We were talking about somebody that was hurt, and she says it appears to be a protester that somehow got hurt. Lauren, is that you with us?
Yes, I'm back here. Yes, it looks, we're using our camera and we're zooming in. It appears to be a protester that got hurt. And so you see the officers are surrounding him or her there. And I haven't seen an ambulance come up yet, but then again, it's so very noisy over here. An ambulance could be on the other side. I can't say. I can tell you from where I am, again, we're right outside the steps of City Hall. You see the skirmish line there with the officers. And you see there's one person I see standing right in front of one of the officers there. Just, it kind of reminiscent of last night. Gio and I, we had the same conversation. We were talking about the similar scene unfolding, protesters just talking with officers there, nothing out of the ordinary, but they don't want them to cross that line there, and again, they aren't moving back either. So this is similar to what we saw last night. I'm not seeing where I am a big group of people. Let me look behind me here. Behind me, I see the police, LAPD, their motorcycle unit has this part of the road blocked off so nobody can come down this way. So they are, getting a handle on the streets here. My only concern, of course, in covering these protests, for as long as I have in different cities too, is what happens when the sun goes down, because that's when we could see activity flare up again. And I know things are different tonight. We have the National Guard here, but it always, nothing good happens, when the sun goes down. So hopefully that won't be the case tonight, but that is a concern because that's exactly what we saw last night and Friday night as well. Mike, Gio, Leslie, back to you.
Certainly, Lauren, you're absolutely right. Fingers crossed on hoping for good news and things not escalating to a terrifying degree later. We draw some attention there. Was that the same exact line we were keeping an eye on earlier? It seems like a much smaller crowd.
Yeah, right near Temple Street here. You're seeing now LAPD using those less lethal projectiles there. And
so many of them on the ground.
Yeah, there are so many of them. Mike, you were saying those are the foam?
Yeah, they're the when you see them in those launcher type things, like the one on the right side of your screen, those are usually the hard foam projectiles. They've got a couple different types of less than lethal rounds that they can use. Some of them are beanbags. The beanbags they generally shoot out of what it looks like a shotgun.
Okay.
These out of those launchers are usually the hard foam projectiles that they'll shoot at you, and it hurts. It doesn't feel good at all. I mean, I remember during 2020, the protests in downtown during 2020, people come out with significant bruises. I mean, it doesn't feel good.
Yeah, especially the closer you are. I remember
Right.
seeing some of those injuries, and LAPD did put that out there. They're authorized to use these once they call a dispersal order, and that they are very painful.
Right, and I think it was Lauren who mentioned it earlier, but in general, you'll see them try to shoot them at the ground. And not directly at a person. I mean, certainly there are circumstances where they will do that. We have seen that. But when you're just trying to get the crowd's attention to, hey, start backing up, that's when they'll shoot them off the ground. And it can ricochet and hit you, but it does take off, obviously, some of the momentum if you shoot it at the ground first and it's a ricochet. But they've done both. They've shot them directly at people and on the ground to just try to get people's attention.
Yeah, and it looks like they're trying to push that crowd that's barricading themselves back. There's plenty of people walking in front of the law enforcement officers, LAPD officers there, and they're not making any motion towards them. They're not bothering them. People are walking freely, but it's that group that's causing a blockade on the street that they want to get rid of. They want to disperse.
Right.
They want those people to go.
Using items from the park just right next to them, and that's what Mike was bringing attention to earlier, which is the fact that what makes it a little more difficult than normal is because it's an open area and you're able to grab quote unquote supplies from the park right next to it. So curious to see how things will change if and when they start pushing through. But even some folks moving just a little bit, and then up to those sort of barricade items, not as many people as there were before when they were initially establishing that line.
Yeah. And really quickly, guys, and I don't know, Kelly, if we can swap out one of the boxes, but I want to show you our other SkyCal is over the federal building. On the left side of your screen, thank you, Kelly, is that in Westwood. We don't see any activity, any protest activity, but that's a DEA trailer that is there. The National Guard is there as well. They've even put up minimal K-rails in front of the entrances of the federal building, and there you see one of the National Guard Humvees. This is one of the locations where U.S. Northern Command has said they are going to deploy. So they've got them here in Westwood, they've got them in downtown LA outside of the federal building, and then Compton and Paramount. No protest activity here, but we just wanted to show you this, that there is the National Guard as well as federal agencies staging at that location.
Meanwhile, you are seeing on the right-hand side of your screen is LAPD, again, just consistently shooting off those projectiles there. People barricading themselves with these chairs they got from the nearby park, as well as construction signs. Pretty much anything that they were able to grab there. You can see them just crouching behind excuse me, trying to protect themselves from getting hit from those projectiles. But at this point, LAPD said your best move right now is to just leave this area, because they will continue to do that until they're not blocking the street there.
Right. And right now, getting a closer look here at what's left, really, of this Waymo, now that a few lingering flames are there. But I mean, what a striking image to see a number of these destroyed and then set on fire. just in the middle of all of these protests, unrelated seemingly to everything else that was going on. It was just one of these moments where we were drawing attention to it, and it just really highlighted the chaos of what was going on in some of these brief snippets in between all of the other demonstrating, protesting that we've been keeping an eye on. And then on the left side of your screen, you see that continued barricade that's sort of disrupted a bit. Let's get back to Lori Perez down there in downtown LA. Lori, it looks like you're right by the firefighters doing their work there on the Waymos.
We are, and I'm trying to find that picture of the Waymos when we first got here. What was it, an hour and a half ago? And I was first pointing out how they were tagged and how people were jumping on top of them, trying to break the windows. And then shortly after, they were on fire, and now look at them. They are gone. I mean, it's just remarkable how quickly this happened. It took a while for firefighters to get here, but they arrived, and the smoke has really dissipated, though you notice I am wearing my mask because the smell is quite overwhelming, and it's not pleasant. So I'm doing that just for our own safety. But firefighters on the scene here really just handling these wrecked, just destroyed Waymos. Everybody is over here taking video and pictures of them. This, of course, is the more destructive, more violent side of what is happening here in downtown Los Angeles, and certainly not what anyone supports, what city leaders or national leaders, state leaders do not support this. They support people's right to peacefully protest, but this is way over the line, obviously. Very dangerous and very destructive. Otherwise, the crowd around here does seem to be lightening, I will say. In the last couple of minutes, it's been a long day. Perhaps people are heading home, but it does seem to be thinning out, which perhaps predicts a calmer night, or maybe a new wave will show up. We don't know. But still a lot to handle here in downtown Los Angeles, even though it does seem to be lightening up. Traffic seems to be resuming on some of these surface streets, which is good news, of course, as well. Whoops, don't want to get too close to this.
Oh, no,
right.
no, yeah, step away there for a second. Yeah, Lori, we've been seeing that for at least an hour and a half or so. That goes to the these are EVs, right? There's explosions coming from within after these fires, and adds to the danger of an already dangerous situation.
Right, and that's also that kind of situation is why I was so surprised when people stayed so close to this burning car and these burning cars. I mean, it's so unpredictable when any kind of car is on fire, but especially these electric vehicles. There are other considerations when they are burning, and it's not any place that people need to be. But again, as the firefighters deal with this, to the left, Mojo, if you can show this protester drumming kind of in the billowing smoke. So, two different situations happening at the same time, and just really emblematic of the chaos that is taken over downtown Los Angeles for now. What are we, in the third day of protests here?
Yeah, on the third day. And
I'm going to send it back to you guys at this point.
Lori, thank you. And we are hearing from U.S. Attorney Bill O'Saley, as well as Homeland Security Secretary, that these ICE detentions, these ICE detainments happening throughout Los Angeles, those are expected to continue for days. I want to say earlier that we heard possibly weeks now. They will continue here in Los Angeles. Was it 30 days, Mike? Do you know?
That's what initially, everybody has kind of had like a
I don't think his mic's on. He's going to get his mic back on here. But yeah, he did confirm for me 30 days here, possibly. He's going to work on getting that, right, Mike? Yeah, but it's this situation that the mayor and the governor says has prompted all of this escalation and tension. And if that continues, the question is, will we continue to see these situations play out on our streets, not only here in downtown LA, but throughout the county.
Right, and something the U.S. Attorney, the Secretary for Homeland Security, as you pointed out, Leslie, and then other Trump administration officials, as you take a look at, it looks like some protesters there running just ever so briefly by that barricade. You know, those officials have painted the picture of we are getting criminals off the streets and deported out of the country, that this is targeted enforcement and trying to clean up the streets and get dangerous criminals off of out of our neighborhoods and out of our areas, whereas, of course, the governor and the mayor and everybody else and other elected officials we've talked to are countering that narrative and saying, no, this is escalating tensions by deploying the National Guard and even having Marines on standby on top of that is only going to make matters worse, that there are more than enough local law enforcement officials to handle the situation here, and that the primary focus is on peacefully protesting and having your voice heard that way.
Yeah, the mayor saying this is ramping up, fear among, students.
Oh, yeah.
LASD, I believe, is holding a press conference tomorrow early to address, how they're handling possible immigration enforcement, not only possibly at their schools, but surrounding their schools as families are making their way to school. So we're expected to hear from LAUSD Superintendent Carvalho tomorrow on this. And we're expecting that these immigration sweeps, or as the president has called them,
targeted enforcement,
enforcement,
among other words, but along those lines.
They will continue for at least 30 days here in Los Angeles.
And it'll be interesting to see how those federal immigration authorities do those in the days forward, right? We have seen them be able to do immigration enforcement operations in a much more low-key, kind of covert way than they did Friday and Saturday. The incidents on Friday and Saturday were highly visible. There was a lot of personnel. They were heavily armed.
Home Depot parking lots.
Right. We've seen them carry out operations in a much more, I don't want to say discreet is the right word, but in a less visible way than they did on Friday and Saturday, which makes you wonder if it was intentional that they were that visible, right? There's another bench that is being taken, two benches taken out of the park and being walked over there. A couple people with hard hats and shoulder pads from a football team. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Lots going on down there as the night goes on. But it'll be interesting to see, to your point, those immigration enforcement operations that are supposed to go on for 30 days. How will they conduct them? Do they want to continue to make a big show where it draws the attention of protesters and it draws the attention of the community? Or are they going to try to do it in a more discreet way where they carry out their operations, but it draws less attention?
Yeah, and at this point you wonder, will any enforcement draw less attention because tensions are so heightened at this point here
they are
in our community?
And to that point, we got emails from viewers this morning saying, oh my gosh, they're in Pasadena, and we checked with Pasadena and they were having coffee. You know what I mean? So it's
the same thing in Long Beach. I think there are organizations out there who monitor where ICE and immigration enforcement is staging throughout our location so that they can be there to give people the correct information. Many times they yell out to those being detained, hey, these are your rights. This is a reminder. Even those groups are saying, hey, we don't want false information out there. We are following up on where they're at, but sometimes they're just grabbing coffee. They're just doing that. You're looking at video, though. What you're looking at right now, not to change the subject so quickly here, but is a video from earlier of those Waymos. You can see them exploding. 6 of them all caught fire here.
Yeah, the one
all put, someone intentionally put them on fire there.
Yeah, a lot to keep track of right now as you take the look at the video from earlier and then the live view on the left side of your screen. But on this note, we want to get to LA County Supervisor Janice Hahn, who I believe we have on the line here.
Okay, I don't think we have her.
Looks like we're going to get that situated there. In the meantime, we'll just keep an eye on this situation here where the number of protesters, and it's interesting because it really speaks to how you have the park there on the left side.
City Hall on the other side.
And then City Hall on the other side. And even the barricade that they've sort of tried to establish here is half makeshift, right? It's the pink benches going across, but only up to a certain point, and then a couple of other stands, devices everywhere, however you want to characterize them, over to the right side. And it doesn't seem like there's a strong coalescing of people.
We're hearing that we have Supervisor Janice Hahn on the line right now. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Supervisor Hahn, thank you so much for joining us. As you're watching what's unfolding right now in downtown, can you give us your thoughts?
Well, first of all, I think I'm echoing what everybody is calling for at this point, and that's, of course, for a peaceful protest. And I know people are being asked to go home, and we're hoping that that happens in a calm way. But what I'm really angry about is that, you know, this was all provoked by the overreach by our federal government to come into our communities. You know, the ICE agents and now the National Guard really causing fear and anxiety among our people. I was in Paramount yesterday, and people were so worried and afraid, and elected officials were trying to stand up for their communities and getting shot with rubber bullets. So my call tonight is for a retreat. If we want this to really de-escalate, the federal government needs to retreat. Just step away. Let's take a breath. Come back, meet with our sheriffs, meet with our LAPD, meet with our governor, and let's decide how you're going to do these raids, because the way you're doing them is just to continue to upset people, and rightly so. I'm kind of calling on Kristi Noem, our Homeland Security Secretary, who I served in Congress with, to show some compassion and kindness in how they're doing this. If they're going to continue doing this, then we are going to keep having this kind of crowd reaction. So the only way to de-escalate this is for them to step back, remove themselves from Los Angeles, and we need to start this process over.
Supervisor Hahn, I want to go off of your comment there quickly. I want to draw attention to folks at home who are watching. More barricades are going up down here, coming from the park in downtown LA. I know you mentioned and are calling for a de-escalation by the federal government, but when we were talking to the U.S. Attorney last night, Bill O'Saley, and just given the response from the president, from Secretary Noem and other Trump administration officials, it feels as if they are very adamant that this is, quote, targeted enforcement, that they're getting criminals off the streets, that they are going to approach this in the way that they deem is appropriate for the administration and how to address what they call the issues that are going on around here. So while you're calling for this de-escalation, if that doesn't happen, then what's the approach and how does this get de-escalated in the coming days?
You know, and I'm just going to keep calling on them because we know, in fact, they are not targeting criminals. We know that they are going to, you know, the Home Depot and targeting the day laborers, which we know most of our friends hire to help out with chores at home. They're not going after criminals. They're going after, well, they consider everybody to be a criminal if they're in this country and they're undocumented. And I just want to push back on that. And if they continue to do this, this is the reaction they're going to get, because people in Los Angeles feel very strongly. You know, we are a city and county of immigrants. My district is 58% Latino in the county of Los Angeles, and of course, people are feeling unsure, insecure, scared, anxious. We know people didn't show up at church this morning because of what the federal government is doing. So they need to really back off and do this in a more organized way. You know, Joe Biden deported 1 million people during his 4 years, and we never saw this kind of reaction. You know, we know in our jails, if they come with a federal warrant, you know, our sheriff is going to be required to turn a convicted criminal who's in our jail over to them. But these kinds of chaotic sweeps and raids into people, into workplaces and Home Depots, these are people who are going to work and earning a living, and may I add, are a huge part of our economy here in Los Angeles County. We depend on them. These are our essential workers. And the disrespect and the inhumanity with this federal government is exercising is causing this kind of protest. So let's really push back on that. And I asked them to leave our county, leave our city. We never asked for the National Guard. We certainly don't want the Marines here coming into, you know, an American city. with that kind of force. So really disappointed in the federal government, really disappointed in our Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem. I was in a Bible study with her, and she's reading a different Bible than I do.
Supervisor Hahn, your district targeted in Paramount yesterday as you're speaking, that Home Depot where ICE officials had gone to yesterday, and we saw it all play out there, there in your district. Tonight we're hearing that National Guardsmen are in Paramount. Are you hearing anything about what they're being told to do, what their mission is there, where they're being staged at this point?
Right, and I think that I have not. I went there yesterday. I spoke to the elected officials. One of the councilwomen, was shot with a rubber bullet. Our state assembly member, Jose Salachi, was gassed with tear gas yesterday. And I think that's part of the rules of engagement. I don't know what the National Guard has been asked to do. They've never talked to the mayor or the city council of Paramount. They don't know what they're doing, and it's their responsibility to talk to their residents and at least inform them or educate them or try to calm them down. This is an impossible situation when the federal government is not talking to us. And to deploy our own California National Guard against us is so just upsetting to me. I can't remember another time when I've been this upset seeing our own California National Guard being weaponized against us. Look, I lived through the 65 Watts riots. I lived through the 92 uprising. This is not even close to what that was. We didn't ask for them. We don't need them. The LA County Sheriff's Department as well as LAPD are perfectly able to handle this situation. Yes, I'm calling on the protesters to be peaceful. Please don't be throwing rocks and bottles. Please go home for the evening. But I'm also calling on the federal government to leave Los Angeles County as soon as possible so we can take a breath, rethink what's happening. Look, County of LA has gone through the worst natural disaster in our history just 5 months ago. We're just now healing from the devastating fires. And to have our city and county upended like this in such a chaotic fashion, which was started by them. I feel like a mother with children, but he started it. You know what? They did start it. They started flexing their muscles. They started doing these unconscionable sweeps and raids where they weren't targeting violent criminals. They were just targeting people who were undocumented. And I just have to stand up and say, I don't think that's what our country is about, and I hope they will decide to retreat.
Well, Supervisor Hahn,
I don't want to be invaded by our own federal government.
Supervisor Hahn, going off of those comments, I have to ask you before we let you go about, I know you're calling for peaceful protests and keeping the line on that, because I know you're not the only one calling for that and emphasizing the need to peacefully protest. But I have to draw attention to the fact that as we're live on air right now and viewers are at home watching this, that we're seeing protesters or demonstrators throwing what looks like lime scooters and rocks and other items directly on top of CHP vehicles. How do you maintain the focus on, hey, peacefully protest and de-escalating the situation while images like this are still popping up?
I think also to your question, Gio, is have you been in talks at all with the sheriff about how we tried to de-escalate this, especially when our local law enforcement is now being targeted in many of these situations?
Right. Well, I have been in contact with our sheriff, and they knew yesterday that they felt some of the concern was protesters were turning on them. And of course, our sheriff made it very clear that our deputies would not, sit idly by while they were being attacked. They would defend themselves. And clearly, this protest, some of the protesters, not all of them. I would think the majority that I've been watching on the news have been peaceful. There certainly are those now that are burning cars and throwing rocks and bottles. And that is why LAPD and the county sheriff a couple hours ago declared it unlawful assembly. That's their first step in then asking the crowd to disperse. So it looks like the crowds are getting thinner from what I'm watching your news feed. It looks like they're thinning out. I do hope they're going to go home, but I'll tell you, I'm worried. I'm worried about tomorrow and the next day and the next day. We've heard that these raids could go on for, weeks. And I just think it's a tough pill to swallow, to have people not be upset about this. They are upset about this. So I think the better move, the better de-escalation is for ICE to step back from Los Angeles County, the National Guard to step back from LA County. Let us take a breath. Let us heal ourselves. Let us do what our LA County Sheriff and LAPD know how to do and figure out how we're going to go forward and work with this federal government. Because right now, I feel like we're under assault. I feel like, again, we've been invaded when we did not ask for it, nor do we want it.
Hey, Supervisor Hahn, Mike Rogers here at the desk. I just have one quick question for you. You mentioned it a bit earlier. Has there been any communication between the county and the federal government? I know, we hear you say you're calling on them, but has there been any at all line of communication between elected leaders here in Los Angeles County and the federal government?
That's a good question. I have not talked to all the elected officials. I don't know if any of the other supervisors have had any conversation. I do know that being in Paramount yesterday, where there was an active, ICE were staging at their office building in Paramount, the mayor and the city council said they absolutely had no interaction or no discussion with them. They had no idea what they were doing yesterday. So I haven't been in contact with them, and I don't know if any other elected official has been. I do think I heard our governor had reached out to the Trump administration, and I think Karen Bass has reached out to the Trump administration saying that could we just de-escalate this? But they haven't called me.
Supervisor Janice Hahn, thank you so much for joining us and giving us your perspective tonight and taking, a few minutes to do that. We do appreciate your time.
Thank you. It's very, very disturbing. This is one of the worst things I've seen for a very long time. I'm very disappointed.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Hahn. I do want to get to a post on Truth Social by President Trump calling on Governor Gavin Newsom and Mayor Bass. He says they should apologize to the people of Los Angeles for the absolutely horrible job that they have done, and this now includes the ongoing LA riots, as he calls them. These are not protesters, they are troublemakers and insurrectionists. Remember, no masks.
And that's something going back to the president said earlier today as well about not allowing masks at protests, despite, of course, not having technically the authority to do something like that.
Well, and Kristi Noem was pressed on that this morning on Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan. Margaret Brennan pointedly asked Kristi Noem, how would you enforce that? And, the secretary wouldn't answer that question. But a very interesting component of that as we watch these CHP cars get destroyed.
On that note, let's get to Lori Perez down in downtown LA. Lori, what are you seeing?
Yeah, we're still here on the overpass over the 101, where the 101 southbound lanes continue to be closed off. You hear the bangs, you hear the explosions continuing, even though the crowd has significantly thinned out. There is still a lot to keep a handle on. You can see the force of law enforcement still on the lanes, down there on the freeway, along the freeway, on the overpasses. Still dozens of people continue. Just a few minutes ago, we saw them throw a scooter down. Mojo, can you show them? They actually launched a scooter over the side. So obviously so dangerous. Can you imagine how to carve it in that area when that came down? That's just really a bad situation. Cars have reopened and they are coming here along Los Angeles, but you can see right here there's a line of protesters who continue to stand. So drivers are having to navigate very carefully throughout downtown Los Angeles, things that continue to play out on the streets even as drivers are trying to make their way through the city. there are protesters and people on skateboards and scooters, etc., all over in pockets all throughout the city. As we look this way, you can see the remains there of the Waymos that were set on fire and burned. The fire department has now left. They put out those fires. They continue, obviously, to smoke a little bit, but the most immediate danger is over with those. But we'll see how these next few hours play out, right? Because the sun is going to go down, so things sometimes do tend to escalate once the sun goes down. But the crowd's much, much lighter than they were even just an hour ago. So that seems to speak to some good news, hopefully, for what we'll see tonight. Guys, back to you.
Lori, thank you. You know, crowds much lighter. We're seeing that visibly for ourselves, but we are seeing this disruptive crowd here. They have thrown countless Lime scooters down on CHP vehicles
One's carrying,
that
looks
were
like
parked on the 101. Looks like someone has moved. Have they moved that sign?
Yeah, it looks like they picked up that they were picking up and moving that sign.
Okay, it looks like a parking sign that is normally, you know, cemented to the ground.
I wonder if they're going to throw it
And
down.
if you throw that, that is just another object. We don't believe any CHP officers are in their vehicles, obviously, because this has been occurring for several minutes now. They've thrown several scooters. You can see they're throwing what looks like other objects down on the vehicles. There's a bike down there that you can make out.
E-bike, yeah.
And the windows of these CHP cars just shattered.
And you see that back Tahoe with the 552 on the back. It looks like the airbags went off when they dropped that scooter on there. So, you know, any hope of getting the southbound lanes of the 101 back open are now pretty diminished because even, you know, once they can get in here and probably tow some of these cars or at least move them, they're going to have to come up and clean the freeway. I would imagine they'll want Caltrans to come out and make sure the structural integrity of it is okay. And for, you know, a second ago, John and I were talking to our photographer in SkyCal. It looked like at least one of them was smoking. I'm glad to see that that's not the situation anymore, but they're still, you know, throwing these rocks off the top of the freeway.
And we're taking a look at, you know, that one person that's picked up that parking sign. Now, you know, putting it over the overpass there, and you just... Hopefully they'll put it down is what we're hoping here, but they have thrown, and there it goes.
It's just the concern here, obviously, aside from the obvious danger of the situation, is the fact that, you know, in these moments we see a lot of cameras and phones and what amounts to a photo shoot or a video shoot, right, in so many of these circumstances. It's crazy.
Take a look down on the ground there. You can see some of the officers now on the move, the CHP officers now making their way back to their vehicles there, and they are still on alert. You can imagine they want to move these vehicles. Well, we're going to see if they're going to even attempt to move them out because there are so many things still being thrown at the cars. And as you mentioned, Mike, one had its airbags deploy, so that's not,
they're going to have to tow that. And I'm trying to tell, and John in SkyCal, I don't know if you can tell me too, where they're continuing to get these rocks from. I can't tell if they're breaking off parts of the concrete and that's what they're throwing, but there's, I mean, there's a firework. But they seem to have kind of a never-ending flow of, John, I'm looking at you on a monitor over here, but they seem to have like a never-ending flow of concrete or rocks that they're able to get and throw down there. It's funny, you see, I don't know if we can look at the other SkyCal shot really quick, but you've got a line of what I believe to be his National Guard Humvees sitting there, and just steps away, you've got these protesters that are right there. And then you've got these protesters that are throwing this concrete or whatever they're able to get their hands on and throwing it down on top of these CHP cars. And now you've got the CHP officers obviously understanding that if they walk out from underneath of that overpass, they'll most likely be hit with these very large rocks that are being thrown.
Yeah, we hadn't seen them for a while there, but you know that.
Oh, here comes another scooter.
No.
There you go, another scooter getting thrown just off this overpass down onto the CHP vehicles that were staged there originally because a group of protesters had walked onto the 101 and completely blocked it. CHP was able to, you know, in less than an hour, I would say, push the protesters back, but the southbound lanes of the 101 through downtown have remained shut down. And this is clearly why, because in the last few minutes, we saw things continue to take a turn with this small group of protesters
and
here.
You see really quickly, guys, you see that group leaving. It's because they're shooting less than lethal rounds at the protesters now, hopefully to push them off of the overpass there. It's hard to tell. John, are they shooting out from under the freeway, or where are they shooting less than lethal at? Can you tell? Yeah, from under the freeway, he's telling me. So they're shooting it up at the crowd. Obviously, they're not going to get the crowd that's right above them that is causing the most problems, throwing all this stuff at them. But looks like, look, we got one officer getting in the car right there, trying to move it and get out of the way at least.
Yeah, but you made a good point, Mike. You can see on the left side of your screen just how many rocks, or it looks like
a lot of them.
Yeah, concrete. Because they're pretty big.
Yeah.
Pieces of concrete are just.
You see people here trying to rip off the traffic signals. And we've already seen one sign get thrown down there, that long parking sign that's sort of nestled in between.
Oh, yeah, there goes another rock.
I'm just trying to watch where they're getting them from. It looks like, I don't know if they've kicked up some of the curb and they're able to make concrete blocks out of it, but.
Are they bringing it themselves? We really don't know. Northbound lane still open here, and you can see that the demonstrators are not, even touching the northbound lanes, throwing anything down to those people, thankfully. But our producer told us as we were taking a look, another scooter has now been thrown. You saw CHP just throw, smoke up there to disperse that crowd. As more rocks, that officer just got hit by a rock.
Well, now they threw it back at
and
him.
they threw back. Very dangerous situation for that officer there.
Oh, man.
Especially because, they may, those are
a lot of concrete rocks.
Like that's heavy.
Yeah.
I mean, they may seem small potentially on air, like from KCAL, but no, those are, they have to be chunks. It looks like they're getting.
You can make them out on the roadway.
Yeah.
I mean, they're huge. You see it, look at it up against the push bars of that Dodge there. You can see how big it is.
And that's even with full tactical gear and everything else. I mean, he was getting bombarded there for a second. I mean, my goodness. And they just keep coming down.
Well, now they're throwing it on the other side of traffic.
Right, and then there's traffic.
That's a very dangerous situation
boy.
for those innocent drivers just making their way through downtown LA. It's a reminder, though, for people who may have to drive in this area. Obviously, not the people that are currently driving through, but just stay away from this area at this point.
Yeah,
Things
not worth it.
have escalated. They've de-escalated within a moment's notice. Even though we have seen this group really thin out.
Yeah.
There are less than half of the amount of people we saw earlier today.
No, and when you're just congregated over top of the overpass there and everybody else seems just kind of scattered, but it just takes, a small but, for lack of a better word, determined group of people to just decide, yes, we're going to cause as much mayhem as possible. Let's get to Lori Perez in downtown LA. Lori, what are you seeing from your vantage point?
So we are actually staying, thankfully, behind the fence on this overpass, kind of watching what you guys have been watching, but from on the ground here, watching those officers under the overpass just getting pummeled by whatever people can throw over the side. We've seen pieces of concrete, we've seen several scooters, many water bottles, glass, plastic, etc. And they're just kind of trapped underneath there while the crowd above, which is, as you said, not a very significant crowd, just attacks them from above. I would say probably less than a quarter of the people that were here when we first arrived remain, but they seem to be doing a lot of damage. They seem to be confronting these officers. Ooh, something else really big just dropped down on the cars right there. They are confronting the officers in a much more aggressive, much more violent way than we have seen for much of the day. And that's a bad situation, and the officers are responding. They are throwing those smoke bombs up, launching them onto the overpass, trying to disperse the crowd, trying to get those people out of there. It seems to be working to some extent, but there is still a crowd up above and a crowd of people who want to stir up trouble and continue to keep those officers kind of trapped under that overpass. We did just moments ago see two cars drive away quickly, make their way out of there. And then now, something seems to be happening.
Yeah,
Do you
Lori,
see all those people running?
Yeah, Lori, we're seeing a number of people running, and then we saw one of those vehicles just under the overpass fire. You know,
it looked like a
coming
flame,
out from the front.
A paper that they lit up and threw over right on top of the CHP car.
Oh.
So two things. Last time we saw CHP
Wow.
using smoke bombs, this clearly was tear gas.
Yeah.
And you'll notice that they didn't throw it up at the crowd. They threw it down the freeway so that the wind would pick up the tear gas and blow it up, preventing the protesters from them throwing back at them. A second thing that I want to point out, and Dean on our digital desk noticed this. They're on social media. They're using hammers. So they brought hammers to break up the concrete to then throw it down on the CHP office.
I see.
Okay. Two really significant observations there, Mike, because you can tell the way that that tear gas dispersed the crowd so quickly.
Yeah.
You know, earlier we saw CHP using those smoke grenades, and the crowd didn't flinch.
No.
It made it
threw it
hard
back
to
even
see.
at times. Yeah.
Yeah, they were volleying back and forth between CHP and the crowd, but it did not have the effect to really disperse the crowd.
Right.
In this case, quickly you saw them go. And take a look. You're seeing some CHP vehicles
just come on
able
through.
to move out of there, and I think that's what they want to do: get as many of those vehicles out. But that one, the one you see with all the stuff on top, the one that had the airbags deploy already, that's going to have to get towed out of there.
And here comes an
CHP,
officer just running down. Possibly trying to get to their vehicle there just as quick as possible. Obviously moving with significant pace and by himself too. That's the other thing.
Yeah,
okay.
I think he's
There
trying
you
to
go.
get maybe to this vehicle here. And if he's able to get there, he can just drive right on out.
Yeah, this is where having there's more smoke there, and he's still running with a number just behind. This is where having the overpass sort of helps a little bit, is that there is that natural barrier, but you know, in direct line, and we've saw this before, even before the cars started getting hit with rocks and scooters and traffic signs, where you know there was a back and forth between officers and people throwing water bottles and other things down toward them.
This person's going to grab a piece of concrete once again. It
Big
looks
one,
like
too.
in their hands, right? That's another piece.
And someone else coming too.
2 more pieces of concrete and just going to throw it down. And this is what we were talking to Janice Hahn about.
Yes.
Is that, you know, our local law enforcement are now taking the brunt of these agitators, as we can call these people.
Yes.
And they're the ones having to deal with all of the escalation.
Right.
And we've asked her, you know, how do we de-escalate the situation? And she said, well, we're calling on the federal government to, first and foremost, pull off the National
firework
Guard.
going off, yeah.
Yeah, and then stop the ICE enforcement.
Yeah.
Let the city take a moment to heal itself.
And that's where it seems like the trouble might lie, because despite our repeated questions toward Supervisor Hahn, Mayor Bass, when you hear, and this is going back to our conversation with the U.S. Attorney Bill Asaley, and then pairing that with the statements from President Trump, from Secretary Noem, and from other Trump administration officials, it seems like both sides are at an impasse there, where one is calling for the retreat and step back, and the other is determined to, no, we are going to operate as we see fit, because we believe that this is a serious issue that needs taken care of, and that's where we're at right now.
This is, you know, what I promised the voters who voted me into office.
Well, and the two sides aren't even communicating. You know, I mean, we spoke with Supervisor Hahn. She herself has not had any communication with the federal government at all. So it's, how do you even begin to have those, I don't call them negotiations, but those conversations about how to go about this if you don't even talk to the other side?
Yeah, Mayor Bass telling us she did speak to several people at the White House, but not the president himself. And take a look, you can see a CHP officer did get into this one vehicle that has possibly the most damage, right? And they're going to try to move it, but it's going to be interesting if this vehicle is even able to get out of here or move with the
airbag.
Yeah, you know,
they had to try to move the airbag out of the way just to get into the driver's seat.
They tried, but at this point, probably unsuccessful. You know, another officer is going to try there as well.
And you see more
people continue to throw these large, heavy concrete rocks down at officers. There you see another one. Another concrete slab,
Oh,
trying to
trying to
directly
hit
hit that
the-
officer.
yeah, hit the
trying
officer.
to directly hit that officer.
You saw how effective that tear gas was, though. I mean, that cleared the crowd
to the
fast.
point where only the at least one person we saw come back had a gas mask of their own to try and just sift through all that gas and then throw some more rocks and everything else down below. But that one got really close to hitting the officer who was trying to get in and out of that vehicle.
It is interesting too, because you wonder, CHP certainly would have communication with LAPD. You would think that LAPD would come help them out on top of the bridge, while these officers are clearly in a position of distress here as these people are throwing these rocks and scooters and signs and everything they can at them. So it's interesting that LAPD hasn't come in. Certainly they have their hands full in other parts of downtown, but it is an interesting kind of point here. Also, just I want to make a quick housekeeping note. We are starting to deal with the marine layer here, so we may lose SkyCal. Not terribly soon, I don't think, but it is becoming a bit of an issue up there.
Okay, that's always a good note for our viewers, as we have been on since about 4 p.m. now, monitoring this situation for you happening in downtown Los Angeles. You could see we are near the 101, where CHP vehicles have been pelted with, concrete objects, concrete rocks, several scooters, electric scooters, even a parking sign. Someone was able to pick up a parking sign and throw it over onto that CHP car there.
Nope, there's fireworks going off right there. On that note, really quickly, because we've been talking about the 101 throughout the afternoon, LAPD Central Division 10 minutes ago saying because of demonstrators throwing objects onto the southbound lanes of the 101 and damaging multiple vehicles, as we've been showing you live here, the 101 southbound is going to remain closed until further notice. That obviously not a surprise to us, but given everything that's going on down there, having to eventually move and perhaps tow these cars out of the way, then clean it up. And Mike, you pointed out Caltrans has to, check structural integrity and everything else. It might be a while before that opens back up.
Yeah, it would be a significant amount of time. I mean, they like you just mentioned, Gio, they may want Caltrans to come look at the integrity of the roadway, though it looks like most of the pieces of concrete were coming from obviously from the bridge above. But yeah, I mean, all these cars are going to have to get towed. Then the freeway is going to have to get cleaned up, and none of that is going to happen until things like this stop happening, which is people. I think he's got a leaf blower. That's an interesting choice. But look, did you see all that cop? They keep trying to get into that car. And, good point. John, our photographer in SkyCal, mentioned that they use the leaf blower to blow away the tear gas. Yeah. So you look at things like this and you have to say these are professional people.
They're bringing in hammers to break up that concrete.
Yeah.
They have leaf blowers.
To push away the tear gas.
To push away the tear gas. Some of them actually have the gas mask.
Right. And that's when you start to say, these are not people here protesting the issue of immigration enforcement. They're here to cause problems and here to cause damage.
They're taking advantage of the situation there. Is this CHP vehicle smoking, or is that another?
I think it's a tear gas canister.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see here.
They got an umbrella up there as they're hammering away, and they put that umbrella up so that when the CHP shoots pepper balls at them, it doesn't hit them.
And there's the leaf blower. You see it right over the edge, right next to the exit sign.
Yep.
I mean, it's just wow. I mean, that goes to your point, Leslie, about how this was thought out, to that degree.
And this is a very small group.
Yeah.
We say we are not characterizing this entire group of protesters that started early this morning that were protesting. They were protesting the issue of immigration enforcement here in our city. This right here, this is a small group of people who came here for what seems like violence. And Mike, you're pointing out someone was trying to light that cardboard on fire.
Yeah, so if you look in, John's doubling in right next to the guy in the blue. They brought some cardboard over, and they were trying to light it on fire. And it looks like, he's got like some bush, a brush
kindling,
in his hand.
Yeah, there you go. There's the lighter.
And he's trying to light it. So they're going to light the cardboard, and then try to throw it on top of the CHP car to get that set on fire. Look at how many phones are out there, too. And if for a second they don't think that CHP is going to be scouring social media to charge these people.
Yes, I mean, the FBI has posted the gentleman earlier who was on top of the Waymo that came with a skateboard.
Right.
He was wearing a mask, but they've already found photos of these people. And what they're saying is, we will, if not arrest you today, we will eventually arrest you. And we've seen that happen.
Yeah, now I can't tell why everyone's running. I don't know if the tear gas is getting to them, but...
Yeah, everyone's, well...
Oh, looks like another
more
fireworks.
And another...
They're really trying to work on that cardboard, it looks like, to catch that on fire.
Yeah.
I think he's even using the leaf blower to kind of fan it. And it just gets to this point where we've got this is not a large group of people compared to what we were dealing with earlier, but look how much chaos and damage this small number of people is able to do here. And partially for the fact that they are on like different levels of where the CHP is. I mean, those officers, it's not like they can just push them out. There's nobody up there to push them out. It's just they just continuously have to take this beating from these people that are up on the bridge.
Yeah.
Let's get back to our Lori Perez, who's in downtown LA. She was giving us a look at this from the ground. Lori, it sounds like you moved vantage points. What are you seeing now?
Yeah, we just got a little bit closer to where the action is happening. And as you all have been saying, I mean, it's really remarkable to kind of watch this play out because it is a really small group of people who are causing all of this chaos. Maybe, 20 guys over on the overpass across from us, and they are the ones who are continuing to engage with the law enforcement that is huddled under the overpass. They have thrown any number of items, as you guys have been watching and noting, but they are really continuing to wreak a lot of havoc and to cause a lot of trouble here, which is not a good situation. When you see those people running, that's because law enforcement is responding by deploying tear gas, and that's when the crowd really runs and disperses. And we've even felt the effects of that as far away as we are, as the wind has brought it over here. But this group of people, this group of agitators, as you called them, really creating a lot of tension and frustration for also some of the other protesters who are continuing to try and stay on point, at least over where we are. They continue to stand in front of the road, on the road, continuing to chant, continuing to hold up their signs and kind of keep their mission of being out here a front of mind instead of some of this other stuff that we're watching play out down below. So again, a lot of pockets of action throughout downtown Los Angeles. Again, Leslie, go ahead.
Sorry, we want to get to Mike. You just noticed they tried to light one of those CHP cars on fire.
Yeah, so CHP, and John, if you can zoom in on that car right there for me. So they had been using that kindling. They put it, they threw it down onto the CHP car, and then they used the cardboard to throw it on top of it. And those CHP units underneath of the bridge had a fire extinguisher, and one of them even pulled out a can of pepper spray and started pepper spraying the fire to put the flames out. So they clearly saw that coming, and were able to use that fire extinguisher to get that out. You see it right on top. John, if you can show us that Tahoe there that was that they tried to light on fire, you see the remnants of the fire extinguisher, the dry chem on top of the car there, and luckily it was not able to catch fire.
Someone else just tried to drop another piece of kindling. I saw them light it up with a lighter and just drop it down moments ago, and doesn't seem to have worked. But there's another piece of cardboard going down there. I mean, my goodness, you even just see it just looking at the scooters. I mean, the number of Lime scooters and others just littering the ground there, along with all of these rocks and concrete that were chipped away with hammers, is quite the sight to see.
Oh yeah, and it's relentless almost. I mean, there is the same thing when we talk about the Waymos. It's vandalism for the sake of vandalism. And what is the goal here? I mean, are they that intent on trying to light these cars on fire that they're just going to keep at it until that happens, or what's
and then what?
The goal? Right. I mean, it doesn't seem like there is one, but what's the plan here with these guys?
What was really difficult to see was the fact that at one point they just started picking up. Someone's hurt, you said?
Yeah, look at that on the ground. John, stay on that shot right there. They're crowding around her, or I assume it's a her because I see the long hair, but you see her, you see they're laying on the ground right there. I don't know how that happened, but I just noticed that.
And this is following at least one other demonstrator that we saw that was hurt. It looked like the other person we saw had injuries to their head. several hours ago, maybe an hour ago, we saw that person had injuries to their head. They were still able to speak with the people that were helping them, including LAPD officers that were also helping them. But you can see it does look like someone's down there as people continue to throw stuff
items
at officers down below on the 101 southbound lanes.
that are still closed, by the way, worth repeating that, and they're going to be closed likely for a long time. You see some more smoke, and there's another round there with more rocks and items being thrown down. Just keep getting after this vehicle, which CHP has tried to move unsuccessfully. I mean, you see the airbag there, whether or not that was the sole reason or one of many reasons, more than likely one of many, as to why you can't get that vehicle out of the way. Not to mention the fact that they were putting themselves potentially in harm's way by even approaching the vehicle to begin with, because you notice it is outside of, it is out from underneath the overpass, and there were a couple close calls with protesters throwing concrete and other items directly at officers, and a couple times narrowly missing their heads in other spots.
And John pointing out, too, there is a lot bigger crowd that is kind of formed along the overpass and along the side of the freeway. I also just have to remark on what a weird and strange sight it must be for the drivers on the northbound side of the 101 to just be, transiting through here and seeing all of this chaos. Like, it has just got to be such a surreal feeling to be just, not involved in this, but right in the middle of it at the same time.
And the contrast that the protesters, they're set on, destroying those CHP vehicles, but you get to the northbound lanes completely clear of any of that debris.
Go ahead, Gio.
No, I was going to say, thankfully, exactly.
Yeah.
It took the words right out of my mouth, where we were worried there for a hot second about some of that debris and other items getting into the northbound lanes, because, boy, that's a larger fire.
Yeah,
there's the
piece
cardboard.
Of cardboard on fire. And here's the thing, it has to travel down there, and once it does, CHP may try to, once again, let's see if they try to put this out here.
You see a couple feet there in the frame.
See if that just goes anywhere. I mean, that's...
Yeah, that might just...
there
there
it
you
is,
go.
right there.
The fire extinguisher. And yeah, they're able to put it out rather quickly.
Yeah, and I think as long as it's just cardboard that keeps going down there, they're probably not going to get what they're hoping for, which is good. There's another firework that's going off, but it's just,
I was going to say, to finish the earlier thought about the fact that, people coming northbound on the 101, seeing that, especially considering that both the northbound lanes and the southbound lanes were closed just about 3 hours ago or so when we initially jumped on air. And then, to see this coming down and notice the chaos that's going just off to your side must be quite stark and even frightening in many cases, because why wouldn't it be?
And I am a little surprised that they haven't closed the northbound side. I mean, I know that they want to make sure, that traffic is getting through, but I am a little surprised that they... there's another firework on the other side. I am a little surprised they're allowing traffic to come through. But on the same token, the protesters seem to be leaving that side alone. You don't see anybody throwing anything at the passing cars on the northbound side. They're just really, really focused on the CHP vehicles.
Yeah, and you mentioned the National Guard vehicles just staged just right on the other side. Not sure if these protesters can actually see because they are raised above, but hasn't deterred, the situation from unfolding for hours now. At first, some demonstrators, several, possibly 100, made their way on the 101. CHP had to get them back. They used some of those projectiles. They used smoke canisters to get them off the 101 freeway. But that has not cleared up the situation on the southbound lanes, because now as we're watching them just continue to destroy these CHP vehicles that do remain here. I know there's 3. Can we make out how many more CHP vehicles are left on the 101?
John, I mean, I see the 3 here, 4, that's an unmarked CHP car right there.
5.
You've got the ones further back that, probably aren't in danger at the moment, but they can't get to them because, as we pointed out, then they would have to run past these, people that are trying to do them harm and throwing rocks and things at them as that happens.
And you can see that was the moment that they tried to light that CHP vehicle, they've done it several times on fire, but that's the moment that they used that pepper spray canister, right?
Right.
Along with a fire extinguisher to put out those flames. So it was quick thinking from CHP to just be on it and be ready for what these people were doing. But we're watching as yet more of these concrete blocks, concrete rocks continue to get thrown down.
And the thing is, too, where we're focusing on this right now, it doesn't seem, and this is more of a fingers crossed because our attention always seems to be focused primarily on the hottest of spots. But there you go. There's a cone, a traffic cone that was lit on fire. It seemed was just thrown over the overpass down to the CHP vehicle. Then the flame, whatever remnants of it were still on it, just got wiped out once it landed on the ground. But projectiles still being thrown at these vehicles. I was going to say that, the primary focus always is on this right now, and over the course of the last few hours has been on a collection of things, whether it was the Waymos burning, whether it was LAPD and the mounted unit pushing forward and dispersing a crowd over by the park and getting rid of these makeshift barricades that were getting put up by protesters. And it doesn't seem like we're hearing of any significant activity, at least one that rises to this particular level that we're focusing in on right now, where it just seems like it's a give and go every half hour to an hour or so, where something else picks back up, and then when something else dies down, and then when that finally dies down, something else starts picking back up. And we're reaching the point now over the course of this night where, as the sun starts to set here soon, then we enter that next phase where I think a lot of our ears perk up and a lot of our concern starts to heighten a hair, because things get dark, and that's when we start getting worried about any potential extra dangers that are going on.
And really quickly, and we just saw flames there, so John's going to try to reposition SkyCal. We are doing this because of that marine layer. So John is having to get lower to get away from the marine layer there. Our pilot and John doing a great job in SkyCal, but something clearly worked. I didn't catch what they threw. Oh, look, they're spraying something from the overpass. So they're dropping some sort of what would look like to be incendiary or flammable liquid accelerant. Thank you. That they dropped onto the car. So whatever that was, that did the trick. And we'll see if these fire extinguishers will handle it before it reaches the oil, the gas, and the engine inside of that CHP cruiser. But these
there's something else right there.
These protesters, they got it. So now we'll probably watch the CHP car go up in flames. As you guys, I just mentioned, we're dealing with the marine layer here. And not only are we dealing with the marine layer, but law enforcement is going to deal with the marine layer too. And if the marine layer moves into such an effect that they can't have helicopters in downtown, that's going to be a big hamper to them, because they lose their eye in the sky, which is so crucial in civil unrest situations like this.
Yeah, and truly monitoring what is happening on the ground there. This set of people were trying for several attempts to set this CHP car on fire, and now we've seen it. Those flames actually grow there. But take a look. It looks like maybe CHP was successful in using that fire extinguisher
It looks that way.
Able to prevent that from fully catching fire there.
Let's get back to Lori Perez down there on the ground, getting a look at things. Lori, what are you seeing?
Yeah, so I can tell you that when those flames did kind of erupt from that car, there was a gasp here from the crowd, and then cheers. I mean, that's the kind of element that we have out here at this point. You can hear those really loud explosives going down there. People are launching fireworks down there as well. And there seems to be a response of law enforcement headed this way, as things really do seem to be kind of taking a little bit of a turn, and not in a good way at this point. The only good thing that I can tell you we are seeing here on the ground is, again, this crowd is just a fraction of what it was when we arrived. I mean, when we first got here, there were thousands of people. Now, a couple hundred, which is certainly much more manageable, even though they do seem to be much more aggressive. But hopefully law enforcement can try and get a hold of what's happening here, kind of disperse.
It was huge tonight. I give him a lot of credit.
Okay, excuse us there. We know Lori was saying that there were several CHP officers racing past her in their patrol cars as we continue to see fireworks just get thrown.
Multiple, yeah.
Even more fireworks, right? Get thrown down below on the 101 where just a couple CHP vehicles do remain, officers not in them. But there are several officers still under that bridge there.
Yeah, and sort of peeking out every time. We've had a couple instances, including the big one with the fire. Lori, what else are you seeing?
Yeah, so I just wanted to show you down Los Angeles Street, we can now see a large group of police officers. You know what? Let's get past these people here. Woo! You can see a large group of police officers marching this way, perhaps to try and, on the ground at least, push back the few people who are here. This is always when I tend to think it gets a little dicey, right? Because it's one thing to have some space between the protesters and law enforcement. It's one thing when the perimeter is kind of spaced out, but when they start to advance, start to come closer, especially on the ground towards the crowd, that's when things can kind of get heated. So we'll watch. They seem to have stopped now. They're at the far side of Aliso in Los Angeles. But here they're coming. So actually, we don't want to be in this spot where we are. This is not a good spot for us to be, because if they do start to use any sort of non-lethal weapons, we're right in the line of fire. This is not a good spot for us to be. So we're going to make some adjustments here and try and get on the other side of this so we don't get hurt ourselves.
Okay, Lori, your safety is top priority here. Quickly realizing, you don't want to be on this side of officers, especially if they have to use those less lethal projectiles, or even we've seen CHP in the last few moments use tear gas.
Right, and that large response, I mean, that it's certainly, I don't think you could characterize it as anything less than a large response, given how much they were stretching from one corner of the street to the other. And you'd have to think that at some point, as more fireworks go off down here on these CHP vehicles, that they're going to make a move toward this particular group of protesters, or rather better described as agitators at this point, because of everything that's been going on. A non-stop sort of barrage of rocks, concrete, scooters. I mean, you just on your screen alone, you could see at least 6, if not more, scooters and a littering of concrete. And what we initially thought were rocks or anything else, and they were just chipping away at it with hammers from up on the overpass to throw it down. So a lot going on right now as we continue to monitor this. That first CHP vehicle you saw was on fire for a brief moment at least there before crews got a handle on it with the fire extinguisher. There are a collection of CHP officers underneath the overpass that you might not see on your screen, but they are coming out from time to time to make sure that those vehicles don't get engulfed, but also prioritizing their own safety, because there you see another, it looks
firework.
Another firework going off. Every time they've stepped out from underneath that overpass, they're putting themselves in harm's way potentially as well. We've seen a number of close calls with those officers getting things thrown at them.
Well, and if that firework, I mean, if those fireworks land just the right way underneath one of the cars, that could also set a fire. Okay, you're seeing this move in. This is a little bit further down, and I think this is what our photographer in SkyCal, John, was just looking at too. John, if you could show us, there was a big line of CHP cars you were just looking at, just to the right of your shot there. Okay. So we'll see. Those guys haven't, I mean, there they are starting to move in. So hopefully these guys are coming to push off. And you have sheriff's deputies that have joined too. And that's tan and green uniforms. Those are Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputies. So now we're adding more law enforcement agencies to the mix between sheriff, CHP, and of course the LAPD. I believe it was LAPD back where Lori was, and then obviously here it is CHP and sheriff as they continue to try to deal with this situation. I mean, they'll push them from all sides. There's more sheriff's deputies. That's their sheriff's deputies. I believe they're called Special Response Team or something to that effect. But these are specialized deputies. They've got those trucks. They've got those yellow wires that they'll do to create barriers between them and people that they are trying to take into custody. And then now we got smoke over here. I don't know if that was thrown. Yeah. Okay. So CHP. Now we see them marching across the street. John, if you go to the left a bit. They're pushing down the side of the freeway there, and hopefully we'll see them start to come over to where that group on the overpass is, and you see them shooting things off at them Yeah, we can go back over to where the overpass is, John, and I assume we're going to start to see a clash.
Yeah, because this was a crowd that this was really the crowd that was throwing things and trying to destroy that CHP vehicle relentlessly.
Yeah.
You can see we see plenty of fireworks being thrown. And then on the other way, Mike, you're saying the tear gas also being deployed.
Yeah, and if you watch the CHP officers, those launchers that they have, they're launching. Yeah, it looks like a firework, but I think it's.
Okay, so that's coming from
those are
CHP?
tear gas canisters coming from CHP.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
But being launched by a launcher.
Yeah, so they've got quite the distance on those.
Wow, I thought those were fireworks.
Yeah,
Wow.
because you see those sparks, but they're tear gas launchers that have some definite capabilities on them to get make some distance. And you see again, the tear gas has been very effective on the crowd. I mean, you've got a couple of them that have those
mounted unit.
But yeah, and then that ground shot on the right, you got the mounted unit coming in. But you've got a couple of them that have masks. But for the vast majority of it, it is working pretty well every time they put tear gas up there.
Yeah, it'll burn your eyes. It'll make it really hard to breathe, and you just want to get that stuff off of your face. Take a look. Looks like the mountain unit is getting stuff thrown at them. They were going to go one direction. Looks like they're going another. Being followed by an army of officers there.
Yeah.
And so we're gonna just try to make out what's happening here. This is what CHP. These are CHP officers we're seeing right here.
Yeah, and that's their special response team that is dealing with this. The mounted unit was from LAPD. That is LAPD right there.
And now we're seeing some officers actually in these SUVs in the roof, with these launchers. And that's the first time I've seen it today.
Really just stepping up everything on every regard and really getting a good perspective of it from KCAL on the left side of your screen with the mounted unit and a collection of officers sprinting forward.
Yeah, they're really going to get a handle on this overpass issue.
Okay, there was a situation I just saw. There were some people that were trying to get close to those horses, and the officer riding that horse, had the horse kind of just move him out of the way. And then that's going to hurt.
Oh, yeah, you get
from hundreds of pounds coming at you,
So hopefully now that they'll push across the overpass here, it'll really give these guys an opportunity to, they tried to move that CHP car once. Maybe if they have some peace for a second, they can get in there and try to move it again.
Well, now that there's not much of actually really any of a crowd over top that overpass, as they're really making an effort to get rid of everybody there, it looks like you might finally have a window to get those vehicles out of the way.
We're just watching this situation unfold. They were able to get that crowd moved back. Look at just, you can see how much graffiti's on the roadway there. Someone is waving an American-Mexican flag.
Yeah,
still keeping distance.
The amount of damage and cleanup that will have to take place after all this is said and done is extreme. From physical damage to the freeways, the patrol cars, the graffiti. There's graffiti everywhere.
We're going to show you video here in just a second of the chaos from earlier when we get a second. In the meantime, you take a look at this live shot as one of those vehicles finally is getting moved, pardon me, from out of the basically line of fire that was right here on the southbound lanes. That's the video we're talking about as officers were making their way and pushing forward, and they're just a back and forth. They're fireworks, gas, it's everything happening at once.
And what we thought were fireworks, but Mike telling us that that was possibly just tear gas being launched by a launcher. So what we're seeing are those sparks, but all of it coming from the officers' direction into the crowd to get them to disperse, and they have since done that. They've been able to disperse that crowd that was relentlessly destroying these CHP vehicles, trying to light them on fire, almost successfly lighting one on fire before CHP officers had to come in, and they were able to douse it with a fire extinguisher there. But yeah, they were successful in pushing them back. You have LAPD's mountain unit, you have the Sheriff's Department also out there at this point, and then you have CHP Special Response. All three agencies now working together to, get what seems like a small crowd that's left in downtown LA to try to get them to just go home. Okay.
And yeah, see now they're able to take a look at this vehicle and get through the airbag and everything else and find a way to move it out of the situation. But it is certainly the most damaged out of all of them. I mean, this is the one that was caught on fire at least once.
They're trying to push it.
Yeah.
So it's my understanding we have Congressman Jimmy Gomez on the line with us. Congressman Gomez, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, perfect, and we can see you here. Congressman Gomez, how have you made out the current situation happening in downtown LA right now?
Well, one of the things is that I think you've seen an escalation over the last several days just because of a lot of the actions I believe that the Trump administration has taken. Everything from just kind of coming in a very militarized way and going after people in sensitive locations. But now, one of the things that we want to see is if you're going to protest, you have to do it peacefully. Nonviolent civil disobedience, if you really want to
Congressman Gomez,
send a message.
I am so sorry to interrupt you here. We're being told that we have an LAPD news conference getting ready to start in just a second. We have to go to that, but we'd love to keep you on the line or at least circle back to this conversation because we do have a number of questions we want to ask you and get your perspective on as the night continues.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's get to Chief McDonald there.
Very, very busy time. Thank you all for coming here tonight and allowing us the opportunity to be able to brief the public a little bit about what's going on and what we've been doing and ask truly an ask for peace throughout our city. I'm joined here by Gerald Woodyard, Deputy Chief from Operations West Bureau, Herman Hurtado, Commander from Professional Standards Bureau, and from Operations Central Bureau, Raul Jovel, who's also the incident commander for Central Bureau and for this incident. So I want to just take an opportunity to speak directly to the people of Los Angeles, clarify LAPD's roles in the events that have been playing out over these past couple of days. This includes our response to protests, our public safety responsibilities, and recent claims that you've seen made by some federal officials. Today I met with Governor Newsom, Mayor Bass, U.S. Attorney General of the Central District of California, Bill Aseli, and ICE Acting Director Todd Lyons. Let me begin by reaffirming a core principle. The LAPD supports and protects the First Amendment right to free speech. In recent days, many protests across the city have been peaceful, and we thank the community for expressing their views and their frustration in a responsible manner. However, when peaceful demonstrations devolve into acts of vandalism or violence, especially violence directed at innocent people, law enforcement officers, and others, we must respond firmly. An act of violence, whether toward officers, demonstrators, or the public, will be met with swift and lawful action. Our goal is to maintain order without escalating conflict and to protect everybody's right to safety. Recent public statements have misrepresented LAPD's action from an incident the other night. Specifically, there was a claim that LAPD delayed responding to a federal officer's request for assistance by more than 2 hours. When we heard that, I think anybody who's a police officer couldn't believe it, and certainly anyone with LAPD couldn't imagine how that would happen. Well, it didn't happen, and I just want to go into that just a little bit. LAPD was not given advance notice that the federal operations would occur in that area. As a result, we were not pre-positioned to respond immediately to unrest related to those actions. Once the call for assistance came in, LAPD responded within 38 minutes. And that sounds like a long time, but I'll tell you why that is. The response was impacted by traffic, crowd density in the area with unrest occurring, hazardous conditions caused by tear gas that was previously deployed by federal agents at that location. Many of our officers, because it was put together in a mobile field force configuration without advance notice, were not equipped with gas masks. But despite these challenges, we moved in quickly and as safely as possible. At no point did LAPD ignore or intentionally delay any request for help. I also want to be unequivocally clear. The Los Angeles Police Department does not participate in or coordinate with Immigration and Customs Enforcement on civil immigration enforcement. We've said this over and over again, and I can't stress it enough for the people in our community who have high levels of anxiety about this issue, that we want everybody to believe and be able to call the LAPD in time of need if they've been a victim of a crime or a witness to a crime. We need that. Otherwise, the system does not work. That has been our policy and remains our policy, and it went into effect in 1979. So 46 years ago, that's been the way we do business. On the other hand, however, when a law enforcement agency, any agency, requests emergency assistance to protect lives, we are obligated to respond, and we do. Public safety is our duty, and we will answer every legitimate call for help from anyone. We recognize that immigration enforcement operations can cause a deep fear and anxiety, particularly in immigrant communities. That's why we're committed to transparency, accountability, and treating every Angelino with respect, regardless of their immigration status. Our job is not to divide communities or politicize law enforcement. Our job is simply to keep everyone safe. I want to express my sincere appreciation to all of our officers and partner agencies for their dedication and professionalism during these very challenging times. Their commitment to upholding the law, even in the face of hostility, is a reflection of the values that we stand for. We're working together to keep everyone safe, our officers and the public alike, and this remains our top priority. We'll continue to support peaceful protests and enforce the law when criminal acts occur. The LAPD remains focused on its core mission to protect lives, safeguard constitutional rights, and serve every neighborhood in Los Angeles with integrity. Let me open it up now for any questions you might have or any points that we can clarify.
Chief, the governor made a very strong statement that he didn't believe the Trump administration needed to activate those National Guard troops and take control of those National Guard troops in the Summerton area because he felt we had adequate safety protection as officers here. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, if I don't know what basis they used to make that decision, but if that was based on our what I delineated here about the perceived lack of response to a help call by an outside agency, that did not happen. We did respond with mobile field force configuration, and just to explain that, a mobile field force is a configuration of people or officers within the organization that we bring in from around the city. We declare a tactical alert so we can break them away from their primary duties of answering radio calls to be able to come in, form up. They're trained in this tactic into a configuration of 4 squads or a platoon that are led by a mobile field force leader. They then go 4 deep in the car and they drive into the impacted area, and that way they can safely go in a large group of officers and able to handle whatever they come across. If we were to send in a single unit or a couple of units into a riotous scene, certainly they'd be surrounded and the outcome would probably not be good. And so this is a configuration that has worked for us, developed here, worked for us for many years, but it doesn't happen instantaneously. So we have to call in units. We have to meet at a certain location. They get the information they need to operate in the environment, and then they go and they take care of business. And so that takes a little bit of time. For us to be able to get in there in about 35 minutes is pretty much textbook. So while we'd love to be able to say we can get there in seconds or minutes, in the reality of a situation of civil unrest, we got to do it right. We got to do it safely for everybody involved.
Hold on. So go one at a time, please, and let's identify name and outlet.
Victor with Univision. Chief, we have seen 2 kinds of groups, at least from Friday, Saturday, and today that have been working. The community that is enraged and they're not happy with the actions of ICE, and then the community that loots and attacks and destroys our city. What would be your direct message to both groups? Yeah, to the people who are not happy with the fact that ICE is in the community doing what ICE does, you know, I respect ICE for being a fellow law enforcement agency. They have their mission. They have their what they have to do. We don't engage in that activity, but again, we can't preclude them from doing that. They have every right to do that. I ask people in the community to trust the LAPD, that we're not there for that purpose, and that if they have something they need us to be able to address, we're there for them. As far as the big picture of what can I recommend they do or not do, that's something, it's a federal issue, and the federal authorities have the right to be able to do what they're doing. As far as people worried about the violence that we're seeing, this violence that I've seen is disgusting.
it's escalated now since the beginning of this incident. What we saw the first night was bad. What we've seen subsequent to that is getting increasingly worse and more violent. Tonight we had individuals out there shooting commercial-grade fireworks at our officers. That can kill you. And we have adapted our tactics to be able to have a chance to be able to take these people into custody and to be able to hold them accountable. We are overwhelmed as far as the number of people out there engaged in this type of activity and the type of things that they're doing. They'll take backpacks, and the backpack will have a cinder block in it. They have a hammer, and they'll break up the cinder block and use that, pass it around to throw at officers, to throw at cars, and throw at other people. We've seen people with hammers, and you've broadcasted, breaking the bollards behind the federal building and taking the rocks, if you will, or pieces of concrete, and throwing them at officers. We've had liquid of who knows what description thrown at officers. There's no limit to what they're doing to our officers. And again, as I mentioned in my statement, I can't thank our folks enough and our partner agency police officials for going out there and taking care of the community and trying to be able to put themselves between the threat and the overall community. And they do this night in and night out. And in these past couple of nights, we've seen it at a level that I think disgusts every good person. Thank you, sir.
You just described some pretty violent and chaotic situations. What is your position on the National Guard being deployed? Do we need them here?
Well, you know, it's an interesting question, because I would have said that you know, we could handle this. I believe that we would have gone through a number of steps before we'd have deployed the National Guard or requested deployment of the National Guard. We would normally go to 50% deployment to handle radio calls and do the business of policing, and everybody else would be focused on the initial problem. Beyond that, then we would request through the sheriff mutual aid, and that would bring in members of the 44 other police departments in LA County, as well as the sheriff's office. And so that didn't occur in this case because it wasn't done through the sheriff or through the up through the normal chain. It was done from the top down, from the president directing that happened, and then the National Guard was federalized. So they're working for the U.S. Army, not for the California State National Guard. Do we need them? Well, looking at it tonight, you know, this thing has gotten out of control. I think before I could answer that, I'd have to know more about what their capabilities are, what their role is intended to be able to make that determination. But we have great cops in Southern California here that work together all the time. So we have tremendous capability here. To say that we would go to that right away, I'd say we wouldn't have been there yet. Looking at the violence tonight, I think we got to make a reassessment.
Laurel, how has your department interacted with the National Guard, if at all, since they've been here?
I'd say very little, other than we had a conference call this afternoon. There aren't a whole lot of soldiers in place at this time. They're still incoming. But the people who are here, they're tremendous Americans here trying to do, they provide their service, doing the task that they're charged with. Our relationship has been tremendous overall with the National Guard. We worked right alongside them for 5 months during the Palisades fire. They were there every day in the beginning in large numbers, and then that narrowed down before they demobilized. But the relationship is overall tremendous. We're very, very good partners with them, and I hope they feel the same about us.
And when you look at the demonstrators who are people from the community who are upset about, the immigration raids, families being broken up, deportations happening, do you feel any sense of kinship with them, or about this situation, or do you see that there is need for more law enforcement and for more immigration enforcement in Los Angeles?
I think the federal agents are enforcing federal immigration law, which is their right, and anybody can have their personal opinion on to what level that should be, who should they focus on, and those kind of things. I won't take a position on that because really that's not our focus, not our job. But when I look at the people who are out there doing the violence, that's not the people that we see during the day who are legitimately out there exercising their First Amendment rights and to be able to express their feelings about the immigration enforcement issue. These are people who are all hooded up. They've got a hoodie on. They've got face masks on. They're people who do this all the time, get away with whatever they can, go out there, you know, from one civil unrest situation to another, using the same or similar tactics frequently, and they are connected. Some would call them anarchists or by any other variety of names, but they're people that we run across routinely city to city, and this is what they do. So even more disgusting that many of the people who are doing this come in from other places just to hurt people and to cause havoc.
Chief, let's go next to Telemundo over here.
Okay.
Sorry, Navarro from Telemundo 52. Do you think that the presence of National Guard increased the level to this kind of situation? I mean, you said that it's disgusting. Do you think that if you control it with them, without them, it could be a different situation?
You know, I don't know. That's a very interesting question. What was the catalyst for us seeing the second and third day of this becoming increasingly more violent? To be able to say it's because of the National Guard, I can't, because there aren't enough on the ground at this point to make a difference. I've seen civil unrest a number of times before, and generally the second and third days are more violent than the initial phase. And so this is not much different from that pattern, but certainly I think there's a number of things that cause people to come out. Much of it is they watch this and see it on TV, social media, whatever social media outlets they follow or asking them or telling them to come down and be part of this, and they do that. And they come out here, and many come out and just want to see what's going on. They're out there with their cameras, but they're putting themselves in harm's way and potentially setting themselves up for a criminal future. When you look at some of the things that are happening here, somebody could easily be killed. And if you're part of that, then you're going to be facing those charges as well. I talked to the DA just a couple of minutes ago, and the DA will file felony charges on individuals where it's appropriate, but won't be shy about doing that where it is appropriate. And also the potential for federal charges, given the type of environment we're in. And, you know, the federal authorities don't play. And so as we move forward, I think people will be surprised in some cases for what happens to their future.
Right, let's go 2 more questions. Anybody that hasn't asked already, go ahead. Thank you. Lindsay Pena, KCAL. Given the amount of officers that are here in downtown LA, how does that affect response time to other parts of the city and the safety of people that are not down?
Yeah. Thank you for that question. A great question. It was, how does the deployment of so many officers downtown or in any one part of the city affect our ability to provide police services citywide? It greatly impacts our ability because it pulls officers who would normally deployed in communities around the city of Los Angeles into one area in order to be able to address the threat that we're facing. And so other areas, when we go on tactical alert, that means we only handle radio calls of significant importance, meaning a violent crime in progress, calls that have to be answered right away. So the other calls get put on a queue and may not get handled for some time to come, and they're important to everyone who is a victim of any kind of a crime. And so when we go to tactical alert, we don't do it lightly, but in this case we did it very quickly because we needed additional resources right away to be able to help quell the violence. And that situation, as you can see tonight, has only gotten worse.
Chief, given what you said about not being informed so you could pre-stage for the incident that started this thing, and you said, I believe, that you spoke with the ICE director as well as our city officials today. Is there any effort being made for ICE to share information about what their next move is?
Yeah, that's something that we did talk about, and there's no resolution to that. And the problem is that we are guided and bound by the California Values Act, which means that we can't participate in any way in civil immigration enforcement. So the federal partners have been reticent to provide information to us before something happens because of that reason. Part of that is they want to be respectful of the rules that we have to live by, but it also, on a normal situation, not that big a deal, but in a situation like we saw here in the past couple of days, it turns out to be a very big deal. So we're going to continue to work with the partners that I mentioned and many others as we go forward to try and be able to make things as safe for everybody as we can.
All right, Spectrum.
Chief, how many arrests so far?
You have that?
Yes, Captain Raul Javel, Operations Central Bureau, Incident Commander. At least, this is very fluid and preliminary, at least 10 people arrested so far. There's arrests being made as we speak. About 3 officers injured. Unfortunately, very fortunate, on very minor injuries, or I wouldn't say not minor, but they're not significant enough to be transported to a local hospital. They were treated at the scene. But we're making more arrests as we speak, and we're trying to get into that posture where we're able to make arrests. Right now, really, our officers are really under attack. If you can see when the chief was talking about, we're trying to, first of all, ensure that our officers are safe and the public is safe. And then we'll move into, if we can arrest, we'll arrest, and then obviously protect the property and our vehicles and other things like that. But as of now, 10 arrests.
And if I could just jump on, and then 29 last night as well. And so as we move forward, we will step up our arrest posture in order to hold people accountable and do what we can to stop this violence.
We're going to go 2 more questions.
Really quick, yeah, she asked the question I have real quick, but how long can we expect for this situation to happen?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
How long do you think this situation is going to be?
Yeah, for me, again, that would be speculative to say how long that the members of ICE will be in town doing the enforcement actions they're doing. But by calling out the National Guard, oftentimes their deployment periods are in 30-day periods. And so, to me, it's going to be an extended period of time. I don't know how long that'll be. We're gearing up for that to be able to participate in a meaningful way as we move forward without exhausting our people beyond what they already are. We're a department that went through 5 months plus of the fires and dealing with the fallout from the fires. And as you can imagine, with a very limited sized department to begin with, that's a big stress on our deployment, but more so on our people and their families. So as we move forward, we'll do everything we can to focus on employee wellness and to be able to offer whatever services we can to address the needs of our folks. Sure.
We'll go one more back there because he hasn't asked yet, and so Carmen, go ahead, and then one more, and then we're gonna call it.
So just 2 questions. One, is there a chance of instituting a curfew? And 2, will you be going back and re-looking at any of these incidents that maybe there wasn't an opportunity to make an arrest at the time, but going back and trying to investigate who's responsible and potentially arresting after that?
No, thank you for the question. I spoke with the sheriff today, and we discussed the possibility of implementing a curfew. We don't rush into doing that, but if we need to do that, I'll go back with the sheriff, and we'll look at the options as far as that goes. And as far as give me the second part of the question again.
For some of these incidents we watch unfold, a lot of people watch
I got you.
things just unfold in real time.
Yeah.
Thinking, are any of these people going to be held accountable for this, for the cars on fire and things like that? Is there a chance of going back?
Absolutely. When you look at the numbers of arrests we've made, pale in comparison to what will be made. There are video accounts of what happened everywhere on social media, on individuals' cameras, iPhones. We will go after that very aggressively. Go after the all available video, analyze that video, and hold whoever we can accountable for the variety of different types of crimes that have been committed. And that's something we'll do with a number of different partners with levels of expertise that may be beyond what we have. No, thank you for that.
Tell me on what charges people were arrested yesterday.
Do you have the specifics? Yeah.
So yesterday, the 29 folks were for failure to disperse. They were all arrested today. So today, so far, this is very preliminary because there's so much stuff going on. The stuff that we know is one person was arrested for throwing a Molotov cocktail at an officer, a significant incident, and then another individual for ramming a motorcycle into one of our line where the officers were and injured one of the officers. Everything else is still very fluid, and I won't have that for a while.
Was anyone arrested on the freeway or related to the freeway?
So CHP has made at least 17 arrests that I'm aware of in the freeway.
All right, thank you, everyone. Commander Hurtado will stick around to do
comments in Spanish for anybody who's interested.
Okay, you just heard from LAPD Chief Jim McDonald, along with several other superiors from LAPD, telling us they've made a significant amount of arrests, 10 arrests today, 29 arrests last night. CHP made 17 arrests on the 101 freeway today when some of the demonstrators got on the freeway, shut it down. We know 3 officers have been injured. They said, fortunately, just minor injuries after at least one incident of a motorcycle ramming into an officer, and then someone else threw a Molotov cocktail at an officer. The chief called the violence happening disgusting, and that he believes it feels like it has escalated in the last few days.
And just in the last few minutes, as you're taking a live look from KCAL right now, you've noticed a group of protesters and people out there starting that fire that you see in the middle of your screen. And of course, that's another layer of concern, of danger, not to mention traffic all the way around. But we do know that we have on the line Congresswoman Norma Torres. Can you hear us? I want to make sure that we can hear and see you correctly.
Okay, we're going to work on getting Congresswoman Norma Torres up here. But Mike, in the meantime, you've been monitoring this situation to the left, that fire, but also you noticed what happened earlier with the mountain unit.
Yeah, you know, you're looking on the right side of your screen here. As the mountain unit was going through, somebody threw a Molotov cocktail at the mountain unit there, and there was multiples of that happening. I was listening to the radio traffic where trees were on fire as a result of it, or they're trying to start trees on fire, and these horses, you can see them walking right through it. And then you'll watch on the right side of your screen, when this is earlier, when they try to make an arrest, or they did facilitate an arrest there. Looks like the tape ended there. But, you know, one thing I wanted to point out too, those horses have just been through it tonight. And you see on the front of their faces, they've got a shield, just like the officers do, to try to protect their eyes from everything that's going on. The fire you're looking at here is at First and Spring, right outside police headquarters, where Chief Jim McDonald was talking about. And I wanted to bring up something that the chief spoke about, and that was the response time. Saturday morning, ICE put out a statement saying that on Friday, LAPD took 2 hours to respond to their request from help. And that was a written statement from ICE officials. The chief flat out denying that, saying it took 38 minutes for them to respond, and there was extenuating circumstances for even why it took that long. The chief explaining they had no prior knowledge, they were not ready to set up and be there for this. They say traffic was an issue, crowd was an issue, tear gas that the feds had been using became an issue as well. And then he went in and explained the mobile field forces is where, when they're not ready, because mobile field forces are designed for incidents that pop up that they weren't prepared for. And that's when you don't have the opportunity to have more tactical type officers like we've seen tonight, when they're more prepared for a situation. But a field force is when they get a group of officers together and try to deploy them, and that's what we saw on Friday night. But the chief saying anybody that says it took 2 hours for us to respond, that is blatantly not true. They were not prepared for ICE's interactions because ICE didn't tell them that they were coming. And in fact, he says it took them 38 minutes to respond.
Yeah, and before we continue on with talking about what the chief had to say, I want to check with our producer. Do we have Congresswoman Norma Torres on the line just yet? Okay. Congresswoman, can you hear us?
Looks like we're still working on setting that up, but we do want to make a note here as we continue to work on the connection and establishing things for this evening, that this large group of protesters, it looked like the map was up ever so briefly, and it looked like they were coming down Spring and just past 2nd Street. And that fire that we were making a point to show you earlier was on 1st in Spring. So they're making their way down. It obviously a little hard to tell now in terms of where they are in relation to other officers or other law enforcement, but they are making their way down Spring Street right now. Not exactly sure where they're going, but that fire you see just at the top of your screen. So that's where they're coming down right now. And we don't know exactly where they're going or what they're going to do next, but that crowd is moving along the street right now.
Is that the federal building, federal detention center they're walking by right now? I could be wrong here.
On Spring.
We want to get our bearings a little bit.
Yeah. I think, John, is that where they're walking towards? So let's see, Spring and 2nd is right there. No, they're headed south, he says.
Oh, okay. We are going to try to figure out where this group is walking. It's rather dark, much darker in this area as they're getting away from Civic Center, part of downtown LA. But it doesn't look like, law enforcement has been staged over here. So you wonder if this crowd is just going to slowly disperse, start to go home, or if they're going to continue to walk directly in the middle of the street. And that, of course, could be an issue.
Especially as we start getting into this, we've been leading up to this moment and drawing attention to it, the fact that we're getting into the darkness now. The sun is set. It's a lot. It's harder to see. It's harder to make out where exactly everybody is. The crowd has thinned out significantly, but you do still have pockets of people going back and forth, and we're going to continue to monitor the situation. Let's try one more time here with Congresswoman Norma Torres. Do you hear us, Congresswoman, and see us? We see you.
Yes, I can hear you and see you.
Perfect. Thank you so much for giving us some time this evening. We really appreciate it. First off, as you've been keeping an eye on everything that's been going on, what has been your reaction to the developments of today, especially in the last few hours?
It's really troubling to see what is happening in the streets of Los Angeles. What should be massive number of people peacefully demonstrating has been taken over by groups that don't really care about nonviolent demonstrations. And this is what we don't need, because this is the message that Donald Trump, the person instigating these attacks on our communities by in the form of ICE agents armed to the teeth and covering their faces. They started this, and now these groups are responding. And unfortunately, we cannot afford to continue to have these groups attacking, whether it is ICE agents that we're so upset with, or certainly not the local law enforcement that are trying to keep the peace, that are trying to maintain control. Right now, we need people to stay cool and to push back against any efforts of any aggressors trying to take over the peaceful demonstrations.
Okay, we want to get to a clip from yesterday where you and other representatives tried to make it inside that federal detention center, but were denied access. Let's go ahead and see that clip.
We need to have information as to what occurred yesterday, and we need to do our oversight. This is federal law under appropriations bill that was passed 2 years ago.
It's Public Law 11847, Title 5.
Okay, and that is the moment you and Representative Jimmy Gomez also tried to get in, but were denied access. Congresswoman, I want to bring you back here. Can you walk me through what happened and why you guys were denied access, and if there's been any progress since then?
There hasn't been any progress since then. We arrived there at 8 o'clock, and I specifically drove around the perimeter, the 6-block perimeter, between 8 a.m. and 8:30 a.m., and there wasn't a single demonstrator there. We gathered there 4 members of Congress, our staff, several attorneys, and 2 organizations with about 8 or 10 staff members from their organization. So there wasn't a big group of people. As soon as I arrived to the building at 8:30 a.m., I began communicating with the congressional liaison. And I told her that we wanted to be invited in. We wanted to get a briefing as to the violent engagement that ICE agents had with peaceful protesters in the community the day prior. And that congressional liaison told me to stand by, and that she was running up to her office and she would get back to me as soon as she got the approval. Some time went by. Because she did not respond to me, I asked the other members of Congress that were present to also call her office, and we began this process of contacting everyone we knew in that office to allow us entry. And at some point, one of our members was told to go to that side office where you hear us speaking to security on the other side of that door through a video camera and a speaker. We were inside there for a while. They were trying to get approval to let us in. We clarified that it was only 4 members of Congress that wanted it to be allowed inside and to receive a briefing. So I don't know why the director is lying, saying that there were 1,000 people protesting outside. Certainly, if there would have been 1,000 people protesting I would have heard them, I would have seen them, and certainly all of the press. There were more reporters, by the way, present, and there were more cameras than members of Congress and the attorneys and the two organizations combined. So for them to say that there were, 1,000 people surrounding the building, that is incorrect information. And if that is the lie that they are utilizing to justify the chemical attack against us, they deployed, by the way, twice a chemical agent that ultimately sent me to the hospital for 4 hours to get oxygen treatment and a new inhaler and other medications that now I need to take.
Congresswoman Norma Torres, thank you so much for giving us a few minutes of your time this evening.
Thank you.
All right, on that note, let's check back in with our very own Lori Perez, who's been down in downtown LA all day and keeping an eye on things for us. Lori, I know it's dark now. This is the moment where we've been talking about throughout the evening that things sort of start to tense up a bit more. How's it looking from your perspective right now?
I can tell you where we are on the overpass over the 101. It's completely empty now. It was while the chief was talking that a wave of police officers really moved in, both on foot and the mounted police officers, and just pushed with no hesitation those troublemakers who were standing over the freeway. They pushed them away from the freeway, pushed them off of the overpass, and we can tell by the helicopters now that they have been pushed into Chinatown. You can see we are behind the line of CHP officers here who are along all the overpasses into downtown Los Angeles. They are not going to let any of that crowd back into downtown LA, and most especially, if we could swing around to the right here, they're not going to let them down near that detention center where there was so much trouble last night, people trying to break in, people breaking windows and doors of the detention center. That's where some of the people who are being detained by ICE have been held in the last couple of days, and so that really has been the focus of a lot of attention. But they won't be getting anywhere near there, not with these lines of police officers along the overpasses here. A lot still going on. As you said, it is now dark, and the bulk of the protesters, demonstrators have gone home. What has remained, really, aside from a few stragglers who are peacefully protesting here, the most of the people who have remained are those troublemakers who are really aggressively attacking the law enforcement who were down on the lanes of the freeway, throwing, we saw scooters and parts of the sidewalk and concrete and signs and just bottles and glasses and so many fireworks. I mean, it was really shocking to see, and just an assault on those officers under there. A really dangerous situation. Again, you can probably hear the helicopters. The bulk of that crowd has now been pushed back down towards past Olvera Street into Chinatown. We can only hope that they are not causing a lot of trouble down there, not causing as much damage as they have caused throughout downtown Los Angeles. I should note that everything around here, the sidewalks, the posts, building sides, everything has been tagged with profanity and with other messages opposing ICE's agenda. And it is, there's been a lot of destruction. So hopefully they're not continuing to do that tonight. Again, not nearly the number of people who were here when we first arrived on the scene, just a fraction of people. Unfortunately, that fraction of people does seem to be the most aggressive and the most violent. So LAPD and CHP and sheriff's deputies really keeping an eye on what they are continuing to do as we head into the evening hours. Guys, back to you.
Lori, thank you so much. And yeah, certainly right, getting a look from KCAL in terms of trying to piece out where the collection of protesters and groups of people are. You see one there in the center of your screen. Not a lot, though. And then you see toward the back there a collection of them sort of scattering a little bit, too. And Mike, if I can bring you back in here whenever you're ready. Yeah. This is where the questions about tactics that we first raised more than 4 hours ago really come into play, because as Lori mentioned, you start pushing, law enforcement has already been pushing folks back. into Chinatown and away from downtown LA, really establishing like you were not getting toward the federal building or even back on the overpass. It sort of stretched itself out. Should we expect to see potentially more arrests as you take a look at the video there of the fire in the middle of that was First and Spring, correct?
Yeah, that's First and Spring, and that is live. So we've got 2 helicopters up right now. The one on the right, that's at First and Spring. The one on the left was a little bit further down, and I'm trying to figure out what that smoke was, if somebody set off a smoke canister or what exactly happened. But to your point, Gio, it's LAPD, they're there. To your point, Gio, though, I mean, at this point, things are going to start to just kind of splinter off. So if you have these concentrated groups, which we don't really have right now, I mean, there are certainly some that are right around this fire that we're looking at, but and then they can certainly move in and make those arrests there. But they're going to hope to get to a point where there's so few people and people have splintered so much that hopefully they'll just kind of dissipate and be done and kind of move along here. It may happen, it may not. They may reorganize. I mean, Friday night we were pretty done with this, and then all of a sudden there was a huge group that reformed near where some federal agents were staging. So it'll see how the night plays out. But LAPD is probably in a situation where they're more comfortable with as we look at this group right here. This is definitely the largest concentrated group that we're seeing. And John, can you tell me where this is? So Alameda and 8th is where they're at. And they're really, I mean, if you look at the totality of the group, it's really not that much compared to what we saw earlier. So, and there's not even a law enforcement presence here. So it really kind of depends on what this group wants to do. If they're going to start creating problems, Maine and Alameda, thanks, John. If they want to start creating problems here, certainly LAPD will come in and try to push them along. LAPD's goal here is not to do mass arrests. They are to get them out of the area and move them out. But it's all going to depend on how those protesters want to act. And here we are. Look, Gio, we're pushing trash bins out into the street, dumpsters out into the street, and trying to create those makeshift barriers that they were earlier. So,
yeah, when we saw it right by the park, and then those got dispersed pretty quickly as well, because it's certainly now a numbers game in favor of LAPD, of CHP, of all law enforcement that have been deployed across the area. In a moment, we're going to circle back to our Lauren Posen, who's also been in downtown LA and keeping an eye on things because, as Mike mentioned, things have been splintered off quite a bit. We're just sort of keeping an eye on the situation and these groups that are a bit scattered all over the place right now. We're going into a phase where we're not congregated necessarily around yep, there it was, and there's another one right there. Not congregated around the 101 or congregated around that collection of Waymos less than a mile away, and et cetera, et cetera. Now we're sort of taking a look at different pockets everywhere else, and yeah, there's law enforcement just sort of keeping an eye on things as well. It's hard to make out exactly how many there are, but as we mentioned, it is a numbers game in their favor right now because they're establishing these lines wherever they go, and then a collection of protesters and other stragglers are sort of winding themselves around.
That Chevron gas station there. Is that right across the street from Olvera Street? I believe so. It looks like we have Lauren Posen on the ground for us right now. Lauren, where are you? What are you seeing?
So, Leslie, we just moved up on Main Street. We're at Main and First here. We're with the officers with the motorcycles, and we saw some smoke a little bit further, like the next block down. It looks like the fire is out now, but there does seem to be a cluster of people over there. And I'm seeing, what am I seeing over here? I just see more of the smoke again like that. We also saw a whole bunch of patrol cars coming through here with their sirens on as well. It's a lot of activity over here. On Los Angeles, there's another, I think I heard Mike say something about people maybe splintering off into clusters. That's what I'm seeing here. That's Los Angeles, and I see a cluster group over there. I don't think they're doing any, it looks normal and calm over there, but it's really chaotic out here. We've been hearing a lot of flash bombs go off. A lot of sirens, a lot of fireworks. There's just a lot happening. It's really noisy. It's loud, and you can't tell kind of where the sounds are coming from until you see those sparks. Now, traffic is moving, though. I mean, you see the cars here. So traffic hasn't been impacted totally over here, considering the freeway shut down. But that's what we have. I should also mention, too, that police do have blocked off Main at First, and then down where we were earlier, and forgive me, I forget where it was. It's Main over by City Hall. Temple, there we go, Temple, Main and Temple. So police do have both. There's police in the skirmish line down by Main and Temple. So that's what's out here. And I this is really minimal at this point, but I have to say, because I'm looking right at it, the destruction to downtown LA is unbelievable. Every single building in downtown I see has graffiti all over it. There's trash all over. It's just, it's a mess down here. It's a complete mess.
Yeah, Lauren, you were staged outside of pretty much LAPD headquarters there. And
yeah, and I should say too, they do have barricades up by LAPD, so no one can get through the barricades there. That's something we see normally in these situations. Yes, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead, Leslie.
No, I was saying we're seeing obviously action where you are, or at least police enforcement there, but we're also seeing a large LAPD presence all the way stretching down to Olvera Street, Alameda, I believe, as LAPD has mass amounts of patrol cars over in this area. And this moments ago, we did see several people start to put, I saw one person put a garbage can in the middle of the roadway, right?
Yeah, it was a garbage can, and a couple other sort of makeshift barricades. You also hear all the honking too, because traffic is still flowing in the area, but it sounds like there's as much agitation from some drivers as there is, elsewhere. And I hear even more. Lauren, is that more of the flash bombs and other things that you were making note of?
Yes, there's more. It's probably flash bombs, or maybe firecrackers. I see over here. Okay, so there's a group on the LAPD building side on the corner there, and they seem to be lighting off something. It's probably those fireworks again. They just keep throwing them on the ground. And, I can't say it enough here. It's incredibly dangerous. You have cars driving right by. They haven't closed down these streets over here on this main street on where we are here. So you have cars driving by, people lighting off fireworks. I'm not sure who they're directing it at. I don't know if they're just throwing it in the ground or what their purpose is, but they're creating a really dangerous... Oh, here comes another one right here. Oh. It's like a sparkler at that. It wasn't as loud as the other ones I've heard. And, I think, too, another thing that amplifies all the noise is because we are in downtown, the buildings really can make it sound really loud. And that's always what jolts me. Here's another one, a sparkler. Not as intense as we've seen throughout the night, but definitely,
But
that's what's happening. Somehow they're getting hold of these.
And going off of that, Lauren, the fact that the fireworks, even if it doesn't look, there's sparklers or there's just the occasional one there, but we've seen multiple times how if it just catches on the wrong side of a car or underneath the wrong portion of a car, that's going to light something on fire, or it can hit somebody. You made this point specifically too, where it can hit a wall or something else, and you're hit with trash and shrapnel and of the like. So there's almost like a layers of an onion to this, in that there's a lot going on, and the danger of it might not seem obvious, but of course it can feel relatively calm compared to what we were showing hours ago. But right now there's still a lot that you're keeping an eye on, and a lot to still be sort of worried about, because anything could change on a moment's notice.
Yeah. And I want to get to this situation that we're looking at from KCAL. Sorry, Lauren, not to get you off here, but we're seeing a bigger group closer to Cesar Chavez and Alameda that is staged right near this Chevron station. And you can see, just down the way from them is a group of LAPD vehicles. They have also placed those garbage cans, those large garbage cans in the middle of the roadway to block it off. And so you're seeing LAPD now come to this area and address the situation closer to Placita Olvera, or Olvera Street there. And we wonder, and we're going to keep our eye on if they move in. So we will see if that happens, but on both ends of our chopper shots, you're seeing on the left side what police are addressing this situation, this blockade that has popped up here on Alameda. And look, someone's setting this on fire.
Oh, yeah, there we go. That goes back to what we were looking at on the overpass too, where you just see,
or what we were looking on First Street, right?
Where where they actually did start that fire.
On fire.
Yeah. You hear more of those, more of that popping. It sounds like fireworks off into the background as well.
Closer to where Lauren is.
And a bit of a reaction from officers as well. multiple, actually. It's not really stopping at the moment as we take a listen to this. Hey, even more and more and more. Go ahead, Lauren.
Yes, Gio. Yes, I was going to say yes. They are throwing off those fireworks again. Now we have an ambulance coming, and let's see if they let this ambulance by. This is something I have noticed throughout the night. The cars haven't been moving for the ambulance or first responders, the firemen, the fire trucks when they go by too. Here, they let them go by. Not sure what that's in response to. If there's something that happened up the road with maybe those fireworks, but. There they go. And you can now see, you hear the honking. This is this atmosphere that we're in the middle of here. You got the alarm, you got the sirens, you got the honking, you have the fireworks going off. You know, I know it can look calm at home, but it's really, when you're on the ground here, it's a much different story because you're right in the thick of it.
Yeah, truly. And we're seeing plenty of law enforcement action. Maybe less demonstrators still out there where you are. We're seeing many more demonstrators closer to Alameda and Cesar Chavez, where they have again set up this blockade in the street with at least 2 garbage cans. They also set something on fire. It looks to be a small fire right now, Gio. You can see it right there in the middle of the street, possibly setting some, garbage on fire.
Oh, you see a good view of.
Yeah, you're seeing that.
Too.
Lauren, is there a fire where you are?
Oh, you know what, Leslie? I just moved to the other side, and yes, there is a fire.
Okay.
I don't know if we're going to be able to show you. There's some patrol cars coming down.
Okay.
You can see it? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, for now, from where I'm at, it doesn't look very big, but nonetheless, it's a fire, and that's not what we want to see tonight. Again, the mayor's stressing, the governor's stressing, they don't want to see violence and disruption like this, and I mean, that's not what they're asking for here as we're looking at this fire.
Yeah.
They want it peaceful.
Yeah, you can see a lot of those motorcycles, it looks like, or bikes, staged right here at this Chevron gas station. That's where many, or I should say a good group has begun to congregate. Plenty of law enforcement still out there, plenty of LAPD. We saw maybe 24 of them who are behind this building here on the left side of your screen. And it looks like maybe they're coming up with some sort of plan. But at this point, they're kind of just staged behind that building right now.
Yeah, it's sort of at that point of the day and night where I know we constantly refer and go back to the ebbs and flows of a situation. There was a quick flash there, very briefly, and some smoke, from a firework. Let's get back to Lori Perez and check in with her on what she's seeing. Lori, where are you right now?
So we decided to kind of follow the crowd, or where they push the crowd down past Olvera Street and down towards Chinatown. And I wanted to show you just some of what apparently happened along the way. You can see everything here is just toppled over. You can see a lot of those concrete pieces that the crowd had been throwing down onto the freeway. A lot of those are here now on the street, and then just past that in the background you can see all of the officers. They are standing at the ready. Beyond them there seems to be a lot of action. The crowd is just beyond this light down the street here, and that's where they seem to have assembled, and these officers are kind of opposed to them. So you can see some smoke in the air. This seems to be where they have since assembled and are facing off with the police officers. The helicopters overhead also adding to kind of the tense situation here at this intersection. People screaming and yelling. The officers now are, and you just saw that bang. Officers making a move away from it, so perhaps they feel that they have gotten a good enough handle on it, and they can kind of retreat a bit. We're going to head down, continue to head in that direction, just to keep an eye on where the crowd has gone. We did see a tremendous amount of damage along the way, unfortunately, past Olvera Street on some of the new buildings along Olvera Street that had recently undergone some redevelopment. All of the windows, all of the building sides have been tagged, broken windows, etc., which is, of course, a shame. especially in this part of town. And now that they have cleared out, you can see the traffic does seem to be continuing. So, you know, a lot going on. We're just going to keep an eye on it for you. Guys, back to you.
Lori, thank you. Let's get back to Lauren. We were just making a note of that fire that Lauren Posen could see from her vantage point. Lauren, has that gotten bigger?
It looks like it's getting bigger, yeah, and it looks like it may be on the street. So we're about a block away from it, and I see there's a crowd of people over there. Chopper might be able to get a better vantage point because I don't want to walk over there. I like to stay back from where that's happening, but I don't know if it's a trash can on fire or what, but it does look like it's getting bigger. I don't know if they're putting more things into it to make that happen. But again, this is happening right as traffic is going right by, and I can't stress enough just how dangerous this can be here. You have people, there's people all over here in downtown, and this fire could very easily get out of control. I'm sure that, the fire department's watching it closely, or they're going to be here soon, but this does not speak to what the governor and the mayor are saying that they want to see happen here. They don't want to see this type of activity.
Yeah, Lauren.
And this also is what we were... Oh,
no, go for it. Go.
Yeah. I was just going to say, Les, I was just going to say real quickly, this also was something I mentioned, one of my concerns in covering protests like this, and, from St. Louis to Atlanta and, here in L.A., is when the sun goes down, that's when things can really take a turn. That's what we saw last night. That's what we saw Friday. And while this right now is mild compared to what we saw, last night, there's still a lot of hours ahead of us here. And so, and I also think that Mike was also saying, too, perhaps what we're seeing are more the agitators, more so than the protesters. These are people that want to antagonize the police. They want to cause a scene. They want a reaction. And that's most likely what there we go, what we're seeing tonight. I heard another firecracker go off right over there.
And Lauren, it doesn't look like LAFD is nearby at all, right? Or is LAPD addressing that situation over there?
I have not seen any fire. I just saw that paramedic go by, the paramedic truck. I have not seen the fire department yet. No, I'm scanning as I can here. I don't see the trucks. Most importantly, I don't hear the sirens, so I don't hear that. But hopefully it will just stay contained there. But I don't see. I know, of course, the police are here with us. They are, as I said, they're blocking off Main and First, but they're focused on something else right now. They're not focused on the fire. They're watching it, but they're not. They're focused on other priorities right now.
Got it. So I'm sure they'll kind of monitor the situation as it continues to unfold. It's just really concerning, of course, Lauren, because of all the traffic, right? I mean, it's earlier when the Waymos were burning, everything else is sort of cleared out and moved out of the way, even people. But right now, and this is one of the striking images, really, is that as your live shot has been standing there, a number of people have just sort of walked on by as if they're just carrying on with the night, which I'm sure many people are. And then in the background, you see typical heavy flow of traffic moving back and forth, and then a fire that's inching its way, toward the street, and then you have folks either taking photos of it or otherwise starting it, fueling it. It's a lot.
It looked like someone took like a big suitcase of some sort or a box of some sort and just threw it into those flames to obviously fuel it, which it will do.
Okay. We have a patrol cruiser here. He's got the sirens on, but he's going the other way. And that's exactly right, Leslie. And that's one of the big concerns here is, I don't know if the people that are starting these fires understand how they're putting innocent people, at risk here. Because the fire could easily, we just went through the biggest fire in California history just 3 months ago. And these fires are very serious, and they can catch other things on fire very quickly. There's a lot of trees over here. It's just a really dangerous situation. And again, you have people in their cars, you have people on bikes, you see people going by on bikes here. Downtown is still very active tonight. And Gio, to your point too, I've seen so many people, I don't want to use the word spectator, but I've seen people taking their phones out and just, capturing all this. They're not involved in the protests, they're not involved in any of it. They just want to be a part of the scene here and capturing it. But in doing so, they're also putting themselves at risk. I mean, you heard the police chief earlier tonight saying how dangerous it is out here, not only for his department, but also for people. it's a very dangerous situation.
Lauren, thank you. We'll be sure to check back in with you as we keep an eye on obviously this fire and everything else that's going on around the area right now. Is the live view from KCAL on the left side? I just want to confirm whether or not that's the same exact shot. It's just from overhead.
Yeah. Okay, we want to get Mike Rogers' mic. He's going to work on getting that, because he has some information. You know, I was asking, hey, is this the same as the first fire that we saw a couple of minutes ago? And he was working to find out those details for us. So we're going to let him get mic'd up here. There you go.
All right, so yeah, it is still First and Spring. It's that same location outside of LAPD headquarters, and it's funny because, or not funny, but interesting because as you talk about spectators, the reason I can tell that the ground shot and the live shot or the helicopter shot are the same is because people are standing there taking pictures. And you can see there's people in construction vests, hard hats, that are all standing there, you know, being spectators, if you will. I mean, I know that's the word that was, you know, being used, but that's what they're doing. They're taking photos, and it's hard to tell what's being burned. But the construction vests and hard hats is interesting to me. I don't know if they're trying to blend in as some sort of public worker or something like that, but things continue to be kind of tossed in this, and this is what happens now. You've got the group that is splintered off. So LAPD is back over at that other location near Chinatown dealing with that, and then this is on fire, ironically, right outside of police headquarters. So police headquarters is just at the bottom of the screen here.
But the you know, crews, I should say, the officers are deployed everywhere else right now. They're not sitting in this office.
Yeah, right.
So that's the thing. But we did see, you know, the motor officers, there was a lot of them. They're just down in the street.
Yes.
But at this point, you know, what can they do? I mean, they want LAFD to come in here and possibly put this out, but until it's safe for them to do so, they're not going to come in here.
Right, and I am listening to the radio. I am listening to LAPD talking about redeploying to a couple of areas. I'm sure this would be one of them, but you know, that's kind of the situation is you have these protesters, and I know our Lori Perez is down there as well in kind of the midst of all of this. Lori, where are you at?
Yeah, so this is a really intense situation. So we are on the corner of, this is Main, and what is this? Mojo, do you know what this is? I'm sorry, I don't know, but we are right near the Chevron station. Oh, it's Cesar Chavez and Main, and things are really out of control. You can see a group of kids now are throwing rocks. I think they're about to go into this Chevron and take it over. They've been throwing rocks at passing cars. There's a car on fire about maybe 100 yards from where we are, maybe 50 yards from where we are. Ooh! I don't know what's going on here, but
oh, let's go to the chopper.
I think the police are headed here because they see that.
Yeah, someone is doing donuts in the middle of the roadway there, a minivan.
And they're throwing rocks at the minivan.
Yes, and they're about to overtake this Chevron, I believe, because they've been throwing rocks and such into it, trying to break into it. This is a much younger crowd, I will note, a much younger crowd than the crowd that we first encountered when we first got on the scene with the demonstrators. A lot of amped up young teenagers around here and young men.
There is a minivan, Lori, that we're keeping our eye on that was doing donuts in reverse and now is driving very erratically. That person also throwing things out of the window. Take a look. They're trying to make their way into the Placita Olvera Street area. And this could be a very dangerous situation. We don't know who is behind the wheel of this minivan here or what their intentions are.
Oh, you know what?
That is
can you go back?
Can
you guys? Right. Can you guys see? Can you see the fire? Can you see the car on fire in the middle of the road?
It's a trash.
Oh, it's a trash can.
Bin.
I'm sorry. It's a trash can.
Yeah, we can see that trash can on fire. We do want to keep our eye on this minivan that's driving through sidewalks right now. Mike, this is a very dangerous situation.
Oh my gosh.
And they're totally in a pedestrian area. They've almost hit a couple of pedestrians. You've got the fire on the right-hand side of the street. I mean, this is very, very quickly transitioned into chaos in multiple parts of downtown. You've got the fire at First and Spring. You've got this really hectic location where Lori is at. And now you've got this minivan that is driving through pedestrian areas with absolutely no regard to anybody. The right side of your picture is now Lauren Posen's live shot, where that fire is growing in size as well.
My concern is this minivan that's just,
look
you
at
know,
just ran towards the crowd.
Yeah, Lori, you're right by this minivan, right? You see that minivan?
Yes, he just came right at us.
Lori should probably get away from that area.
Yeah.
Driving in reverse right now
Oh my
down the
God.
street. This person was throwing something out of the minivan, and we don't know who they are, how many people are in that minivan. But look, this crowd is now going towards it. Looks like a gentleman or a person without a shirt on.
Yeah, shirtless for sure. This is insane. I mean, this person is out to cause harm.
Yeah, and that can be a very scary
boy.
situation here. You can see now the people.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys want to.
Lori, be careful because that minivan's coming back your direction.
Back towards you.
Woo! Oh! Oh! Oh my God!
And the crowd is now chasing the van.
This is a bad situation, guys. This is.
Oh man.
Yeah,
my God,
Lori,
this
we
is a
want you
really
to
Lori
bad
should,
situation.
yeah. Look at this.
I mean, you got people chasing just straight up to the driver's side. I mean, I'm throwing things at the van.
That guy had
This
a dog.
person is was driving, you know, through the park right by Olvera Street. They were throwing stuff out of their vehicle, doing donuts in the middle of the roadway. And you know, I don't know if law enforcement even has an eye on this person, but this is Union Station now.
And I will tell you, you know, Mojo just mentioned we had seen that same minivan up over near the overpass. It was the guy was leaning out of the window. He was, you know, jawing at the police officers, jawing at CHP, and they kept trying to tell him to get out of there, get out of there. He just kept yapping and yapping. That's the same guy. So obviously something's happening with him. This, I mean, this is insanity. I don't even know what's happening now. I mean, look at this behind me. This is.
He clipped the back end of that bicyclist, and the bicycle went flying.
Yeah, it's just zooming through here right
Yeah,
now. Just
that
parked
guy,
at
I think
Union
he's
Station.
on something. I don't know, but.
He parked at Union Station briefly and then just fired the van back up and just kept driving and clearly going incredibly fast. I mean, my goodness.
This person doesn't have a shirt on. They look highly agitated, and now you can see making their way through the back end of Union Station. They're gonna hit a dead end here, I think. No, they're not. They're gonna keep going.
Or train tracks right there.
There is a lot happening right now.
Yeah.
Almost hitting that law enforcement vehicle, that metro vehicle, and take a look going into the parking lot here.
I think he's in the backside of Union Station now because there's an Amtrak train right there.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the dumpster fire is getting bigger right now. I mean, you almost want to say it's incredibly fortunate and lucky that nobody was hit head on by this minivan.
I can't believe they weren't.
Yeah, it's just terrifying to look at right now in a multitude of ways. Well, obviously all this on the right side of your screen is still going on as well.
Yeah, the right side is closer to where Lori was, closer to that Chevron station there on Alameda and Cesar Chavez. And we try to keep our eye on that minivan and that driver who was, you know, looked like driving very erratically, and we were afraid they were going to hit someone because at times they were driving on the sidewalk. So we'll keep our eye on this situation if we can find that driver again. But we want to get to our Lauren Posen because we know she's near Metro headquarters where this fire is now getting larger and larger, and the crowd is as well.
Yeah, Leslie, that's right. As soon as you guys left us, I don't know how to describe them, but there's those little motorcycle bikes that people are not supposed to ride in the streets, but they do. They went in like circles. They were doing donuts right in front of where that fire is, and setting off more fireworks. And it looks like from where I'm at, that fire is getting bigger. I see someone. Oh, there we go, another firework. And I'm telling you, I've been out here now for 2 days, and I have heard these flash bombs go off and these fireworks go off, and it still startles me every single time. That's how loud it is, even though we're a block away. It is so loud, you just get jolted. What else can I tell you? I see there's patrol cars making their way around, but I see smoke. That's probably from that firebomb that just went off, the fireworks there. And that fire is just it looks like it's getting bigger. I have not seen any fire trucks come by yet. I'm not quite sure why. They probably have other priorities tonight they're working on within this area. But I'm sure they're aware of it happening. And it is seemed to be just condensed in that one little area there in the corner by that bus stop. Another firework going off there. And now I hear patrol cars coming down. We'll see what happens here. A lot of people just walking by, kind of taking this all in. Here come the patrol cars. I'll let you take a listen.
You can see.
Big man.
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Four patrol cars. And you can see what I'm talking about here. Now, see, the traffic is still going, but, usually when you got patrol cars behind you, you have to move out of the way, but that's not happening here. I also hear people revving up their engines over where the fire is. Mm-hmm. Okay, here come the patrol cars. They might be going to address the situation by the fire over here. Not put it out, but address whoever's throwing things into it. One thing I want to mention, too, when I was out here last night, I was talking to one of the organizers of a protest that was happening yesterday. And I had asked, I said, are the people here, are they being flown in from other states? Because that's something that can happen. In past protests I've covered, that's when I was in Atlanta. People were being flown in to be disruptive. And he told me yesterday, no, everyone here, they're Angelenos. Now, I don't know if that's the same case for tonight, if these are agitators being brought in from different cities, different states, or if they're just people that are very upset, and that's what we're seeing here. It's hard to say right now, but that's something to keep in mind as well, because that's something I've noticed in reporting in other states, that people can be flown in from, as I said, different cities, different states, to cause this type of disruption that we're seeing tonight.
Yeah, and we're just keeping an eye on that fire there as it's still going, but that law enforcement movement, at least toward that area, let's see if it makes a significant difference moving forward. Lauren, in the meantime, over on the left side of your screen here, we're still keeping an eye on that minivan because it's been going in a sort of...
It's going in a circle here, right?
Yeah.
They're circling back to Olvera Street now.
Well, it has moved actually kind of a little bit further east, so they're actually kind of over nearest like Mariachi Plaza. So we did get away from where the rest of the protesters were, but look at this, man.
Yeah.
I mean,
This
this is
person
nuts.
driving incredibly erratic, and law enforcement already has their hands full in this area. So at this point, we're just hoping they stay away from people. But blowing through intersections here, you can see front end damage almost hitting that vehicle, and we're gonna keep our eye on that. We don't know who this person is, but we did see them head over towards Olvera Street, where they then went into the park. They're now in the East LA area. And so that was a very dangerous situation. Some of those demonstrators even tried to
chase after
that minivan.
Throwing items at the minivan as well. I mean, that's what a few...
that was really intense.
Yeah, yeah, and then clipped a bike at one point too, right?
Yeah,
right, Mike?
the back tire of it. I mean, it looked like the person on the bike was okay, but I definitely saw the bicycle fall after that ordeal. And that was at Union Station. Like, that was in the drop-off area of Union Station. Now, yeah, we're in like the Boyle Heights area here at Savannah and First Street. You see that school, I believe that's Roosevelt High School, that is right beneath it. Now, we had seen the van come down this street right here and then stop around that tree. So I don't know where it went now, but hopefully it's stopped and not continuing to drive the way it was.
Yeah, and that is the hope, because LAPD is not pursuing this vehicle, but I don't think they're even aware of that situation. Did they park, Plank?
Yeah, they're back. It's that last car right there on the side of the street. You can tell because it's got such significant front end damage there.
Yeah, this is either the second or third time now that we've seen it just come to a full stop before. We'll see what it does here, but the last couple
there's the
times.
guy. So he's walking back. He'd gotten out. He was shirtless, or he still is shirtless. And there he goes, getting back in it.
Yeah, that's a really dangerous situation because he was throwing things at some of the people, and you don't know, is he angry, you know, with the protest?
Under the influence.
Is he under
Right.
the influence? Is he just not, you know, is he having a mental health episode? We don't know. We're keeping an eye on that, but then on the other side, you're seeing sparks come from that large fire there outside LAPD headquarters. We saw a massive amount of patrol cars make their way down there, but I don't know if Lauren can hear me. Lauren, are officers making their way to that area, or did they go ahead and stage somewhere else? Okay.
I can't hear you right now, but I can tell you that
officers were headed this way, but
I'm not sure about that, but I can tell you that tear gas has been deployed. We can feel it again in our throats. Not as intense as last night, but definitely you can taste it.
He's switching cars.
I'm trying to get reconnected right now.
Oh, wow. Lauren, while we reestablish that connection with you, we'll give you a few minutes if you need it. This keeps getting stranger and stranger, really, with on the left side of your screen with this minivan. Mike, were you saying he was switching cars? Is that what we're looking at right now?
So the van, and I don't know what he's doing, but so you got the van. Oh, here comes law enforcement.
Oh,
so this is sheriff.
Okay.
Well, that's the best thing that could have happened.
Yeah. It truly is. He was talking to some gentlemen there, and they have come to or put him under arrest here, or at least detain him. Mike, for a moment there, he did turn the lights on a different SUV, and we thought he was going to get in that one.
And it looked like, I mean, he got in the back of the van, he took out what looked like a coat or something that he was kind of waving off, and then he walked over to what looked like a white SUV and started to get into that one and turn the headlights on. Like he was about to go, you know, get into that car. Thank goodness this is sheriff's deputies that came in here and are able to take him into custody now.
Yeah, well, at least this comes to an end here. An especially dangerous situation that could have been cataclysmically worse.
Wild.
For this these last half an hour, these last 20 minutes or so. Let's go back to Lauren right now, because we're obviously monitoring two situations at once, including this one, the other one. Lauren, you were saying that tear gas was being deployed, not quite as intense as last night, but what's the situation like right now?
We kind of got the drift of it, the aftermath of it, wherever it was deployed. I couldn't tell you where it was, but you could just taste it in the air. I'm assuming it was a block up from where we are. I didn't hear it or see it, but I can taste it, and my eyes are watering again, but nothing as to the level as I experienced last night. I can tell you that fire is still burning, and you know, there's a lot of honking going on, but that fire is still very much a thing down a block from where we are here, just beyond the police headquarters here. But let me tell you that tear gas, it is potent. You can just it goes right up your nose and right into your throat. Fortunately, we weren't as close as we were last night, so it's not as bad, but it's still bad.
Yeah, Lauren, thank you so much. We're going to continue to monitor this situation. I'm seeing something from LAPD Central Division now, Mike. And I don't know if you've heard, but downtown Los Angeles as a whole has been declared an unlawful assembly.
The whole downtown area. And you heard Chief Jim McDonnell. I mean, he was asked, are you going to institute a curfew?
Yeah.
And he said, look, we really, really don't like to do that. It's very disruptive to the area. It's really difficult to enforce. So, you know, these are the steps they're taking. But I mean, the downtown Los Angeles as a whole being declared an unlawful assembly we're getting closer, I think, kind of to that move. I mean,
curfew,
and the reason they're doing that is because as soon as they kind of get one area under control, very quickly they move and they're in a different area of downtown or, you know, Chinatown or wherever, and then all of a sudden you have to redeploy all those officers to get and deal with that area. I mean, so declaring the whole area an unlawful assembly, I mean, obviously the officers are not going to, you know, pick up people that are just minding their business and walking down the street, but it allows them the flexibility to say, anybody involved, this is your warning. If we get you, we're arresting you.
Yeah, we're seeing fireworks. You're seeing that fire definitely grow, at least the smoke in that area. We want to get to Lori Perez. Lori, are you still near that Chevron station? That was a pretty scary situation with that minivan coming through there and nearly coming onto the sidewalk where you were standing.
Yeah, unfortunately, we still are here because there's so much going on. It seems that this is the corner of Cesar Chavez in Maine where most of the demonstrators who remained have started to gather. There are now many people in their cars. You can hear the honking coming by, expressing support. But then crowds of aggressive agitators seem to be centered around that Chevron station. They lit that garbage can on fire, and LAFD has just moments ago arrived on the scene. They're going to try and take care of that. LAPD responding now in force to this area because there's just a lot going on. People starting to do donuts, and people on mini bikes, and people throwing rocks into the windows of the local businesses, and tagging all of the walls around here as they move about the city. A lot of young people, I will say, compared to the crowd that we saw when we first arrived. Helicopters above, keeping an eye on this still developing situation. But this is really, really chaotic down here. Much different than the scene, even over there when they were on the overpass. As destructive and as dangerous as that was, this is really taking things to a new level, a new heightened state of, I would say, just a terror and panic over here, and not a good place to be. But the good thing is we are seeing LAPD arriving, so hopefully they'll be able to tamp things down a bit and get things under control, because it is not in control at the moment. God's back to you.
No, especially not. Lori, thank you. Yeah, when you see that dumpster in the middle of the street on fire right now, we're trying to keep an eye. We just saw someone, protester, drive by, flag waving, and then traffic just seems to be really caught up in this entire situation. And pardon me, but there's more fireworks going off as well, and it doesn't look like that fire's dying down at the moment. And you just see everyone that's trapped in there right now. That trash can now set on fire. You know, it's not a large group of protesters that we're seeing right now, but it's a very agitated, disruptive group of people that we're seeing still out on the streets. And Lori mentioned that in this area where she is, she's seeing and she's observing a lot of younger people that are kind of just coming in here, trying to get into that Chevron station. You know, when we first got over this, the lights were still on in that Chevron station. They have now turned them off. Right. And I'm hoping those employees have, you know, at least left that area, because that is a very dangerous situation. And gotten to safety just because of everything else that's been going on. And it just seems like every time, you know, there's some progress made on moving a crowd or dispersing a crowd and shifting them into a different direction, it just the next bout of chaos just moves to whatever next available space there is. Even getting to a point now, as Leslie mentioned, from LAPD Central Division, where you have the entirety of downtown LA declared an unlawful assembly, and here we are. It just gets pushed out. Yeah. What we were just seeing from KCAL was, you know, they still have the southbound lanes of the 101 shut down there at the 110, but what we were seeing is that they finally were able to tow away those CHP cars, that were stuck there, that had been destroyed by people.
And really quickly, guys, you know, this is, you know, it's local to us, but this is being, you know, on a national stage at the moment, and even an international stage. And, you know, our viewers are watching. The president is watching, President Donald Trump, tweeting, on Truth Social, saying, looking really bad in LA, bring in the troops. He's also referencing Chief Jim McDonald's press conference, saying, Jim McDonald, the highly respected LAPD chief, just stated the protesters are getting very much more aggressive, and that he would, quote, have to reassess the situation, end quote, as it pertains to bringing in the troops. He should, right now. Don't let these thugs get away with this. Make America great again and again. That is what President Donald Trump posted on Truth Social.
And to give context to that, Chief Jim McDonald was asked specifically, he was asked, you know, do we need the National Guard? Does your department need the National Guard? And he said, basically, the National Guard is not here to help us. They have not been helping us. If they would have been deployed by the governor, it would have given us, you know, an upper hand on the protesters, but right now they are here to secure the federal property.
Yeah.
So when things like this happen on our city streets, they're not out here.
Right, because they're not under the command of the governor.
No.
They're under the command of the federal government. They've been activated by U.S. Northern Command. But then it goes back. We have to go back to what the governor and Mayor Bass have said was that we don't need the National Guard.
Yeah.
So it's this ever-evolving kind of thing where the chief was asked about that and said, sure, they could help. But you have the mayor and the governor saying we don't need them, but we can't have them if we wanted them because they're not under control of the governor.
And he specifically cited the sort of the communication chain, right? That there would be multiple agencies working with each other, starting local and then going up all the way in coordination with each other to determine who needs help where and how to properly assess the situation. And except in this case, it was directly from the federal government, directly from President Trump to say, okay, the National Guard has been federalized, and that's why it's over there, and now it's up to local law enforcement to deal with the situations that we're monitoring as we speak.
Yeah, he really said if it would have been deployed by the governor, they would be able to go to 50% deployment, which means 50% of the department would address this situation. The other 50% would go and address what's the
Normal
crime
business.
happening. On our streets, and then they would go into mutual aid with the sheriff's department. But because it did not come from the local level up, they are not able to do that.
Right. And
essentially, they have to treat this as a situation that
on their own kind of thing.
that they're on their own.
And we've already talked about the difficulties of the lines of communication between federal and local and state government. It's non-existent, really. I mean, Supervisor Hahn told us she has not spoken with the federal government at all. We heard from the chief, who sounds like they did have a meeting with a bunch of federal officials as we watched this person try to remove this planter from the tree. I don't know if they're trying to break off more slabs of concrete. You can see some pretty big ones there in the middle of the screen, but it's anything that these guys can get their hands on. We've seen park benches, we've seen trees, we've seen all kinds of things being thrown, and now they're going to try to burn the tree, I guess.
Well, they're just going to put it into that dumpster there.
Yeah, while we keep an eye on this, we want to go back to Lauren Posen as well, who's keeping an eye on her situation going on right now. Lauren, what are you seeing, and what can you tell us about this fire right here?
Yeah, well, Gio, to me it looks like it's getting bigger. The flames are definitely getting bigger, and the smoke, I've seen black smoke as well, too. Within the last 5 minutes, there was this huge firework explosion. I don't know if we were rolling on it. If we were, we might be able to play it back for you. It was right over in the back of City Hall. Hang on, what do we have going? Okay, we just have a patrol car coming through. It was just one after another green fireworks that went off over here. And here comes a patrol car going through. Assume he's going that way where the fire is. My executive producer wanted me to paint a little bit of a picture in terms of the graffiti down here. Unfortunately, we can't show it to you because there's a lot of bad language, but I can tell you that nearly every single, well, here goes some more patrol cars here. 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. And they're going the opposite direction. But back to the graffiti, nearly every single building downtown is coated in graffiti. From City Hall, the side we were on is okay, but leading up to City Hall, the federal buildings down there, of course, the detention center, there's a lot of profanity being used. The sidewalks also have graffiti on them as well. It is a mess downtown. It is a mess. There's trash all over. There's glass. There's it looks like a hurricane came through and just kind of lifted everything up off the ground and then dumped it on the ground. That's how messy it looks. And then you add the graffiti. It looks like Graffiti Row when you look at the federal buildings. And there we go. Another. I'm going to call that a firework again. Another firework. Another flash mob. There we go. Flash mob or fireworks going off over there. Do you guys want to wrap me? I don't know if you want to say something, or that's what it's like down here.
No, because Lauren, the other thing too I noticed there and there's another one that's going off right in your live shot. It's just you see, and just across the screen there, it's one person just walking about, going about their night, and then a group of people really congregated toward that fire, just seemingly scattering for a moment before then coming back. It just sort of seems like it's chaos for chaos' sake, as opposed to, and we sort of expected this, because as it got darker and later into the evening, who knows what was going to happen. And then we've seen multiple fires and a lot of different pockets of chaos happen around the area, even as an unlawful assembly has been declared in all of downtown LA. And we'll see what law enforcement starts to do here over the course of the rest of the evening and the next couple of hours as well.
Yeah, and really quick, and we're going to try to get eyes on it here from KCAL in a second, but apparently the protesters have now moved into LA Live. So LAPD Central Division posting on X a minute ago, demonstrators have marched to the LA Live area and are blocking all lanes of traffic at Figueroa and 11th. And then reminding everybody, the entirety of downtown Los Angeles has been declared an unlawful assembly, and you're to leave the area immediately or risk arrests or less than lethal enforcement against you. So, but now, I mean, that's going to create a significant problem for the Los Angeles Police Department, because that is a very, geographically, that is a big distance from LA Live to where we are here on the border of, Civic Center, Chinatown, that kind of area. I mean, that's the whole other side of downtown. So, I mean, that's going to be a whole additional challenge for these guys to deal with.
Which is what they were saying, that this group that started, through the Civic Center area has now splintered off into tiny little groups, but very disruptive individuals. And, we're seeing some of these mini bikes. We weren't seeing them earlier. So you wonder if this is a new group of people just coming down here to, be a part of what they see as a chaotic situation. Earlier we heard from Chief Jim McDonald with LAPD saying, a lot of these people that they're seeing at night especially are people that are being told on social media by different groups, hey, come down here, come down and join the chaos, and essentially just to incite this and inflame this situation here. And take a look, you can see some of the people walking by. I was trying to make out what this person was holding, but it looks like just a sign.
Yeah, just a sign. A lot going on in that situation. Our thanks again to Lauren. We'll check back in with her in a second. We want to get back to Lori Perez, because we've also been chatting with her here over the course of the evening and the afternoon. Lori, what are you seeing right now?
Okay, so good news from where we are here at Cesar Chavez and Main Street. Things have died down considerably. Oh, of course, as soon as I say that, there's some more fireworks going off. Every now and then, of course, we do still hear those fireworks, but a lot of the people have at least moved out of the area. And I don't know whether that's good or bad, because they seem to be fluidly looking for other places to kind of occupy as a large mass. In fact, we've had people coming up to us asking, hey, where did everybody go? Where's the protest? Where are we headed? And it's hard to tell because there are so many people scattering in so many directions. But there is a small group still here on the corner across the street near the Chevron, people who are waving flags and certainly trying to get the attention of the drivers as they're going by, people who in cars who are waving their own flags and shouting out to the crowd, shouting support, etc. But such a much different situation than the last time that you came to us, when there was so much chaos, when the dumpster was burning and that out of control car was, driving through the streets, scaring everyone. People were running and fleeing and trying to just stay safe. Choppers still are overhead, still shining down here, trying to track where the crowds are going. So there's a couple in a few different directions, so we can tell that the crowd has splintered off and are keeping law enforcement busy as they kind of move in different directions in large groups. But here where we are, thankfully, a much calmer situation than the last time you came to us, which is good news, even though we do continue to hear those fireworks. But for the moment, things relatively calm, which is good. Guys, back to you.
Certainly, that is good news, Lori. Thank you so much. Oh, keeping an eye on this situation right here, where it looks like law enforcement's established a bit of a line here. Not a lot of protesters, really. I mean, you have some folks here waving the flags and signs, and you know, keeping it peaceful, at least from what it looks like from our perspective. You zoom out and you see a little bit more, but overall, law enforcement outnumbering people, demonstrators, protesters on this particular corner right here.
Yeah, but we're hearing that the demonstrations now stretch all the way down to LA Live. We're trying to make out what our...
Yeah, that's a person up there in dark
Mm-hmm.
clothing, directly on the high ground of law enforcement.
Oh.
Somebody's got a laser on him.
There you go. Running away now.
So I wonder if he was throwing stuff at the cops down there. See, that's...
Would that be the LAPD chopper that has the
No, it would be somebody on the ground.
Oh, okay.
And it would be, you see, okay, so I see the laser keep pointing. I can't tell exactly where it's coming from. Generally, law enforcement doesn't use that unless it's on the other end of a gun, which would, you know, not be ideal for that person. But that laser was certainly enough to scare him off and get out of that area on that hillside.
Yeah, I think even that person was surprised by what was going on in that situation. So, you know, just it took off at a moment's notice. But yeah, just a lot to keep track of right now, as law enforcement and just a scattering of protesters and demonstrators are all over the place right now.
Yeah, we want to go back out to our Lauren Posen, who is on near First and Spring. Lauren, can you tell us what you're seeing? Is that fire still growing there?
Yes, the fire is still growing, but I turned my head for 1 second, and then I turned back again, and then I noticed that someone tagged in front of all these officers the signage in front of LAPD. We can't show you all that it says, but it starts with it says all cops, and then I'm not going to repeat the rest of it, but it is right in front of LAPD headquarters there, and again, right in front of all these officers, too. They were able to tag the building there. Now, I am noticing, okay, they're just doing a switch out. But again, yes, the fire, it is still growing. It's still there. We're seeing a lot of hearing and seeing a lot of honking, a lot of people still down here. Not sure what everyone's role is down here, if they're just here just to take this all in, or if they're part of the demonstration. I'm not sure. But that fire does seem to be gaining some energy, a block from... Oh. And there's another firework. You know, I should say, too, we did see a coyote that was in here, and he got really scared by all this, too. So for the people that are passionate about animals, there are animals down here. There's people that live downtown that have dogs and cats and animals, and fireworks are not good for them, as we talk about this every 4th of July. Plus, you have all this going on here, too, with it's really just quite a mess down here. I can't stress that enough. A mess and a very dangerous situation.
Yeah, Lauren, because you have so many people, you know, you're commenting on the number of folks with dogs and everything else. We've seen a number of them walking their dogs, and in some cases, when we were drawing attention earlier to the minivan that was going awry and a driver being incredibly reckless around the area, there were people walking their dogs and going about their night as normal, and that's blending into the situation that we're all monitoring, which is lines and rows of law enforcement established on street corners and on intersections, and then protesters that are nowhere near the size of what we saw when it was earlier in the afternoon near the 101 and the overpass and everything else, but still being incredibly disruptive in these pockets, even as LAPD and other law enforcement start, you know, declaring unlawful assemblies and moving people out. You're seeing it right there. Lori's seeing it, and it's just it keeps creeping up.
Right, exactly. Yeah, it's these pockets that are the problem tonight, right? And it's just a small, well, at least where I'm at, a relatively small group of people that's causing a lot of disruption here. And I wish I could see who's throwing off these fireworks, but I just, you know, I think they throw them and run. But we can't see from where we are, because again, it's dark, and it's dark down here.
Lauren, really quickly, left side of your screen, this is at LA Live. There's a fight in the middle of the street, and somebody is on the ground, and they are attacking that person.
That person in that mini bike, right?
Yeah, and I can't tell. I don't know where that. Did they get up? I can't tell for sure.
Yeah, they got up, and someone's coming back and swinging on them again. They're going to try to break it up there.
And this is that LA Live location that I was telling you about.
Man.
You can hear the sirens there.
Yeah, and the person getting up there seems a little wobbly, obviously.
Hit
Oh,
him
no,
again.
and then hit by, it looked like somebody else, too.
Yeah, yeah.
You're
He's
hoping
doing
that they
his
can just get
best
out.
to get out, yeah.
But he's clearly injured and is not, wasn't doing a good job of getting out of there. I mean, and you look, and you know what's disturbing, and I saw it just now in the chopper shot, I saw it earlier, it is so many smiles on faces down there.
Yeah.
I mean, people think this is funny. They think that they're having a great time down there as they pummel that person in the middle of the road, start fires in the street. It's just really, it's not, whatever message anybody was trying to convey earlier is certainly not being conveyed now.
No, and if anything, the difference is even more stark, right? Because you saw so many people protesting with signs and with flags and doing it peacefully and lawfully, but it's those moments of severe agitation and reaction, like throwing rocks and scooters and concrete and fireworks, and then bleeding off into these moments here, where it's just so obvious that one is wildly different than the other and doesn't represent what the majority of people are doing. However, with that said, it still becomes incredibly dangerous and serious to monitor and to take care of, because not just people, like we just saw that person on the bike getting pummeled for seemingly no reason, but then law enforcement as well, because there were so many close calls earlier in the evening of rocks and serious items being this close to hitting them in the head, or their cars, engulfed in flames before getting knocked out. It's just a lot to deal with.
Yeah, at this point, that crowd has really kind of broken off. They're still taking over the street there. And take a look, you can make out some people
somebody
on
else
bikes.
is down again, or if
yeah,
it's
looks like a small group has congregated there.
Yeah, it's hard to make out what's going on there, but obviously some yelling.
Yeah, I think that's in Lauren's shot, so we might want to be careful. Yeah, we want to be careful with Lauren's shot, just because we could hear people's profanity there.
And you also have traffic here. Like there were some cars that were stuck in those groups, and we know how dangerous that can be, especially if you're not really moving all that often. Here's more of it right now, and they're just kind of drifting along. Really, this group.
There are a few people holding signs. There are several people waving flags there, and then you have people that you wonder if they are a part of the protest, or if they're there just to, disrupt. But at this point, it looks like they're turning around and walking back.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like, I was just looking at crypto.com arena. I don't think there was any events there tonight.
Okay.
So that's, good, because the last thing we would need is a stadium full of people funneling out into downtown right now, especially where this group is. And, this is why they declared that unlawful assembly for the entirety of downtown, is because these guys are moving all over the place. And now, as we mentioned, geographically, you're pretty far from where LAPD has the vast majority of their resources.
You'd have to imagine at this point, given the fact that all of downtown has been declared an unlawful assembly, if folks just keep slowly spreading out and further away, you would think that law enforcement would prefer that and hope that just means everybody's just trying to call it a night.
LAPD. Yeah.
Go ahead, sorry.
No, I was just going to say, I mean, that's 9 times out of 10 when we see these protests, or I don't even know what this is anymore, not a protest, but when we see these things start to diminish, it's because they slowly splinter, and the smaller the groups get, the less damage they start to do. Look at that, throwing bikes at the police car.
And that's what you're worried about, obviously.
Objects and bikes at this LAPD vehicle that's coming by here.
Got out of there pretty quickly, though.
Oh, yeah. And that's what you heard the chief talk about earlier when they try to form what are called mobile field forces. That's where they get a group of officers to go all in at once, because you have that situation where you have one officer or one patrol car with 2 officers inside, and they were very, very quickly, attacked by these people in the street. So that's why they don't like to send that just single patrol car into situations like this, and they want to deal with it with a mobile field force or a different, more significant amount of resources.
And you wonder that patrol car probably not responding to the situation, right? They continued to make their way through.
Yeah.
We don't know for sure, but and another one making their way through, and We're going to monitor if they're able to.
There's more fireworks on the right side of your screen there go off. Yeah, no, it's a reminder of what we saw just about 24 hours ago, just last night, when there was one single law enforcement vehicle left alone after they started to clear out in front of the Federal Detention Center, at least in that part of downtown LA, and one was left by itself and tried to make a right onto traffic as opposed to reversing out with the rest of them. And then we saw a large group of people surround that vehicle, try to open doors, throw things at the back windshield, at the front windshield.
They were able to. A large object at the back windshield, shattered it.
And it just became incredibly dangerous for that one single vehicle. And this is what this moment reminded me of just now.
Yeah, you hope that this officer is prepared to leave this area. You see them backing up now, and that is something that they're going to want to do because we've seen crowds surround the vehicle, and we're hoping.
The scary part is obviously with traffic and then this large group of people, because now it almost feels like it could get surrounded at any moment.
Look, they're throwing stuff now at the vehicle.
Oh,
and here's the thing, some people will stand in front of it and not let the officer move by.
If these guys get boxed in, that's going to be a really bad situation. So I would assume some incident commander is going to notify these patrol units to stay out of this area until they can get a mobile field force or some other group in here to deal with this. What is looks like two different groups on the.
Yeah, I was trying to make out who that was, but it looks like possibly more demonstrators there.
And really
lined up near Pico Boulevard.
Stretching into essentially every lane of traffic right now. I mean, you hear the honking from other vehicles just trying to make it through right now as they continue their march over there. You even hear some more in the background. Hard to tell if that was fireworks or something else, but. Things certainly still fluid at the moment, and you just fingers crossed and hope for the best that nothing serious happens. But every time we say that, then something else sort of picks back up. So of course we'll continue to keep an eye on this right now. As a reminder that LAPD did declare an unlawful assembly in all of downtown LA, so that's why it feels a little bit more scattered right now as crowds and groups that were there just start fanning out a little bit more to LA Live and beyond. So. With that, let's get back to Lauren Posen, who's been monitoring the situation right now. Lauren, it's hard to tell from your shot. Is that fire still going? Is it out, or what's the situation that you're looking at right now?
Gio, from where I'm at right now, it looks like it might be out, but I don't want to say 100% on that because I can't fully see it. I still see some flames. There's a little bit of flames in the distance there, not as big as before, but there's also a whole bunch of people kind of standing around, so it's hard to tell. There's been an extreme amount of fireworks the last 3 minutes here, people just shooting them off again and really just kind of jolting everyone. LAPD, the signage has been tagged. This is done in front of a row of officers here on motorcycle bikes. The entire downtown here by headquarters. I'm looking at the building right across from the headquarters. That's tagged. The sidewalks are tagged. Everything is tagged. We can't show you what the tagging looks like because there's bad language on it, but I'm sure you can imagine what it says there. Just a very it's weird because, traffic is moving. So, like, on one hand, you think, okay, well, it's almost back to normal, but it's not because you have all this chaos kind of going around you here. And especially, there's another firework going to go off here. They just threw it. See, there's a group of people on the side of the street there. It's a big group of them, and they're still congregated over there, and they seem to be the ones that are throwing off these fireworks into moving traffic. There we go.
Yeah,
there's another one,
there.
too. Again, it's hard to tell what's being amplified. If it's because we're downtown, that's what making it sound louder, or what. But I mean, it's very, very loud. And then you have, on top of that, you have the sirens going off too. We have choppers still above us. And then there's also, like right now, it's almost like eerie moments of quiet. Well, I say that and there's more poppers going off, but it gets quiet, but then it gets loud again. It's as you've been saying all night, it's a fluid situation here, but it's definitely not over because there's still these pockets of people wanting to be disruptive. I mean, let's call it like it is here. They're being disruptive. They're putting fireworks into the road. They are setting things on fire. This is not what the governor and the mayor has expressed they want to see. They want people to protest peacefully, and I think that we've gone beyond that this evening.
Certainly, especially in those spots. You hear it again there in the background. I mean, that group is still huddled around that same area you've been keeping an eye on, Lauren. And then on the left side of your screen, for those watching at home, you have this large congregation of folks just continuing to move through traffic, as if they are the cars in the road, and inching its way forward. Hard to tell exactly where they're going, or we don't know where they'll end up. But there's another large bang in the background. Was that more fireworks?
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, they're fireworks, and I see now there's people right in the park over here. They're shooting from the back, and they're throwing them to where the cars are. And see the problem. Oh, there's another one. I mean, they are just like launching them. I don't know if you can launch I don't know how they're doing it, but they are launching them.
It looks like they're launching them right at people.
I'm seeing. Yeah, hang on, guys. Possibly the sheriff's department might be moving in here that I can't fully see from my vantage point, but I'm hearing that the sheriff's department might be moving in here. Mike, maybe if you could help me confirm that. It's dark out here. It's hard for me to make everything out, and we have all these. Oh, wait, you know what? I see with a white hat. Okay, right in front of, we might be having, now the patrol cars are coming out here too. They don't have their sirens on, but here go, it's a lot of patrol cars coming by here. 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, probably more than a dozen, or right at a dozen.
Yeah, and Lauren, that does, to me, from this vantage point, well, that's a firework obviously on the right, but what we were listening to earlier did sound more like maybe law enforcement sending some tear gas or some potentially smoke ammunition. We'll have to see. But it did kind of look like that, though you don't really see a heavy law enforcement presence over there. So we do have KCAL coming back into that area, so we'll try to get a vantage point from there too to see if we can get a better kind of picture of who's launching what.
And can I just say one more thing, too, because, Gio, we were talking about this earlier. I'm looking at this park here, and I see so many people walking their animals as if, nothing is going on tonight. And I know the dogs have to go out. I understand that. But I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't be walking when there's fireworks going off. You just don't know what's going to happen. I don't know if they're just out here because they want to see what's going on or if the dogs need to go out. But, I mean, it's just there are people just walking around as if it's any other Sunday night.
Yeah, and it's as we continue our coverage here and kind of, it's worth taking a quick step back and reminding folks, because we have such a focus and such a laser focus on downtown LA, because that's where the majority of stuff's been happening, as you hear more of the fireworks going on in the background, because there is certainly, a picture has been painted, or at least attempted to be painted by federal officials, by members of the Trump administration, by the U.S. attorney as well, and many others, versus the picture that's been painted by people like the mayor, the governor, congressmen and women that we've talked to throughout the evening. And this is just one. This is not all of Los Angeles. This is not all of Southern California. It is a sliver that we are focusing on right now. That doesn't make it any less significant, and that's of course why we're focusing on it. But the intensity level of what we're seeing here starts to get isolated toward certain corners, and that goes back to when we came on air at 4 o'clock and noticing things right on the 101, on the northbound and southbound lanes, right there at the overpass, to the federal detention building, to just up the street, and you see those Waymos that were called in and set on fire, to now, crowds moving and dispersing even up toward Chinatown and beyond, because now an unlawful assembly has been declared, and things tend to evolve as we keep getting deeper and deeper into the night.
And we have had other situations pop up, right? We saw at one point some of the people walking down past LA Live, they started attacking or pummeling someone on one of those mini bikes that looked like maybe they were part of that group of people, but made some agitated them and led to that. Then we saw a driver of a minivan make their way through the streets, and that was a wild situation. They were driving on the sidewalk. Luckily, a sheriff's patrol car was able to stop that person, and no one was hurt there. So there have been other situations that have popped off from the situation and the tensions really just rising here in downtown LA. I know we do want to go to our Lori Perez. Lori, where are you? What are you seeing?
So we've now moved right in front of Union Station, and really just some unbelievable scenes playing out here. I want you to take a look down towards that light. You might be able to see that fire there in the lane of the road. That seems to be the starting off point where they are shooting off a continuous show of fireworks. I mean, as if you're at the 4th of July show. We keep seeing that every few moments. Obviously very startling for drivers along the road and startling for people here who have assembled in this corner. This seems to be the area where a lot of those people who were on the 101 overpass have kind of congregated at this point. They are continuing to shout, and every time any sort of law enforcement car comes by, whether it's LAPD or sheriff's deputies, they are launching rocks and pieces of concrete and bottles, etc., at those cars, which is a really dangerous and scary situation. At this moment, kind of quiet, but lots of honking going on, lots of people driving by with their windows open, waving flags, waving and shouting support to this crowd. But maybe, who knows, maybe this might be kind of thinning out a bit. Of course, LAPD overhead still continuing to monitor. And there you saw that. I mean, that is very scary when we are as close as we are, and that's happening. And look at the cars just so seconds from going through it. That's got to be really terrifying if you're driving down the road and then all of a sudden that goes off right in front of you. So, you know, a lot to still try and keep control of down here, and a lot that still could escalate, certainly if this crowd does not dissipate. You mentioned about the order that has been put into place, telling these people that they need to get out of here or they need to go home or face possible arrest. Either they don't have that word yet or they are ignoring it, because we have not really seen much movement. But hopefully things will get under control soon here. If not, we of course will still stay here on the scene and bring it to you as we are seeing it here live on the ground. For now, Bias, back to you.
Lori, thank you. And as we continue to keep an eye on the situation, it doesn't look like much has changed there on the right side of your screen. There's another couple dogs getting walked by their owner, I presume. There on the left side of your screen is that live shot of the group of demonstrators, protesters that we've been keeping an eye on, just sort of migrating forward in traffic, through traffic, after initially we saw law enforcement, one vehicle or two vehicles separately drive through and then having things thrown at them, engaging with these protesters, or I should say these protesters were engaging with them, and things got a little hairy there for a moment and scary. But they came out the other side just fine. And yeah, it's hard to tell exactly where they're going to go. But you know, at this point in the night, we're just sort of reacting and seeing what's going on at any moment's notice.
Yeah, Mike Rogers, do we know, is this the same group that was on their way to LA Live that we're looking at from KCAL?
Yeah,
okay.
they've been slowly kind of marching to the north, away from LA Live. I haven't seen a whole lot of clashes since then, but they are still starting to march to the north near LA Live, where that whole incident happened. And I am looking at our other chopper, where he was looking at a fire just a second ago where Lori Perez was earlier, where that van was driving like a lunatic. John, there's also a fire over at Union Station, if he can look at that too. So we're just kind of giving him some direction there. On the right side of your screen, that's the shot we're talking about. The left side is a different aerial shot of that group near LA Live. There you see City Hall. And look at that really long line of police cars that are moving through John's shot right there.
Wow.
It's just, there's so much law enforcement around here, and no matter how many there are, they're still stretched thin with the geographical area that they're trying to cover. Here is that gas station where Lori was earlier, where it looks like that group is still there.
But the difference being, in case someone's just seeing this for the first time, that earlier when they first were congregating around the Chevron, the lights were on, things were happening, and then it looks like power was, and the lights were shut down. There's the two trash fires that were still, I guess they're still going on. I mean, they've been going on, for at least a while now. And that crowd really hasn't moved too much from that Chevron station, but they've sort of parked there and waited.
And it doesn't look like, I mean, there's no law enforcement in this area,
No.
at least for the moment that I can tell. You know, I know we were concerned a little bit earlier about them getting into that Chevron. You know, the Chevron, as you pointed out, the Chevron lights were on, and then they very quickly were not. You know, once that crowd started to kind of gather around them. So, but for the moment, it looks like they're just kind of hanging out in there.
Yeah, and it looks like it's hard to make out just because it's so dark, but most people are on the sidewalk, right? They're not even congregated at the gas station necessarily. Yeah. And I'm sure the gas station has now closed its doors.
And now they are trying to throw things at cop cars.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of 3 that just 4 now passing the screen there, and and another one. I mean, it just every opportunity they're just
throwing things at the LAPD vehicles that make their way through.
And LAPD trying to move through there pretty quick.
And there's that innocent driver there stuck in the middle of it all.
Yeah. Another one just did a quick U-turn in the middle of the road just to turn around and get away from there.
Just a chaotic situation all over the place, all over downtown. LAPD a while ago declaring that unlawful assembly for the entirety of downtown LA. Though obviously, you know, that doesn't mean much to these people. It does give the LAPD the authority to arrest them should they need to, or have the ability to. Really is, I think, kind of more a little bit what's going on here is LAPD and these officers, not only from the LAPD, the Sheriff's Department, CHP has been down there as well, just trying to coordinate how to do all of this and how to you know, get and be in all of these different places at once has been certainly a challenge for those law enforcement officers.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, that was sort of a picture of what really everyone that we've been talking to has highlighted as what is obviously not okay and not endorsed in any shape, form, or fashion. That's just one sliver of obviously a lot of we've seen all day. But you know, when you have LAPD just driving through and trying to get to another situation, then seeing items being thrown at them, no one's in support of that in any shape, form, or fashion.
We want to get to Lauren Posen. Lauren, what's the situation where you're at? We know that there has been a fire there for some time. LAPD motors still staged near you. We're hearing some pretty loud music, but maybe just be cars driving by.
That's right, Leslie. Yeah, it's a low rider. You're going to see it probably shortly here. He's got a Dodgers flag out. There he goes in the red Cadillac there. But yes, the fire appears to be out, which is a good thing. Fireworks are still going off. We've kind of had a little bit of a break, but I wouldn't hold your breath. I'm sure it's going to happen shortly here again. They keep throwing them out in the road. The PD, they have the motorcycle units blocking off Main here, Main and keep forgetting where I am. I've been here all night. Main, right by City Hall. They've got that blocked off, and then they also have it blocked off, Temple, and also down by Main and Temple over there as well. So they have this section kind of blocked off here. They're not allowing traffic to go through. People on foot have been able to go through, but there hasn't been that many people because, as we've heard, this has been declared an unlawful assembly. So hopefully we're seeing people kind of listen to that, at least in this little section here, except for the block up where you see people waving the flags. And there's still a group of people. They look to be in the road right now. I don't know if they're going to be blocking traffic because the light's red, but we'll see what happens here. Or they could just be crossing. But, you know, see? Like I said, I wasn't going to hold my breath that we were not going to see any more fireworks tonight, and they keep getting bigger and bigger too. Now I am seeing, looking at the headquarters here, I'm seeing a group of law enforcement walking. I don't know where they're going, but they're walking out. And again, in terms of the graffiti downtown, it is all over. In fact, the headquarters of LAPD were tagged right in front of these officers here. Even though there are barricades out, they were still able to tag the signage there. Yeah. And we have people, I don't know if you can see here, spectators too, just taking video, taking pictures as all this is happening as well too.
Yeah, it looks like LAPD officers are staging right along that barricade that they've placed in front of headquarters there. But you can see it looks like this group on our right side that KCAL has been, or SkyCal has been monitoring.
That's back at the gas station and the trash fire.
Are they running from law enforcement?
I can't tell, John. Were you able to tell what they kind of took off from? One of LAPD's pushing in right there. Oh yeah, there's an officer, a line of LAPD moving through there.
Oh, okay, there you go. You have the mountain unit back out, and you see the officers there. One has a bullhorn, and you can imagine they're probably giving those dispersal orders, saying, hey, you got to get out of this area. We are going to start making arrests if you do not. And many of those people now just taking off running in the other direction.
Yeah, there you go.
There's still, what, fireworks?
See
smoke over there.
Yeah, smoke over there. The dumpster fire's over there, and you're right. Number of law enforcement surrounding
this entire area here. Yeah.
So then we play this game of where they're going to move to. What's the next thing they're going to go do? Now the only hope is that every time these groups move, they'll start to splinter.
Yeah.
And they get smaller and smaller.
People will start making that decision to leave and go home.
Then maybe as it gets later and later, just tire out and decide, all right, we've had enough for a day.
But you can see CHP completely, not CHP, excuse me, law enforcement, LAPD most likely just stage along Cesar Chavez, taking over where that Chevron is, and we saw all those people standing moments ago. Let's go to our Lori Perez. Lori.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I mean, that was a really welcome sight for us when all of these officers came in and really took over this intersection, pushed back a lot of those people who had started to congregate. You can see that they have not been able to get a hold of the group that continues to put off those fireworks, but they have cleared much of this intersection of the crowd that had gathered here, which is really helping to alleviate things here, which has really gotten traffic moving. But they are still facing some aggression. You might have just heard that. Someone just threw, first of all, there's a firework, but someone just threw some rocks or concrete or something at an LAPD car and it smashed a window. You can see LAPD is lining up. They are advancing across the street. They do want to keep this crowd moving. And as Mike was saying, hopefully dissipate the crowd. We don't want to get into this game of where you just keep pushing them and then they move somewhere else. You have to push them. They really do want to try and disperse now that that dispersal order is in effect. They want these people to get out of here, to get out of LA, to go home, and to relieve the tension that has been on the streets for so many hours now. But it's difficult to tell where those fireworks are coming from, but they do continue to go off despite the police presence on this corner at this point. But they do seem to be getting a handle on it, which is good news. So we're going to continue to monitor this situation and hope that, you know, now that the dumpster fire seems to be under control, now that the crowd seems to be gone, that perhaps there will be some peace and calm restored, at least on this corner. Guys, back to you.
Lori, thank you. And yeah, you know, one of the things here too, Mike, and we've drawn attention to this over the course of the afternoon and evening, is that you're not seeing a lot of direct, really face-to-face confrontation with law enforcement and these large groups of people. Now, some of that was inevitable earlier in the afternoon when there were so many people, and they law enforcement basically just had to establish those lines and then slowly push their way, you know, for example, on the 101 and get them off the freeway and then back over onto the on-ramp. But now it just seems like they're kind of letting it play out a little bit before then making a very targeted move and effort here, like we saw with the mounted unit, with everybody else. And then you see the squad of vehicles in the background as well, and it seems to have worked rather efficiently, at least in this case, to get everybody out as intended.
Yeah, and push them through, and it is a different type of situation. We are certainly seeing skirmish lines eventually, but not to the point where you were talking about earlier, where they are so face-to-face with everybody. This is more of a situation where the people get kind of worked up for a little while. They do what they do. They set something on fire, whatever, and then LAPD comes in, and almost as soon as they see that large number of LAPD, then they're done. They want to move. They want to go somewhere else and do that. Now, I did just get a message from a law enforcement source that, you know, certainly we are seeing fireworks that is coming from the crowd, but I'm being told by a source that a lot of the bangs that we're hearing are actually coming from law enforcement that are throwing some of those things, which would explain why we see that crowd so suddenly scatter.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, they whether or not it's tear gas or just flashbangs or smoke, that we saw CHP using earlier, it's enough to get that crowd kind of jolted and move and get out of there. So, now we'll have to kind of look around, and I can ask John to do that for us and kind of figure out where our largest group of people are. I mean, I know there was still a kind of a group of people over at LA Live, though the CHP helicopter that was helping out with that looks like they've left that area. So I don't know if those guys splintered off as well. John's looking around for the other group, but that was kind of our last, aside from LA Live, that was kind of our last real organized group. And they seem to have really splintered after that.
Yeah, and that is a welcome sight for law enforcement, who really is just working to get these people out, get them home off of the streets, as they have declared an unlawful assembly and a dispersal order for all of downtown Los Angeles. Now, people that are watching this nationally or may not be here or may just be tuning in, they may be wondering, okay, where is the National Guard? We were talking so much about the president bringing in 2,000 National Guardswomen, and we are not seeing them. And that is because we have been told by the mayor, by other officials, by LAPD police chief, that the Guard's mission right now is only to protect federal building, federal land. And that is because the Guard has been federalized, which means they are not being essentially told what to do by the local government here. And at this point, we have not seen them leave that federal detention center.
Not at all, yeah.
So we have seen LAPD, CHP, sheriffs, but the National Guard has stayed put at the federal detention center, and we have not seen anything there besides this morning. Mike, I want to get to you.
Yeah, I just want, John, zoom in tight on that line of sheriff's deputies, and I think we're going to see where a majority of these bangs are coming from. So watch, and I believe it's going to be one of the ones that's underneath the traffic signal there, and you'll see them here in a second. Looks like
they have someone detained there in that area
there
too.
On the left. But then at the top of the screen, I just a couple seconds ago saw them throw one of those, what I believe to be a flashbang, towards the crowd. So we'll see if they do it again. But when we hear those pops, a lot of them, it looks like, are now starting to come from law enforcement. Certainly, the crowd is shooting off fireworks, but law enforcement is now starting to use these flashbangs to, to get the crowd to disperse. And I just saw one of the deputies throw it. It looks like that was effective, so I'm not seeing them throw any more. But now we can look at this person being detained here.
Yeah, I want to add one more quick comment back to wrap Leslie's point on the National Guardsmen, because there was a deployment of, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it was 2,000. But there's only 300, here on the ground.
About 300.
About 300.
If
so
you can hear me, we're having some activity happen out here.
And it sounds like Lauren might be keeping an eye on certain things down there. Let's get to her right now. Lauren, we heard you say there that something might be happening. What's going on?
Yeah, there's some activity here. Some patrol cars have pulled up. They have their sirens on, and you can see people are still lighting off fireworks. Let's see here where they're going to go. Okay, well, as I'm looking in the distance here, I see there is still a handful of people at that building right across from the police station, and I've been hearing that they possibly have been trying to set that building on fire, and that's why they're all congregated over there, and that's something that law enforcement is watching very closely. And I'm also been observing here that it looks like we have a chopper right above us too. It's not a news chopper, it's a PD chopper. I don't think it's the Black Hawk we saw earlier today, but we got this marine layer. It's hard to see exactly. That the Sheriff's Department has formed a skirmish line right behind City Hall here, and they were making advances on that crowd that had that trash can fire, and then would move back as well. And they did, as Mike said, deploy that tear gas that we caught a whiff of. But we have a lot of helicopters above us now. It's getting really noisy. Looks like they may have their eye on something or someone, that being police, but it's hard to say right now. because it's really, you know, got a lot of things going on. We got traffic moving. We have the police in front of us here. And then, of course, we have that, it looks to me like somewhat of a large group in front of that building there as well, right across the street from where we are. Mike, I'll send, and Leslie and Gio, I'll send it back to you guys. Maybe, Mike, maybe you have some more information as to what's going on. It's hard for me here on the ground with what's going on here to kind of get answers.
Yeah, and we're going to move, John, I'm going to have you go over to kind of Lauren Posen's location, and I believe it's still in the area. Lauren, are you still in the area, Main and Temple, or where are you? Is that First and Spring still?
Yeah, right. I'm Main and First, actually. But yes, Main and, you know, yeah.
So he's swinging the camera around right now, and we'll kind of look and see what that situation is.
Yeah.
And I think it's going to be right under him, so they may have to adjust a little bit here. But yeah, so we'll check that out here in just a second as he maneuvers KCAL around. But again, this is back where that original fire was. This is, you know, kind of in the area. There's all the motorcycles, and I think, John, maybe just up the street, one way, yeah, right there on the corner, John, over to your right, near police headquarters, yeah. So there's this group here that I think they're trying to address a bit further down, more towards the intersection, John, right there on the corner, yeah.
Right there.
So that's the group they're trying to address. You know, standing around a little bit for the most part. We'll see, but there you go, another fire in the street, or that's the same fire from earlier, rather. That still didn't get extinguished.
But what we're seeing from Lauren's shot, you are seeing that large group there on Spring and First. On the other side, though, you started seeing a very small group, maybe only about 4 or 5 people. They started placing what looked like barricades in the middle of the roadway. And that is something we've seen law enforcement move pretty quickly to prevent or to at least dismantle, because that is a very dangerous situation as we're watching fireworks go off and law enforcement make their way down First Street.
Barricades.
Yeah. You can see it's that small group. It's someone wearing an orange hoodie there has set up those barricades. It looks like in the street.
And when John comes around the old LA Times building, it looks like there was some more fireworks getting set off right there as LAPD tries to move through that area, which they do so carefully, or quickly rather, because you know, every time they drive past a group, they get things thrown at them.
Yeah, there's a lot going on right now because and we mentioned this earlier about how it's every time one large group seems to be dispersed, another one seems to crop up at a slightly different location or somewhere around the area. Once again, worth repeating that LAPD has declared an unlawful assembly, so they are working to clear the area, or at least warn people, hey, we have the right to arrest you if you're still in this area and have not left. So that's really trying to sort of clean up the edges and get people out and go home, or at least go away and remove themselves from this area. But then every few minutes or so, we tend to see another gathering, another group, and then the fireworks go off. Or just when you think, I just saw another flash there we go again on the left side of your screen. You can't let your guard down, and certainly law enforcement is not doing that, but I just mean in the general sense of watching what's going on. Yes, the crowd has thinned out compared to what we saw earlier, and every hour that passes, it almost seems like it keeps getting a little bit smaller, on top of the fact when you start dispersing the crowds, Mike, like you mentioned, they get scattered and perhaps they just start to dissipate, but then again, you see another one start to form, and you have to be wary and be careful because you don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah. I know we were working to get Mayor Bass here sometime soon, so I want to check in with our producer to see if we are possibly going to hear from the mayor. Okay, we are waiting for her to call into our newsroom, but we are expecting to hear from Mayor Bass here in any moment. But until then, we're continuing to monitor the situation. A lot of activity at Spring and First Street near...
Something's happening, I don't know what, but yes.
Okay, you can hear Lauren. You can hear Lauren saying that something's happening in her location. Just finishing my thought here. A lot of activity at Spring and First Street. That's where she is. Lauren, what are you hearing? I know you're saying there's some sort of activity picking up.
Right, we have a fire truck here. The officers are going to let them go by. And then behind the fire truck, there's 4 patrol cars. And let's see where they're going to go. Hopefully they're going to where that fire was. Now, see, I see there's another fire being started right by that building, and I think Mike said that was the old LA Times. Yeah, the old LA Times building. It's right in front of there. It's okay. We got the. Also, these fireworks, they're putting them off right as cars drive by. It is so incredibly dangerous.
And Lauren,
not only are they doing it in front of patrol cars.
Yeah, that's a trash
sorry,
can.
go ahead.
No, that's okay. That's a trash can they're trying to set on fire in front of the old Times building. We see it right there on the corner. Unsuccessfully, thankfully, but they are trying.
Right.
Yeah, it looks like that.
Right, but you know, these fireworks. Yeah. Yep, go ahead, sorry.
No, it looked like that fire truck was, it stopped moving there. Does it look like they're staged in that location, or are they just stuck? Oh, no, they're gonna keep going.
Okay, they're turning around. Oh, what are they doing? Okay. All right, I think they, you know what it is? They can't get around those cars. That's what the problem was. Those cars didn't move over. And so that's what they're trying to do. So let me get back over here so I can get a better view here of what's happening. And now, yeah, there's just still a lot of people in front of the old LA Times building. Now the fire truck is stopped. I see officers on the ground. They're getting out of those patrol cars with the firefighters, and the firefighters are out of their truck. And where are they going? Okay. Really hard for me to see, but I do see a group of people mixed in with the firefighters and mixed in with the PD. Go ahead, Mike.
No, there looks like, I mean, they're talking to, that's police headquarters right there. We were looking at it from KCAL too, Lauren.
Yeah.
So that's that, but I do want to I understand from our booth, we do have Mayor Karen Bass on the phone with us. So we want to absolutely get to her. Mayor Bass, can you hear us?
I can.
Hi, Mayor. So walk us through kind of where we're at in this situation tonight from what you understand it.
Well, things are slowly but surely calming down. After the protest that was predominantly peaceful several hours ago, a number of people stayed around and unfortunately were committing violence, you know, in the form of defacing buildings, throwing bottles, throwing cans, and that's just unacceptable. And they need to understand that when the LAPD declares an unlawful assembly, they need to leave, not scatter around the city creating violence or graffitiing up buildings. This does not help anything. You know, I think about those families that are terrified right now because they don't know where their loved one is. They don't know if their loved one has been taken to another country, another city, and this is not helping anything. This does not promote the integration and acceptance of immigrants. This pits Angelenos against each other, and I just think that it is completely unacceptable and uncalled for.
Mayor Bass, you know, earlier today you tweeted that you met with the governor, the police chief, LAPD, the sheriff, as well as other law enforcement partners about how to keep Angelenos safe. What is the answer here tonight? Because as you mentioned, we've been monitoring this situation for hours. We've seen CHP cars get destroyed, officers get pelted with concrete objects. What is the solution?
Well, you know, when you have a protest and everybody has the right to use their First Amendment ability to speak freely, to protest peacefully. That is the American way. And this is just unacceptable. And you know, in these situations, the vast majority, I would even go so far as to say 95% of the people that attend these protests are attending them peacefully. And that 5% that lingers after is the ones that get involved in trouble, get involved in the vandalism. And that just has to be made very clear that there will be consequences. So if you stand around and you graffiti a building or you conduct some other act of violence, you are going to be held accountable, and you should not think that just because you don't get arrested tonight that you won't be arrested. There's videotape of just about everything that happens in our city.
Mayor Bass, I want to ask about communication because obviously there's the National Guard component. When the president deployed 2,000 National Guardsmen, it's our understanding only about 300 are down here in the LA area. They have essentially not been really visible in terms of our live coverage that we've been keeping on all afternoon and all evening. There's the CHP component as well when it came to the 101 entrance and the on-ramp and getting people off of that. Then, of course, there's LAPD, and we've seen law enforcement skirmish lines established all across the downtown area. What have been the difficulties when it comes to communication between all these different layers of law enforcement and everything else that's going on?
I actually don't think there has been a difficulty. I mean, in terms of the federalized National Guard, they are stationed at the federal building. The CHP takes care of the highway. So when the protesters went on the highway, it was CHP. Even in front of the federal building, you have the Federal Protective Services, so federal officers. And then, of course, you have LAPD. So I think actually the communication and collaboration has been good. I was at the command center most of the day today, and, people are literally working in the same room together. The CHP is there, the Federal Protective Services are there, the National Guard wasn't there, but everybody is in communication, and I think that that's why things have gone well. I mean, you haven't seen massive violence take place. You haven't seen, police officers engaging in a violent manner with people. There have definitely been some isolated incidences. But, someone had made a comparison to what had happened in L.A. in the past. It's just very important to realize that this is happening on a few streets in downtown L.A. This is not citywide. This is not massive civil unrest. And obviously, I don't ever want to see that happen in our city again, which is why we have to be very aggressive now and send a very clear message that vandalism will not be tolerated.
And a quick follow-up to that communication point, I want to extend it to the federal government as well, because I know you mentioned you've been staying in communication with a lot of folks, including the president, or at least attempting to talk to the president and other federal officials. How do you maintain that message to de-escalate the situation? Because that's not just coming from you, that's coming from other folks we talked to tonight, including LA County Supervisor Janice Hahn, in that there's a repeated attempt to try and talk to Secretary Noem, to the U.S. Attorney, to President Trump, and saying we all need to take a step back here in order to calm things down.
You should know I have not reached out specifically to the president. Okay. I am attempting to reach out to Secretary Noem. We knew each other. We served in Congress together for 10 years. And there's other officials that are in the administration that I have been in contact with, including Tom Homan, as well as the new U.S. Attorney, Bill
Saley?
Yeah. Bill Saley, yes.
Saley, yes.
Mm-hmm. Mayor Bass, Leslie here. We're hearing tonight the California Lieutenant Governor has announced that the state government will file a lawsuit against the federal government for deploying the National Guard. Have you been in contact with the Lieutenant Governor at all?
No, I have not spoken to the Lieutenant Governor today. I met with the governor for quite a while, but I've not spoken to the Lieutenant Governor.
We're just getting a post from LAPD right now, Mayor Bass. Business owners are now reporting stores being looted in the area of 6th Street and Broadway.
My God.
And that's just another layer. As we've mentioned, only a small group of people still on the streets of downtown Los Angeles. This is not the larger protesting group we've seen throughout the day. But what is the solution to de-escalation? Are there any talks about bringing in possibly more law enforcement, maybe some other city agencies, mutual aid? I know that the police chief, LAPD police chief, said that they were, quote, overwhelmed.
Well, I will say, but I don't think he meant that they were overwhelmed to the point of needing mutual aid. Mm-hmm. I know that, our chief has great relations with other departments all through the region, and if mutual aid is needed, I know that he wouldn't hesitate to call on it. But in my conversations with him, he did not indicate that they were overwhelmed and they couldn't manage the situation at all.
Mm-hmm.
Mayor Karen Bass live with us tonight. Mayor, thank you so much for your time this evening. We certainly appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
We want to get to Mike Rogers. Mike, we had spoken about possible looting.
Yeah, and that's what we're looking at on the right side of your screen. This is in the area, I believe we said 6th and Broadway. Let me just double check that. But yeah, 6th and Broadway. You see LAPD down there. Business owners had reported that their stores were being looted. Now, it's hard because there's an overhang. We're also dealing with a lot of helicopter traffic, marine layers, what have you. So I don't know if John can tell us if he sees any broken windows, anything like that on any of these storefronts. I do see, you know, those officers standing there, sees a guy on a phone who looks to be, you know, upset about something. I just can't tell, John, I don't know if you can, if there's any damage to any of the storefronts there. So we'll look for that. But yeah, we don't know the extent of it, but we do know that the officers were responding. Oh yeah, look, actually, I'm so sorry. They're standing right in front of a broken window. It looks like that shattered on the floor or something like that. I can't tell if that was the door. As John kind of moves around a little bit, we'll try to get a better idea on that. But you know, this is obviously another escalation in this. You know, we had graffiti, we've had clashes with officers, and now if businesses are being looted, that is just another, you know, terrible escalation in what has gone on in downtown Los Angeles tonight. And again, to the mayor's point, to, you know, everyone's point that has brought it up, it totally dilutes whatever message was trying to be spread. And it looks like it's a shoe store, I believe. I see the Jordan logo there on top. So that is common. I mean, those shoe stores are the ones that, you know, kind of get hit frequently. They've got some very high priced items in there that go in, and yeah, it does look like that door is actually super just flat out on the front. So I don't know if they got in there and then kicked it forward or what exactly happened. And as John comes around further, I can't tell if that's what's on the floor right there, but that definitely looks like some damage was done here. Now as these officers have to investigate this, and yeah, you can see shoes kind of all about. Yeah. I can't tell if that's bags or exactly what that is laying down there on the floor, but definitely something that went on. And when you look, you know, I just happened to notice, you look at the police cars that are out front, and I can tell by the numbers on top of them just how far away from different parts of the city these officers are coming from. That one right there, that black and white, is from Pacific Station. I saw a Van Nuys Station officer there. I mean, so this is truly like from all over the city are now in downtown LA having to deal with this mess.
Yeah, we know that they've called a tactical alert but earlier in the day, much earlier in the day, just trying to get as many LAPD resources down here. But I just asked the mayor, you know, is there any chance of now calling in mutual aid, which means that the LAPD could call upon the sheriffs, who could call upon other local city agencies? And she says that the chief, if he needed to do that for LAPD, he would. He has not. And she does not feel, in their conversation earlier today, that the department or officers were overwhelmed by the situation.
Yeah, and we've seen situations where, like, the quote-unquote bad actors, right? They'll take advantage of the chaos of a situation and then do this exact thing that we're now seeing here, which is get into stores and loot stores and, you know, just try and sow even more chaos or try to take advantage for themselves, given how chaotic a lot is going on, because you have so much law enforcement focused elsewhere, or perhaps having their attention shifted to a different direction, and now you have to focus in on this while still maintaining, you know, a presence elsewhere because of a number of protesters there on the left side of your screen. That collection there on the corner seems to, I'm wondering if that's the same one we were taking a look at before, but regardless, it's still, you know, it's past 10:30 and you have a large group still congregated there, though it doesn't seem, based on this vantage point, that they're doing anything at the moment that is drawing too much attention, though of course we'll continue to keep an eye on it.
Yeah, as we look at shoeboxes laying on the ground there from you know, those people that got in there, got what they could, and kind of got out, and now LAPD is going to have to stand guard here and wait until the business owner can show up and board it up or do what they need to do to be able to, you know, protect their business for at least for tonight.
Yeah, and they may or may not be there already. I saw a gentleman on a phone. It looked to be like in a black sweatsuit that was trying to make their way in. He's on the phone right there on the sidewalk. Possibly business owner or some sort of manager or security of some sort, don't know, but it looked like he was possibly involved with this location and is trying to get a handle on, you know, what happened, what was taken, and just how bad it was looted there.
Yeah, let's get back to Lori Perez. It's been a little bit since we checked in with her. Lori, what are you seeing? Where are you right now?
Maine. So we are Arcadia. We're on the overpass back at the 101 City Hall. You might be able to see over
over here is lit up for Pride Month, and things are pretty empty around where we are. We do still see LAPD staged over here to the right. They do not want to allow anyone who comes back into this area. They do not want to allow them to come back towards City Hall. That's why they are staged there. And in the meantime, though, we do see LAPD helicopters that seem to be trying to track groups that are both to the north of us and possibly to the south of us. So still a lot going on here and a lot of staging going on along each of these overpasses. We've seen CHP and LAPD really trying to keep groups from getting back into that downtown Los Angeles area, around City Hall, around the federal building. We don't want them anywhere near there. From where we were over on Olvera Street, that crowd has since dissipated after LAPD came in force. We do still see and hear some fireworks going off to the north of us, which seems to indicate that there are groups that are still assembling in that direction. But we're trying to keep an eye out and trying to find out where is the next hot spot for us to go to try and keep an eye on the situation for you. Now I'll send it back to you guys.
Yeah, it was a little hard to hear Lori there, but you can hear the helicopters overhead. You could hear some of the fireworks going off. And then she was saying that law enforcement has pretty much staged all around the Civic Center area to prevent anyone from going back in. We were seeing that store that was looted there look like law enforcement was making their way through. Gio, I believe we have a soundbite really quick from Chief McDonald with LAPD, just addressing some of the tactics of some of the people down there that were causing disruption.
This violence that I've seen is disgusting. It's escalated now since the beginning of this incident. What we saw the first night was bad. What we've seen subsequent to that is getting increasingly worse and more violent. Tonight we had individuals out there shooting commercial-grade fireworks at our officers. That can kill you. And we have adapted our tactics to be able to have a chance to be able to take these people into custody and to be able to hold them accountable. We are overwhelmed as far as the number of people out there engaged in this type of activity and the type of things that they're doing. They'll take backpacks, and the backpack will have a cinder block in it. They have a hammer, and they'll break up the cinder block and use that, pass it around to throw at officers, to throw at cars, and throw at other people. We've seen people with hammers, and you've broadcasted, breaking the bollards behind the federal building and taking the rocks, if you will, or pieces of concrete, and throwing them at officers. We've had liquid of who knows what description thrown at officers. There's no limit to what they're doing to our officers.
Okay, I think Mike Rogers did want to speak here. If we can bring up his mic, LAPD, that was LAPD Chief.
That was LAPD Chief Jim McDonald. And, a couple seconds ago, we got a statement from the Sheriff's Department saying they did, in fact, add mutual aid to LAPD. We'd heard the chief say, that they were overwhelmed as far as the number of people. We had talked to the mayor moments ago about mutual aid. And it appears they did do that and got 100 deputies from the Sheriff's Department to come help them. Now, left side of your screen, I want to point this out. And John, if you can go back in, I don't know if they're still up there, but just a couple seconds ago, what we were looking at was Los Angeles Police Department officers on the roof of that shoe store doing a full clearance of the building. And I don't think they're up there anymore as they've kind of moved through there, but they were right there. It looks like a basketball court actually on top of that building. So they were up there on top of that building, just kind of going through to making sure that nobody else was up there after that store was looted. We see that glass door there laying down on the front as officers now will have to do a crime report there. The business owner is going to have to deal with the cleanup on that and just kind of the latest. So far, it is the first instance of looting and hopefully the last instance of looting that we have seen. As you see LA City Hall there off to the right side of your screen, a large number of law enforcement. I'm going to ask John to kind of move around and see. Well, there it is. That didn't take long. I was going to ask John to see if we could find where the largest group of people was, and then suddenly I see smoke billowing up from behind that building. There are people over there. It's a pretty consistent amount of smoke. It may be a fire. It looks like it's probably more, unless it's one of those smoke canisters that was being used earlier. But KCAL is going to maneuver over there, and we'll try to see what that is. But as we continue to kind of look around downtown here just to see where exactly everything is at. Oh, that's a big
wow,
fire.
that is a large fire.
Where's this? John, where is this? All right, let's see. We'll work on talking to John here in a second, but that is a...
Wonder if that's a garbage can or a car. You can't really make it out there.
It kind of looks like a garbage can, though. I mean, there is a car directly in front of it, too, so you worry about the flames spreading over to that vehicle.
Look, it's on the power lines, too.
Yeah.
Actually, I think that does look like a van.
Oh, yeah, it does look
Sorry,
like a
John,
van.
I had you down. Where is this? Nope. All right. All right, we'll work on figuring that out. But there you see the power lines sparking right now, and you see some train... Jackson and Center Street, I'm being told by John. So is that Union Station back there with those railroad tracks, or I can't tell exactly where we're at, or close-ish. Look at all that sparking though from the fires, or from the power lines rather.
Wow, and you don't even see a crowd even surrounding that anymore. So you wonder if that was a one lone person, someone who just is taking advantage of the chaotic nature and the tensions.
Well, that's what John and I were talking about. John was just, remarking that might just be an everyday car fire that we sometimes deal with here in LA. So
that might be that as well.
It could.
That could just be a today fire.
Yeah.
We'll come back here to where the law enforcement is, and I think that's where some of those smoke canisters were. That's the sheriff's department. Oh, I want to answer a question from a viewer, John. Right on top of the sheriff's trucks there, you see that yellow coil?
Oh yes, we've seen that before.
We have, and it probably won't work too much in this situation because the crowd is so mobile. But we've seen sheriffs use it. They've had to use it when they protect Twin Towers, their jail complex. And there is a very fancy word for it that I don't remember at this point. But essentially, it's crowd control. They lay it out, and it's like a slinky. The unofficial term the sheriffs call it is a slinky. But they lay it out across a large area of land, and then it makes it really difficult for people to kind of get through because their feet get tangled up in it. It's not barbed wire. There's no spikes or anything like that. Right side of your screen is that car fire that we were looking at. Left side of your screen, and I wonder where that laser is coming from because that's the second time we've seen that laser. Right in this area. And there you see sheriff's deputies with the Bearcat. They're obviously, we're looking at that too, shining their lights off into that kind of wooded area. It's never good for law enforcement if they can't see where things are coming from.
Yeah.
Especially if they're behind trees and bushes and things like that.
Well, that was the last instance where we saw that laser being used, where it was really hard to make out that one person hiding in the trees or bush from above, and then all of a sudden a laser came across their chest and they turned around and ran away.
Right.
So, no, that's especially when it's dark and you don't know what's going on here. Oh, there's another firework.
Shooting off fireworks there.
Right into the trees, which is the worst place to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mike, but what you were saying about those coils used for crowd control, I think the last time I saw them really used was back in 2020, right? When we were seeing the protest in response to George Floyd.
Yeah, 2020, and I may have seen them once at either a Dodgers or a Lakers championship when they were using them there. But it would probably be tough to use them in here because everything's so mobile.
Yeah, especially. Let's get back to Lauren Posen and check in with her. Lauren, what are you seeing? Where are you right now?
Well, I'm going to let these cars go by. Okay, so it's been an interesting situation. We had people are still throwing fireworks into the trees. There is another fire that's being started right where it originally started by that trash can about a block away from where we are. There's a group of people in the road there that are just grouping together. They're just in the middle of the road starting a fire. And then there's still a lot of people over by the old LA Times building. And now that I don't want to say it's cleared out because it hasn't, but I'm able to see a little bit better. It looks like it's completely tagged as well with graffiti. Now, the fire engines that were here, I did see firefighters get out. They went beyond the barricades. Then I don't know where they went after that. And now they've left. And then there's also, I think that there could be police too on the other side of the barricade, but I can't tell from where I'm at. But I do see a lot of activity at the headquarters here with officers going in and out as well. And again, the LAPD headquarters has also been tagged, happening right in front of these officers that are right in front of me here too, as people are making their way back and forth here. But there's something going on at the LA Times, the old LA Times building. I'm not sure what the interest is in that area or why people are still congregated over there, but there's definitely still seems to be a big group of people over there. And again, starting a fire. Now I'm looking at our camera and I'm trying to describe here what I'm seeing. I see a guy there, and it looks like, okay, now I have an idea of what's going on. So the protesters they have like barricades up from the street. They're using those as barricades, and they're moving, and they're walking there. I don't know what they're using that as like shields. Those street signs, not street signs, those street blocks. And this is similar to what we saw earlier today as well too, as they were using the furniture from the park as barricades as well. And that's about as much as I can see here. I don't know where they're advancing to or where they're going, but that's what it looks like here as far as I can tell here. I don't see any law enforcement over there, but I bet there is law enforcement. I just can't see it.
Lauren,
and again, all this happening as traffic is still moving. Go ahead, Leslie.
Yeah, plenty of people still in this area, in the downtown area. Lauren, we want to get to Assemblymember Mark Gonzalez here with us. Assemblymember, can you hear us? Okay, we want to bring your mic up. Give us just 1 second. It looks like we can hear you now. We spoke to you yesterday as the situation was unfolding. Now we have today where I would say we have noticed that the violence really escalated today. We saw multiple fires, CHP vehicles being destroyed, as well as Waymo vehicles being lit on fire. You put out a statement a few moments ago. Can you tell us, just run down what and how you're feeling?
I live here in downtown, between downtown and Chinatown. As a resident in this area, I'm watching my streets, my community get completely destroyed by people who are here to just sabotage our community. This is not a protest. This is a sabotage, and that's what they're doing. They're feeding right into the Trump administration's hands about what they said they were going to do. These are reckless opportunists who are here to destroy our community, and they're setting us back on the progress that we need to make here as Angelenos to be peaceful. This is not peaceful. Throwing rocks at cars, on CHP officers, our law enforcement is already spread thin and have to respond to emergencies that are all needed throughout the city, but instead they have to respond to this. This is all inflamed by the Trump administration. These are anarchists who are trying to destroy the very fabric of what our community stands for. Those are not acts of resistance. Again, these are gifts of authoritarianism, and that's what we're seeing at its finest.
Well, Assemblymember Gonzalez, I'll ask you the same thing that we asked Mayor Bass earlier. What do the next steps look like in terms of de-escalation? Because we've asked that for a lot of local representatives about how you can avoid having this be the face of what's going on right now, the image that people are going to remember. Because right now, if you see fires and you see things being thrown at law enforcement, that tends to grab the most attention. So then how, moving forward, do you de-escalate and then try to get the message toward what you want it to actually be?
Folks are following folks online on TikTok or whatever sort of social media platforms that they're using. You're seeing that they're doing this. Encourage people to stop doing this. This is setting us so backwards, and we need to be out there. If I had a fire extinguisher, I'd be out there right now trying to help put out those fires. Our law enforcement, our fire department, this is not the calls that they need to be responding to. Again, this is giving into that. So if you know people are out there, you have friends that are out there, you see that they're doing it, take a second thought, give them a call, tell them to come back home. This is not what we need to get. We need to be showcased what Los Angeles is about. The Olympics are going to be coming here in just a few years. The world is watching us, and we are setting this kind of a precedent that this is what our City of Angels stands for. We have to pull back, and as much as we want to say that there's peace, these officers are trying to protect. And what we are seeing here tonight is a complete destruction of the fabric of our community. These are not protesters. These are anarchists, and they're trying to destroy our city. And so as much as we can, be online, tell people, get there, pull them back as community members. We have to do our own community policing on that. If we see that, we got to say something. It's disappointing and it's heartbreaking to see our city have to go through this. And our mayor is doing everything she can. Our governor is doing everything she can. Law enforcement is out there, as we can see. I can hear them out of my window right now. There is destruction and people are driving there. Stay home. You have no need to be here in downtown. You are not protesting. You're just creating violence.
Yeah, as we're speaking with you, it looks like we're watching possible smoke bombs, smoke canisters being shot off, but I'm not even sure by who, if it's law enforcement or people that are still out on the streets. But you know, yesterday our focus really was President Trump had ordered National Guard to come in. About 300 came in, and we were hearing from a lot of local officials, including yourself, that this was going to escalate things. The reality today is, earlier today we did see the National Guard for a brief moment interact with the crowd, I should say face off with the crowd. But since then, we have not seen them leave the federal building. And in fact, many of these people now facing off with our local law enforcement. So what action really needs to be taken to de-escalate this situation?
The goal for sending the 2,000 national troops, which by the way was not even coordinated with our own governor, so there's multiple violations that are there as we speak. But the reality is that we're not utilizing the National Guard to protect us from what is happening right now. It's our own sheriff's department. It's our own LAPD. 17,000 of those combined forces out there that are responding to. We all saw that gentleman in that minivan that was going, doing donuts by Union Station and heading to Boyle Heights and dropping off the car and finally got arrested. I mean, so many different. It's a game of whack-a-mole. That's what I'm seeing. There's so many different areas where these places are going, and it's putting a strain on our own local resources. But again, it's our own local resources that are protecting us, not the National Guard, and that's what Trump ordered them to do. And they're not doing that. There's a very limited amount of them here anyway, and so. As I'm looking at the screen with what you guys are showing, it's all of our own local sheriffs and LAPD who are responding to this to try to de-escalate the situation, not the federal administration. And they are trying to hurt us and showcase the fact that we can't necessarily cover our own backyard, and we are. But our own community members, the own folks out there, the anarchists who are creating this violence, who are out there to create stress, they are not here for the cause, they are here for themselves.
Assembly Member Mark Gonzalez, thank you so much for giving us another day of your time. We certainly appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, well, we're continuing to monitor the situation there in downtown LA as we approach the 11 o'clock hour this Sunday evening. You notice the large law enforcement presence there. It looks like the 101 southbound still closed. I mean, we mentioned that hours ago about how there was so much debris and so much damage. But
take a look. It looks like the possible sparks are coming from that bush. There are people that are. I don't know if that's. I'm hoping that's water. They're trying to douse it to put it out, but I really don't know what it is. Mike?
Yeah. Well, we were just talking about that, John and I were. We can't tell if somebody from the crowd started the fire or if it happened when sheriffs were launching, they're doing flashbangs and some other things over there. So it's hard to tell. And I hope that person is using water. But, we saw earlier with the CHP car, they absolutely were not using water. So hopefully that's the situation here and it is water. And, well, there it goes. So that's not off to a good start, but we'll see how that goes. The good news is it's like the pretty green vegetation here, so hopefully it doesn't burn as thickly as some of the dry stuff. But that person, if he was trying to put on water on it, well, now he's walking away from it, so that lends you to kind of believe that maybe that wasn't the case. So we'll see. And there you've got that green laser again. And John and I have been talking about this, and I'm becoming more and more. I don't want to say convinced, but I'm more and more of the belief that is on the bottom of one of the sheriff's less than lethal weapons when we see that. So, because every time I see it, it does appear to be coming from the direction of the sheriff's department. So we'll see. Now they're, of course, going to have to deal with this fire that is absolutely growing. So let's see, John's going to follow it back. Yeah, it's coming from sheriffs. So that must be on the end of one of their less than lethals. Speaking of which, we are going to, in a couple minutes, Sheriff Luna is going to join us to kind of discuss, their role in this. They've been asked to do mutual aid and all of that. Now, here's another problem where the fire department's going to have to try to get in there and deal with that. So hopefully that happens sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and the difficulty with when one of these fires starts, okay, that person is continuing to drop something on on that fire, some sort of liquid, and someone just threw, I want to say it's a firework in their direction, Mike, but we have seen some of the sparks start to fly when law enforcement uses projectiles here.
Yeah, and John's telling me that was a flashbang.
Oh, okay.
That they used here.
I don't know. Maybe this person was trying to help the situation. We can't really make out
it
what's
looked
happening.
like a bottle, but I mean, regardless, it's yeah, this fire's certainly grown now in that bush there. So that's going to be, yeah, it's tough because you're going to have to squeeze into a really tight area here.
Well, what we've seen with all the fires, right? It takes firefighters a while to get here because of their safety.
Yeah.
In this case, I'm not seeing a crowd surrounding here, which hopefully would make it easier for them to get here. But if they have to navigate through some of the blockades, some of the streets that are blocked off, each time we see a fire, firefighters aren't able to respond as quickly because you know, they have to navigate this situation.
Yeah, and this one growing pretty quickly here as we keep an eye on it. But
sparks.
Yeah, a lot of sparks.
Embers, yeah.
And I mean, boy, you just got to hope that you can get on top of this one pretty quickly. But right now, we haven't really seen much of I know Leslie made the point that there's not much of a crowd around here, but it's been a minute since we've been able to see a large crowd elsewhere. Obviously, we're keeping our eyes on a lot of different things right now. You just see this large law enforcement presence right here in the center of your screen, but no other demonstrators or protesters or anybody else that we're keeping an eye on at this very moment. So let's see if we pin around and notice anything. But no, primarily it's law enforcement that's taking up your screen.
We're gonna continue to monitor this, but I think we want to go toward Lori Perez and what she's seeing there on the ground. Lori.
Yeah, you might be able to see a stream of LAPD cars going by us. It has been a night for these officers. In fact, we just saw one of the cars going by rattling on a flat tire as it drove by us. I mean, they have just been under assault for hours now with rocks and bottles and anything and everything being hauled at them. Across the street, you can see a line of police officers. They are blocking off the street. This is Main Street in Aliso. They are blocking the way towards City Hall in the background. They do not want to let any crowds that should converge in this area. They do not want to let them back towards City Hall at all. And there are lines like this on the overpasses and on the streets towards the downtown, starting on Alameda and then here on Main Street, on Spring Street, and then I'm assuming also up on Broadway, although we have been able to see, if we can swing around, we have been able to see some fireworks going off on Broadway, so it seems that perhaps some protesters might have, or some agitators at this point, might have assembled up there, perhaps because there's not as strong of law enforcement force up there, but we have been watching as fireworks have been going off. You can see LAPD overhead, still trying to track everyone. I'm sorry, did someone trying to talk to me? Okay, so we're here on Main and Aliso, still keeping an eye on things. We have not seen any groups of people heading back towards this area, at least where we are here on Main and Aliso. So they are not trying, at least from this vantage point, to get back into the downtown area. We do understand that that is an area that law enforcement wants to keep clear. They certainly don't want them near City Hall. They do not want them near the detention center where they caused so much damage last night. They really want people to go home. You can't stay here, but you got to get out of here. That's the situation to where we are at this point, guys.
Lori, thank you so much. We want to get to Sheriff Luna now. Sheriff, can you hear us?
Yes, Leslie. How are you doing this evening?
I'm good. We've been monitoring the situation since about 4 o'clock now. We understand that you guys have been called for mutual aid with LAPD. What is your role now? What has been the sheriff's role tonight?
Earlier tonight, the LAPD requested assistance from the Sheriff's Department. We ended up sending well over 100 deputies. I think if you're monitoring the situation, you see our deputies out there, and not only out there, but doing a great job. So not only are we doing that, but I also put in a request for mutual aid for law enforcement agencies from the rest of LA County and other agencies from outside the county. So what you're going to be seeing in the next, shouldn't be too long from now, you're going to see a lot of law enforcement officers, deputy sheriffs coming in to assist our brothers and sisters at LAPD. We have additional CHP officers coming in as well. So I'm going to send this very strong message. Earlier today, there were some really good people out there protesting and demonstrating, and then you had people who were acting unlawfully, which meant they were attacking police officers, deputy sheriffs, and causing a lot of destruction. If you are out here and that's what you're doing, there's a high likelihood you are going to jail, because part of the resources that I'm sending into downtown are our sheriff's booking teams, and they are able to book many people at one time as the police officers and deputy sheriffs take them into custody. So a word of the wise, go home unless you want to end up at one of our county facilities tonight.
And Sheriff Luna, this is Gio here. Is the expectation there in that case that this is for a specific set of time, or just indefinitely until this situation resolves itself?
We are here until we bring calm back to downtown Los Angeles. We want to see people get out of the streets. We want to see, you see cars driving recklessly, fires being started. We don't want any of that, and we don't want any of our businesses downtown impacted. You need to get out, and this is a warning to everybody, or you're going to end up in jail.
Yeah, Sheriff, it's Mike Rogers here. I wanted to ask you.
Okay, we're going to work on getting Mike Rogers back up for us here. Sheriff, yesterday we heard possibly your deputies may have been hurt from a Molotov cocktail. Can you give us a description? How are your deputies doing out there? And do you have a number of arrests they have made?
I do not have a number of arrests yet. We will have that for you maybe by tomorrow morning. Leslie, I really appreciate you asking about the well-being of our deputies. People forget that when police officers and deputy sheriffs go to work, they have families at home who are very concerned about them. They're praying that they come home safe, that they come home non-injured. And unfortunately, yesterday, during the unrest in both Paramount and Compton, we had deputies who were out there trying to keep the peace, trying to do their job, and they were violently attacked. People were throwing things at them, which included high-powered pyrotechnics. So I had a deputy who was hospitalized after they experienced significant burns from those pyrotechnics. And yes, we had another individual throw a Molotov cocktail. And I just got to say that is sickening. That has nothing to do with legitimate protesting or demonstration. Those are criminal acts that have no business being done anywhere. Everybody should come out and say that is 100% unacceptable.
Hey, Sheriff, it's Mike here. I want to bring up a point when you talk about the injured deputies. There's video circulating, and I'm not sure if you've seen it, but I believe it was either in Paramount or Compton yesterday, where two of your deputies, either were tear gassed by federal law enforcement or some other chemical irritant got in their eye, and they went into a business. It looked like a restaurant, and a Latina business owner was helping them put milk on their eyes to kind of wash that out. This whole situation started with federal law enforcement coming into Los Angeles County and conducting those raids, which, whatever your opinion on it is, it happened, and it has caused what we're seeing now. Are you worried that when the federal law enforcement come in and do these types of things, that it erodes some of the trust that your department has worked hard to build with the community?
That's an excellent question, Mike, and yes, absolutely. The LA County Sheriff's Department, and I could speak for almost every law enforcement agency here in Southern California, we've been working so hard to build bridges, build relationships. That's how you reduce crime. That's how you positively impact quality of life. And a lot of what we've seen in the last week is very concerning to me. And again, our federal partners, if they are out and they are trying to take into custody individuals that have committed violent or serious crime, there's a due process. Hey, get them off our streets. But as they're going out and, we're taking cooks and gardeners and maids and hotel workers into custody, that's what's causing a lot of our challenges here. That is breaking public trust. And I'm really hoping, and I don't want to sound extremist on any side, because I think we have to be moderate to solve some of these very tough challenges that we have in front of us. But hey, I was born here in LA. I've been here my entire life. We know the culture here. Being an immigrant or having immigrant families, that's part of our rich culture. That's why people come visit this area. And what you hear, this rhetoric about all these immigrants committing crime, our statistics don't bear that out. Yeah, we have people who commit crime. We don't care if they're immigrants or not. We have amazing deputies who will respond, investigate, take people into custody. But the majority of the people committing crimes here are not immigrants.
Yeah, and Sheriff Luna, we have heard, some situations where the communication between federal law enforcement and specifically the LAPD has just not been cohesive, hasn't really been there, has been off. Have you had communication with federal officials, including Department of Homeland Security or ICE, as they say and we hear they're going to continue their enforcement for the next at least 30 days here in the Los Angeles area?
Yes, I've had recent conversations with them, and my goal is to work on better communication and coordination. And the individuals that I'm talking to, they agree with that. There are things we definitely disagree on, but there is something we do agree on, and that is I don't want any federal agent getting hurt or attacked violently, and I don't want any of my deputy sheriffs or any police officer being injured or hurt. I take it a step further. I do want to show humanity and empathy towards community members as well. So we'll continue to work on it. Jim McDonald's comments were not far off from the same way I feel, but Jim and I have a good relationship, and our goal is to have a good relationship with our federal partners. Historically, have worked very well together. We work on human trafficking. We work on drug interdiction. We work on gangs and violent crime. We have been very successful together historically.
And just to follow up, you have made it very clear that the Sheriff's Department, because of our local laws and our state laws, you guys do not work with ICE on these ICE detainments, ICE deportations. But do you suspect that maybe federal officials will now be giving you guys any sort of heads up when they're doing these immigration sweeps?
Leslie, you're 100% correct. The LA County Sheriff's Department does not go out and enforce civil immigration laws. We don't have the staffing nor the training nor the time to do that. We do at times get involved when they're going after a murder suspect or a child molester or something like that. But yeah, we definitely need to figure out a way to communicate better. I don't see a path where we will be notified specifically about specific locations. And honestly, that type of communication, if you really look at SB 54, is something that we're not supposed to be doing. So that's a good, healthy discussion that I think we have to all have to try and prevent a lot of what's happening in the last couple of days here in our Los Angeles.
LA County Sheriff Robert Luna. Sheriff Luna, thank you so much for giving us time tonight. I know it's late on a Sunday night, but we really appreciate it.
You're very welcome. You guys have a good evening.
Thank you, Sheriff Luna.
You as well. And as we were wrapping up with Sheriff Luna there, we were noticing here on the live shot from KCAL that fire in that bush that we were first drawing attention to you, where we didn't know whether someone was trying to ignite it or perhaps try to stop it with some sort of bottle. Fire engines are right there, just recently arrived as that fire has now started growing a little bit. This is one of several fires we've seen set throughout the city all throughout the evening. Let's get right to Lori Perez, who's down there. And Lori, it looks like, tell us what you're seeing right now.
Yeah, you're exactly right. We walked up here. This is the Broadway overpass over the one.
I think we should. Okay, it looks like we lost our Lori Perez there, but I believe there was a fire behind her. Maybe this one.
Yeah, and I think she was saying, LA City Fire got here. Sheriff's Department moved forward to allow LA City Fire, that light force from LA City Fire, to come in here and put this fire out. I was wondering for a second, so LA Sheriff has a very cool tool. It's called a fire cat. It is essentially a bear cat with a fire hose on it. So I was wondering if we were actually going to see that come in here and try to put that fire out, but it looks like they were able to push the crowd forward enough to get LA City Fire in here to be able to put that fire out. And thankfully that vegetation that it's in, now you see water being put on it, is pretty green and not dry.
Yeah.
So it grew, but not as kind of rapidly as we would see if everything in there was that dry kind of brush. But, luckily they're getting a handle on that, and we'll see. And John can look for us too, where our group is now, and if we're kind of starting to finally dissipate out here a little bit. I mean, I know there's still some on the corner here, but as they push through, the groups get smaller and smaller, which is really the goal. You heard Sheriff Luna, go home or go to jail. And I did reach out to Torrance Police because I heard that they were coming up to help in downtown LA, which would be indicative of what the sheriff had just told us.
Yeah, he said it's going to happen tonight, pretty much, that we are going to see outside agencies come to help, not only LAPD, but LA sheriffs that have already been out there. He said about 100 deputies already deployed in this area. We see many of them. In fact, they are standing right there in front of us. Those are LA County Sheriff's deputies. I believe we want to get to Lauren Posen. Lauren, there's a skirmish line formed where you are.
Yeah, Leslie, yeah, right next to LAPD headquarters there. You see the officers are getting in formation there. And we still have the officers in front of us here, too. They're going to be pretty stationary, I think, throughout the night here. Again, blocking off these roads here. There is something going on by that old LA Times building. I should also say, now that I'm looking over this way, I don't see that fire anymore. But there's a lot of attention being put over there by these people, these agitators that are out here tonight, still in front of that building, that it's completely tagged. Go ahead, Leslie.
No, sorry, Lauren. We were talking to our producer here, but we want to turn it back to you and what you're seeing there on the ground.
Okay. Okay, so now we have more patrol cars coming down the road here. You can probably hear them here. And here they come. It's been a lot of activity over here, a lot of police coming and going. But again, this is the first time we've seen this line being formed here next to headquarters. And, okay, they went the other direction, so you can't see them now. But we still have had the choppers above us, the police choppers as well. And we're just kind of, it's so odd. It's like you have traffic going here, and then you have all this action going on here too. And it looks like the police, they might be just going the long way around as they try to secure this area more. I think, as Mike has been saying, they really want to close in on this and break this group up. And the more they do that, the better handle they're going to get on things here. And again, over there by the LA Times building, the old LA Times building, it's been a lot of attention over there with these protesters and agitators as this night has gone on. Again, remember, no one's supposed to be here. They declared this, told everybody to leave. No one's left. Oh, some people have left. I shouldn't say that. There have been people who have left, but there's still been a lot of attention over at this building here for some reason, and I'm not quite sure why. Maybe it's because it's next to the PD headquarters. I don't know. But, and again, we also saw earlier, maybe about 15 minutes ago, we saw the people over there using the street signs as barricades, the street blocks as barricades as they were advancing with law enforcement, and then they went back as well. So there's definitely something going on. The choppers also have the big spotlights down too, and they keep shining it down here, trying to get a feel for what's happening here on the ground, or better grasp.
Yeah, we heard from
that's
the
really
sheriff.
it for right now. Again, Yeah, and I know the sheriff said that they're going to have enforcement, right, Leslie? They bring extra police, law enforcement out here. So maybe I know I did hear that the sheriff's department was over here, but I couldn't see. I just heard it.
Yeah, and his big message tonight was either go home or go to jail. Lauren, it really does look like this crowd is just made up of a couple dozen people now. Obviously, they're still causing quite the disruption. But it has really thinned out, correct?
Oh, right. Yeah, it has thinned out, absolutely. But they're still there, and that's the problem, I think, tonight. Police, they don't want them there because they're obviously doing something they're not supposed to be doing over there. Now, here come this line of police cars. Let's see what they do here. Okay, they're in the intersection. And see, again, the cars are not moving out of the way for law enforcement.
Now, that's been a problem
But
throughout
I guess
the
you could say
evening,
that'd be
right,
typical
Lauren?
for any day.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, between them and the firefighters. Okay, now here we go. We do see patrol cars at the corner there with the old LA Times building. I just heard a explosion go off. Didn't look like fireworks. Yeah, there's something going on over there. I just can't see from where we are, and I
You
don't
see
know.
LAPD officers getting out of their vehicle as some of the people that were standing on that corner are now running away.
Okay, let me look closer here. Okay, now I have the closer zoom on.
Yeah, LAPD has definitely gotten out of their vehicles to address the situation here. Most people ran off. It doesn't look like they detained anyone there. We saw a couple of the people there just put their hands up. And try to comply, and you're watching some of the other group just kind of take off down the street.
I do want to mention, too, for people at home who've been watching this with us, the law enforcement has been incredibly patient. Okay, there's another firework going off with this group here by this building. I mean, this has been going on, I don't know, for more than 3 hours. I mean, so they really have been patient in trying to let them do what they want to do over there. But when they ask them to disperse, they're not listening. Okay, what's going on over here? Let's show over here. Okay. The patrol car, I think they had an issue with those people over there. I think they were confronting the officers in the car, possibly. I'm not sure. But now the officers are going on the other side there, probably to match up with the LA Times building over there. So you can see here, everything changes so quickly. As I'm explaining one thing to you, something else is happening on the other side of me. It's a lot going on here. Plus, you got all the noise of the choppers and the sirens. It's a lot happening here. And you still, which just amazes me, you have people walking around as if it's just a normal Sunday, like regular people, just kind of just in the area with their dogs, just walking.
Yeah, we've seen that
really
throughout the entire evening, Lauren. It's sort of a striking image, really, because it's a reminder that for a lot of people, they still have to go about their daily routine as best they can, even when they're surrounded with so much chaos in their backyard. And just seeing these images come across, and you hope, and I know we've been saying this for more than 24 hours now because you've been there for a couple days, and when we asked you this last night, it's you're hoping for the best when you're going through those ebbs and flows and things seem like they're on a downswing and they're quieting down, but then you have a bunch of other fireworks and other things that start to happen. So we'll keep an eye on that. Thank you for you, and we'll check back in here in just a few minutes with you. In the meantime, we'll continue to monitor this situation as KCAL gives you the wide view of downtown LA there, and law enforcement establishing their lines and trying to keep things under control.
Yeah. And Gio and Leslie, I want to point something out because, as we've talked about this discussion of federal immigration, we've got obviously the clashes that have happened because of it, but the city of Glendale is one of a few. I don't think there's very many. I know LAPD and LA County Sheriffs don't do it, but apparently, and I didn't realize this, the city of Glendale had a contract with ICE. So they had an ICE detainee contract that they have now canceled as a result of this. So this was something where essentially if ICE needed them to hold somebody, or if they had somebody in their custody and they would have otherwise been released, they would have continued to hold them for ICE. the city of Glendale tonight saying they're canceling that contract.
Yeah, that was a big controversy earlier this week. I know that City Council also addressed that and noticed that they did cancel that as of tonight, saying that originally it was almost like grandfathered in, but they were the only city around their area that still had that situation. So that is news to many people who have been following that situation. But we continue to monitor what's happening in downtown LA. I will tell you, for the most part, it looks like it is cleared from protesters, but we continue to monitor situations throughout the area, and we will continue to do that throughout the night.
And on that note, we're welcoming our Channel 2 viewers to our breaking news coverage. Another night of chaos in downtown LA with several fires set throughout the city. Yeah, LAPD declaring an unlawful assembly for all of downtown. And now we're hearing reports of businesses being looted. You can see officers at one point outside of a store. You still see them there where it appears the glass door in this video was shattered. Also tonight, things taking a strange turn. Yeah, we were keeping an eye on a fire set by protesters when we saw a minivan. You see it here doing donuts in the intersection. People then began throwing rocks at that van. The driver speeding off, almost slamming into a crowd, especially where our Lori Perez was standing.
Yes, he just came right at us. Oh my God.
A terrifying scene there. Our crew was not hurt. They are okay. The driver of that minivan then took off in reverse, driving backwards for a few hundred feet, then got out to move a trash bin, got back on the road, almost hitting pedestrians and other drivers, and was chased by protesters. He then tried to get into another car at one point. You see it there before he was eventually taken into custody.
And this was the scene earlier tonight. Downtown LA, destruction, explosions heard, fireworks set off. CHP patrol cars were destroyed. There were at least 6 Waymos burned and a big mess left behind as immigration raid protests do continue for a 3rd day.
Well, good evening, everyone. I'm Gio Insignares.
And I'm Leslie Marin. While the immigration protests enter its 12th hour just today alone, they started out peacefully around 11 this morning. Before then getting out of control around 1 this afternoon. This is where things are right now. Take a look. This is from a bit earlier when a crowd set a small fire there in the middle of an intersection. This lasted for quite some time, but they were able to quickly put it out, and that crowd then dispersed. I believe this is a live look from KCAL now. Yeah, you're seeing that crowd on the corner of the street there. Notice traffic still moving back and forth. It's sort of been that way for at least a few hours right now, where at least this crowd is not in the middle of traffic, but you see the skirmish line there from law enforcement. On that note, let's get back to Lauren Posen, who's been in this area all through the night. And Lauren, what are you seeing right now?
On the street to the old LA Times building, I see officers that probably are in SWAT gear. They're in that truck there. You've probably seen this throughout our coverage tonight. They arrive in these big trucks and they're all loaded in the back there. Let's see if they get out. They possibly are gonna, it looks like they're slowing down. So again, there's something going on at this LA Times, old LA Times building. That's why there's so much attention over there. Not quite sure what. The crowd does seem to be thinned out from what we've seen from earlier tonight, but we continue to see fireworks going off, very loud fireworks, some of them being set off in this park across the street, others just right in the middle of the road. I don't see that there was a fire earlier near the trash can. That seems to have gone away. And again, traffic is still moving here on both sides here, which is just really weird to see because all this is going on and then the cars are still going through. I also want to mention too, the whole downtown is just covered in graffiti. I've been to multiple spots throughout last night and tonight, and now we're in front of LAPD headquarters. And although there are barricades in front, that didn't seem to stop people from tagging LAPD headquarters there. And of course, the sidewalks are all tagged tagged. The federal buildings are all tagged. Everywhere I look, I see tagging. And I know you might be thinking, well, yeah, but you're downtown. Tagging is not that unusual. This is a new level of tagging. I mean, it is completely covered. And of course, we can't really show you what the words say because they're all profanity words. We can't show you that on TV. But they're all tagged here. Again, now the line I showed you earlier today is no longer there. Now, I will say over here, though, the officers have moved their cars up. I think they're just getting in position here. I've noticed that, too, right in front of City Hall. They'll move their patrol cars up and just kind of be stationed there. I'm hearing honking going on at the intersection a block from where we are here, which is not unusual from what we've heard throughout the night here. Again, we've heard honking, we've heard screaming. As people are going by, they're yelling at the officers right in front. Some people are yelling at the officers right in front of us. It's not even, the officers aren't even flinching with that. It's not impacting them at all. And that's really what's going on here. It's, you know, it changes by the moment here, but it seems like, I don't want to say it's getting calmer because we all know what happens when we say that things take a turn, but it's definitely quieter than what we've seen in the last, let's say, 15 minutes.
Yeah, Lauren,
Leslie Gio.
We're seeing, thank you. We're seeing, you know, that row of officers there on First Street and a small collection of protesters. You see a couple still holding up a banner, waving flags, and getting, you know, a couple of them are getting up a little bit closer to law enforcement. You see one with their phone there. That's, you know, a much smaller amount than what we were seeing beforehand. In some cases, even going face to face with officers. But like we mentioned before, when it turns into a numbers game, there are certainly a lot more law enforcement personnel than there are protesters and demonstrators in downtown LA and across the general area, especially when you consider when we talked to the sheriff earlier and he said that there will be more sheriff's deputies and law enforcement that will be down there to help out eventually.
Mike, but you're seeing what exactly LAPD was worried about here.
Right, and two things are happening. First of all, John, I want you to show them the windows again. This is on the side of the LAPD headquarters building. Dean, on our digital desk, had seen some social media chatter about them, about people using scooters to break the windows, and John's going to have to probably slide to the right a little bit. But right on the side of the LAPD building there, we just noticed multiple windows, multiple windows that are busted and broken there on the side of LAPD headquarters. So we're looking at that. We're also getting some word, and as soon as John gets a shot of this, then I'll have him go look over there. But yeah, there you start to see some of the windows, especially on the left there, right there. So that is probably what prompted, remember earlier when we saw the fire department coming in? Yeah. That's probably what prompted that. I would assume that the shattered windows set off some sort of alarm that then prompted a fire department response. Quickly, John, 8th and Broadway, we're getting some reports of an Adidas store being looted. So we're going to go move John over there and take a quick look at that. It shouldn't be too terribly far, so we'll let you guys know what we see when we get there. But John's going to go look at that right now.
Yeah, KCAL is making their way to that area. That would be at least the second business we're hearing possibly looted. We want to get to our Lori Perez. Lori, what are you seeing?
Yeah, we're here on the intersection of Spring Street and Aliso. Where we are, it seems that law enforcement like us are kind of on standby, waiting to see what reveals itself in the next couple of hours. Here you can see they are blocking the entrance. They are not letting anyone or any cars down towards City Hall, down towards the downtown area. If we take a look at the Spring Street overpass over the 101 behind me, you can see another layer of law enforcement has lined up there, again, not letting anyone past that intersection towards downtown. A lot of activity all around us in the sky, choppers overhead, and of course all sorts of law enforcement all around us, really keeping an eye on the situation. This area further down, that's where they pushed the agitators about a couple of hours ago down towards Chinatown past Olvera Street, and that's where a lot of that chaos unfolded. Some of the things that you showed at the top of the show, where there was that out of control minivan, and then really a lot of fireworks being set off, a lot of protesters throwing rocks and bottles and anything that they could at passing LAPD officers, or passing law enforcement officers, I should say. And then additionally, also launching those rocks and everything at that Chevron station, really causing a lot of damage there. You know, you've been hearing a lot about the the damage that has happened along these pathways, and I'll just echo that. It's on the sidewalks, it's on, the buildings, it's on windows, really everywhere that they went through, they left their mark, literally. So that'll be a big cleanup once things get back to normal. Who knows when that will be? We certainly hope that overnight things do de-escalate and really that law enforcement is able to get a handle on things over the next couple of hours. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, we want to go right to Mike Rogers here. Mike, is this that Adidas store you were talking about that was possibly broken into?
Yeah, and as John's coming around with KCAL, these buildings make it hard for us to get a good angle to see, but it does look like I see kind of a shattered window. Certainly LAPD is here. Actually, even a shattered window on the second floor right there, which is interesting. So I don't know. They tried to throw something at it from the inside. That's kind of weird. But as John comes around, we may be able to get a better look at it. But this was the report at the Adidas store here. This is at 8th and Broadway. John, what's on top of that police car right to the left there? Well, there's that door. Same way that the other store was.
Yeah.
The door was right on the flat. And so it looks maybe they recovered some of that merchandise that those officers are bringing back inside of the store. Interesting how that's happening. I wonder if they're using a tool or something like that to have those doors fall in the exact same way. There's a bottle of liquor right there too, that he just put on the ledge. So we're getting a crew over there right now, and hopefully we'll be able to get some more answers from law enforcement. But what also happens here is, and especially if this is a multi-story business, is those officers have to go in and clear that whole business to make sure that there's nobody left inside. We saw them do that at the last one where that looked like a Jordan store. They went up onto the roof where there was a basketball court and had to clear through that. So they'll have to do that here as well and make sure there's nobody inside. It looks like they probably already have done it, or here comes a contingent of officers coming out of the store now.
Yeah, we also saw a couple people walking by with their phones and taking video, presumably of the damage or anything else they could get an eye on. We've seen a bunch of that constantly throughout the night and throughout the early afternoon, where you have people, in some cases, just taking video, taking photos of either the damage or the chaos or any assortment of things that was going on across the area.
And
today.
You wonder if they were able to make any arrests, because they did have a ton of merchandise in their hands, boxes. Arms full. Oh, yeah, you can see a lot of those boxes that were sifted through, or people whoever was in there trying to get that merchandise. But it's interesting, you did see that liquor bottle that they put down, and then just piles and piles of what looked like merchandise that they were bringing back into the store. So maybe they were able to get there in time to arrest some of these people, or you know what? It could have been one or two people. We don't know at this point.
And a lot of the times, while we're still working to gather details and figure out exactly what went on, we really just have the video and the body language of officers to go off of right now. And based on their body language right now, things seem to be, relatively under control, in the sense that they are returning some of the presumed stolen merchandise. There's a liquor bottle there sitting at the edge of the table. You're going to have to clear things out, as Mike said, and make sure everything is secure. So, right now it seems like it's in the aftermath of whatever happened. But Leslie, as you mentioned, this is one of two, right? Because it was that Jordan store a little bit earlier where we saw some shoes scattered around near the front entrance, and the door, the window smashed in a similar way to what we're seeing right there, right underneath the Adidas logo. You see that door and slash window smashed down onto the ground, and now they're setting up police tape.
Yeah, and just a sign of people taking advantage of what has been a very disruptive night throughout downtown LA. We know at this hour, LAPD has declared an unlawful assembly for all of downtown. We also spoke to the sheriff, whose message was go home or go to jail, even speaking about calling for mutual aid tonight, Mike.
We do, and I'm hearing we have a ground shot from Scott Mackey, and this is actually going to be the other location. So you're looking at the Adidas right here. Down the street, which we're working on showing to you in just a second, was where that Jordan location was. And I'll have to see when we look at the shot if it was actually a Nike store, if it was just a Jordan store. I think they still have that brand deal with Nike. So we'll see if that was what that was. But, this is now the second business. And then, of course, we're also, my colleague Esteban out on the assignment desk is hearing some more over back at 1st and Broadway, which is back where that was. We have those live pictures we can show you now right there. And there is that store where this originally started. So while we're looking at this, John, if you can go back over to 1st and Broadway while we look at these live pictures from Scott Mackey, we'll get him back over there and try to get a look at that situation, potentially at the old LA Times building where Lauren Posen has been all night, which we know there is a group of people over there. So John's going to work his way back over there. Left side of your screen, live pictures. And I believe that was, 11th and Broadway? 6th and Broadway, I'm sorry.
6th and Broadway.
And just, 2 blocks up at 8th and Broadway was where the Adidas store was. So who knows if it's the same group? The way the door was looking, it looked like it was done in a similar way. So obviously they'll have to sort that out. And on the right side of your screen is Chopper. Oh, look, there's another street fire in the street.
Oh, yeah, at the top.
Dealing with a marine layer there, so we'll get a little bit closer as we can. And I can't tell if this is back at First and Broadway. I'm looking for the old Times building. Yep, right there. Okay. So we'll come around and look at that. As you can see, the marine layer is getting pretty soupy out there.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for our chopper to really get those shots from far away. You can see inside that store. We don't know what it looked like before, but you can see it doesn't look like much on those shelves there or those racks out in front. You see that door that was shattered. You see one shoe there,
scattered shoe.
A couple
other
scattered,
things,
scattered shoes across the ground there. But yeah, it looks like possibly this gentleman may be involved with the business, and because he's been out there all night. But that's the second business. This was actually the first, I should say, of two businesses that we have seen possibly looted. And then you're taking a look at LAPD headquarters, where several of the windows have also been shattered there.
And folks walking
around. You can see, it looks like possibly a police detective walking around here.
And that is where, for everyone's reference, LAPD headquarters is where most of the administrative work is done. There's not necessarily, black and white patrol cars that come out of there. That's where all their specialized detective units are. That's where the chief is. That's where all their kind of administrative units are. And now we're looking, John, right in the front of the steps there of that LA Times building is where we were hearing, and we see that crowd down there. So we'll look in there and see what they've got going on down here. As you see that crowd right there on the sidewalk.
Yeah, this might be the one of the, and I say this in quotes, one of the larger crowds we've seen as we get deeper and deeper into the night, because we've setting up a little fence and barricade there. That's something we've seen throughout the evening. I mean, when the first time we were seeing protesters and demonstrators putting up their own barricades were grabbing benches, right, and other items to just sort of set it up along the street. This one is a legitimate fence going, it seems, from the tree all the way across, and then there's this fire right there in the middle on those two barricade items. Those were two of the items, in fact. Similar to the ones being used earlier on the makeshift barricades that folks were lining up against officers. But there's that group of officers set up right there on First Street, haven't really moved too much and just keeping an eye on the situation. A few protesters there. You see the ones with banners going up to the line and sharing their thoughts, but for the most part, it's a bit more scattered than normal, and it's getting a little bit more development here with the fence. Now they're moving it along up the street, it seems like.
That's definitely one of the bigger objects they've used tonight to try to do this. I wonder where they even got that fence.
I think normally that area just across the street from LAPD that is now an empty lot, that is always fenced off there, and it looks like this group of people have pulled that fence and into the roadway, blocking First Street there, right in front of the old LA Times building.
And Leslie and Gio, something interesting here. LAPD Central Division, reiterated their unlawful assembly announcement, but this time said those with cell phones in the area of the Civic Center have received the alert. So I'm wondering if they're using the wireless emergency alerts to target people in that area, because so the way the unlawful assembly works is they have to verbalize that somehow to the crowd. And usually the crowd is much more condensed, and they do that. We'll see them bring in loudspeakers or PAs of the police cars, and they'll make those announcements. But when you have the crowd that is kind of splintered off and is in not really one condensed area, you still have to figure out a way to notify them that there is an unlawful assembly. And it looks like they may be using wireless emergency alerts to get that message across to the people in that area.
That is so interesting, because I've covered plenty of these protests, and I've never actually seen them use this way of alerting people, and using cell phones. But in this case, they're using all their resources to make sure people know, hey, this is a situation going on. If you can't hear us saying it, if you're not looking on social media and getting our alerts, you will get an alert on your cell phone to tell you this is an unlawful assembly. You have to go home. If not, we have the right to arrest you. We also have the right to use less than lethal munition here.
Which we certainly have seen throughout the day here, as this crowd is just sort of scattered. But now you're seeing some movement.
Yeah, and fireworks. They're using less than lethal rounds at them as well.
Okay.
So it looks like the LAPD may be engaging with them a little bit more.
Yeah, there you go.
They're firing those off.
Yeah, you're seeing them now.
And again, you watch those officers in those situations right now where we're watching. It looks like they're shooting them at the ground, so then they're ricocheting off, and it's certainly enough to get their attention. You know that, hey, this is we're shooting these at you guys, and we will can be more direct with them if need be. And you see a couple of them are going into that little cove there of the old LA Times building. I can't tell. And if I remember that building correctly, and John was in downtown for a very long time, that's the only entrance, right? I don't think there's windows on that ground level for them to destroy or get in that way. Yeah, not that he knows of, but yeah, that is the entrance to get into. It's not the LA Times building anymore, so now it's a historical lobby, and they can go in there. People can go in there and look. So it doesn't. I can't tell if they've gone in because that cove is kind of so far back that it's hard for us to see with an angle. But they're certainly hanging out in there, and then you've got that fire burning in the street.
In the meantime, you're seeing on the left side of your screen that live shot from one of our photographers of one of the reportedly looted businesses in the area. I believe that's the shoe store, the Jordan Nike store, I believe. And then the man in front that you see, I believe that's the same one that's potentially involved with the store. We've seen him on the phone multiple times and hanging around the area here. But there's scattered shoe, you see one there, and a number of other scattered items. Meantime, on the right side of your screen, there you go, and see that long line of law enforcement right there on First Street, and a couple of other folks just phones out, taking videos, taking photos, and they're much more scattered at this point, but not hesitating. There you go, right there at the top of your screen. The lasers are up, and the less than lethals are being used once again.
And what's interesting here is that they're shooting them down the street where we're seeing those people bring that fence and place it to block the street. But there are just a few people, 4 people, standing right in front of officers, and the officers are not, taking any action against those people. Probably because they aren't, inciting much violence, but they do have the authority right now to arrest them if they wanted to.
Yeah, and I'm curious, John, we're looking for the fence. I don't know what happened to it. I couldn't tell if that was it back over there at the corner. I kind of thought they were going to try to block off the street. I don't really know what the point of the fence there would be, but
Oh yeah, they're blocking off the sidewalk?
Right, yeah. I mean, I'm not down there, but it seems like a weird place to drag. You're going to do all that work with the fence, and then you just kind of block off the sidewalk.
There's
there
that
it is. It's laying on the ground. They gave up on it. Okay.
Okay.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, that is a good sign that law enforcement does not want to see anything blocking the street. We've seen this fire. This was a fire that sparked, got put out, and is now back.
Fire that won't quit. I think this is the one that Lauren was looking at for a good chunk of the night, and I can't tell. It looks like a barrel or a trash can that's in there, but every now and again somebody comes and tosses something in there to keep it moving.
Yeah. And this is the situation we have been seeing throughout the night. The progress that law enforcement has made, although we spoke to Sheriff Robert Luna, who said that they have called for mutual aid, that we should expect law enforcement agencies from across LA County. We were talking about cities like Torrance possibly making their way down there to just basically wrap up this situation, help out LAPD. We're not seeing very many people still out there tonight, although we are hearing reports of looting that had happened, in the last couple hours here, that law enforcement is being alerted to now.
And the sheriff making that message clear: go home or go to jail, right? So it's with the increase in law enforcement and the decrease in crowds and protesters and agitators, you would think that things would be winding down, hopefully. But of course, there are still these hot spots, quite literally in some cases, with this fire here, and multiple other ones as well, because we were seeing over by Chevron Station that dumpster fire truck and that dumpster fire, and then fire engines trying to get to that. There was the fire in a bush as well that they were keeping an eye on. It's just a collection of things across the area. And moments as now there's this crowd making its way, it looks like, toward officers walking in the middle of the street here. Wondering what they're doing.
Yeah, they're still, haven't gone home just yet. You can see someone carrying what looked like maybe a box or a shield in front of them. Law enforcement now running towards LAPD headquarters. I understand we do want to go to our Lori Perez, but we're going to monitor where LAPD officers are going here at headquarters. Lori, we're seeing a large amount of officers make their way through your area.
Yeah, I mean, and that's not necessarily indicative of anything. They are mobilizing throughout the city, certainly trying to follow the crowds and trying to follow the action. But we have seen them several times throughout the day, really just going through different neighborhoods. Who knows if there's any reason that they're going through there? Perhaps they're just going around in areas where there have been groups assembling throughout the day, and certainly throughout tonight. They are coming from an area of Chinatown past Olvera Street, where there were lots of people assembled and where we saw a lot of action just a few hours ago. Now they're heading back more towards City Hall, more towards the federal buildings, etc. As the night continues, and really trying to keep an eye on where people might be going. There are a lot of law enforcement helicopters overhead with their searchlights, of course, also tracking people, trying to see people's movements. I will say the streets do seem much more empty now. Perhaps people are starting to heed the order for them to go home. Perhaps they are starting to be forced to go home as LAPD and sheriff's deputies come into contact with them and make it clear, as you have said so many times, that either go home or you're going to get arrested. So perhaps that message is getting through to some of the people downtown. Hopefully it is. But we're kind of in an area where it's weird to say, but there's not a lot going on, but there is a lot going on. There certainly are stages of law enforcement that are set up behind us and in front of us and up the way from us, and the helicopters overhead. But down here where we are, no activity in terms of any of the agitators that remained after the protest. So that's good news, at least where we are. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, Lori, thank you. And just as you were wrapping up there, we see officers here on the right side of your screen now taking full screen of knocking out that fire that is, as Mike put it, the fire that hasn't quit. They're at least attempting to, and now taking a bit of a step back. As I wonder what's going on there, or if this is an intentional approach to this fire here.
And as Lori was talking, you could see someone was shooting off some of those fireworks. It looked like a pretty good round. There were probably, 5 or 6 going off, one after another, as police, once again, using a fire extinguisher to try to put out this this fire here that started, looks like a garbage can.
A little bit of a less intense version of what we were seeing in the afternoon hours on the 101, where you had officers underneath the overpass stepping out just to try and knock out the fires or attempted fires on their vehicles, but then had to retreat back underneath it because you had people throwing not just fireworks, but then rocks, concrete, scooters, street signs, everything. So this is a much calmer version of it. Is now people are scattering about a little bit here.
And we're really looking at, in grand total, 25, 30 people or so that are just bouncing from one spot to another, just continuing to cause havoc. And you just wonder when they'll get tired and bored of it, or if they'll ever get into a position where LAPD can just run in and make an arrest there, as they're now sitting here. And I believe that is that the federal courthouse? I think that. Yeah, that is the federal courthouse, yeah. So, we saw that sign vandalized earlier. And John, I don't know if you're in a position to look at it, but I just wanted to see if the 101 had ever reopened. It looked like on our traffic maps it's still listed as black, but I was curious if that ever got resolved by CHP. And no, it doesn't look like it. It's open to law enforcement. Well, there's just the northbound side is open. The southbound side is still closed. So I wonder if they didn't have a chance. Okay, actually, John, let's get in on some of these cop cars. I think these are the outside city mutual aid that are coming in. I just saw one of them look like some of the South Bay cities.
Oh, Mike, you have really good eyes to be able to see that.
Yeah, that's Pasadena right there. There was a couple of other cop cars. Yeah, that's Pasadena.
you see
So
it.
we are starting to get, as Sheriff Luna said, he asked for outside agencies, outside cities, outside counties to come in and assist. And that's what we're starting to see here with some of these other ones. And I'll see if I can pick out who else is there. We definitely saw Pasadena as they're just moving some cones to get off the freeway there. But, you know, they're whether or not anybody thought we needed the National Guard, we're going to, you know, the sheriff's going to prove, hey, we got our own law enforcement here. We'll handle it ourselves.
I beg to put the question out there, should this have been done sooner? Could it have been done sooner?
Right.
Maybe there were other factors that we obviously do not know about. But another thing the sheriff also spoke about was bringing in their booking team.
Right.
Which can book a lot of people at one time.
Right, roadside booking. You know, they bring in those, Burbank PD is what John was just telling me too, is also down there. They bring in those trailers, or the buses, and they can do a lot of booking. They'll you know, relocate and make kind of a makeshift area in a parking lot if they need to, and do those kind of operations there. Now, obviously, that is, you know, purely if they're going to be able to do a cite and release situation. If it's just for failure to disperse, that's usually a cite and release. If it's something more serious, of course, she'll end up in county jail, Metropolitan Detention Center, not Federal Metropolitan Detention Center, but LAPD's Metropolitan Detention Center. They call them the same things, unfortunately. Our Metropolitan Jail, I guess, and then Twin Towers in downtown. But yeah, I mean, you know, we didn't get to that situation tonight because they were able to, you know, continuously push these crowds away from everywhere. I think, John told me Alhambra, those two black tops there, ALH on top is Alhambra PD. So we are starting to see it at San Gabriel Valley, you know, Pasadena, Burbank we have seen. So there are a lot of law enforcement that are now pouring into downtown. And a lot of this will be to, you know, deal with the crowds, even though they are starting to thin out significantly. But you've got local law enforcement has to be able to go deal with other things in the city. And so this will give the opportunity for LAPD and the sheriffs, mostly LAPD, to be able to send some of their officers back. I mean, I saw an LAPD car not a couple minutes ago that was from Foothill Division, which is basically the very north end of the San Fernando Valley up in Sylmar. So they've got to be able to get those officers back to their home divisions to try to deal with that. That's Bell PD right there that's coming in as well. Montebello right behind it. I can see the MTB on top. So we're really starting to get this mutual aid that we've been talking about.
Yeah, and these officers will be here through the night to monitor the situation. If anything were to happen, you know, just bring safety really to the city, make people that live in this downtown area feel safe throughout the night and through the morning. You can probably expect them to do an overnight shift here. And I think that is where we're really going to see them come to use at this point.
And really, I just want to show, I mean, first of all, you've got all these officers that are finally taking a break, but in the gutters, look at all the less than lethal cartridges that are left over. I mean, it is just kind of astounding how many got used tonight, and they're just kind of littered all over the streets. Interesting enough to look at that officer is using one of the chairs taken from Grand Park to kind of sit down and take a load off for a second.
I mean,
a bunch of them are.
And it speaks to the cleanup that's going to have to happen, you know, after the fact, because, you know, tying in what Lori and Lauren have been saying all night is that, you know, there's a ton of graffiti, there's a ton of debris, there's fireworks, there's all of these cartridges and you
can make out the mounted unit, you know, that's still the horses that are still unseen here. We saw them being used a lot earlier for that crowd control. At times, people throwing projectiles at the horses, but they were, we know, trained for situations like crowd control. Many times they didn't even flinch. It was hard to watch for me, but we got to remind ourselves that they have been trained and they go through training to do this. But you can still see a skirmish line of officers here as they're pushing some people through. Not very many left, but they're still using those less than lethals.
And you know, LAPD putting out a message tonight, and anybody that may be watching our coverage that is concerned or worried about their business in downtown and, you know, won't know until the morning whether or not it was vandalized. LAPD is asking any business owner, any property owner, resident that has any vandalism, they're asking them to take pictures of it, document it, and contact LAPD Central Division so that it can be properly documented and a police report can be filed. You know, they'll want to retroactively go back and try to see what kind of cameras they can get, what kind of, any kind of footage that can help them figure out who was responsible for these vandalisms. And in certain situations, if they're able to connect, one person or a group of people to multiple types of vandalisms, that obviously strengthens the case against them, and they can be charged with additional crimes as a result of it. So if you have a business or you live in downtown and you haven't been back to check on it, if you do have damage, if it has been vandalized, LAPD wants you to take a report. They want you to take pictures rather and file a report so that they can try to go after the people that did it.
And in many cases, it might even be, easier than normal to find these videos of people, because we've seen so many instances throughout the night of folks taking video and taking photos of what's going on and turning it into, we've used the word photo shoot often, right? Of just standing in front of fires, of other forms of vandalism, and just it turns into this big atmosphere. And yeah, it's going to be used proficiently to find out who these people are in many of these cases.
Well, and then you have other situations like the Waymo cars. They have cameras everywhere on them, and the Waymo cars are expensive. I mean, John and I were talking about this earlier. They run anywhere between $100,000 to $300,000 to outfit. I mean, first of all, they're Jaguars.
Yeah.
Secondly, the amount of technology that is in them is insane to be able to make that car function that way. So, I mean, you're talking about if you get busted with that, that's a very serious crime. I mean, it's arson, it's vandalism, it's all kinds of things.
And a quick question, Mike, did we ever, because I know you mentioned this, and this was many hours ago, obviously we've been going through a lot of different things. Did Waymo ever reach back about ever shutting down the cars or the app or anything else?
No, we did hear on the radio at one point that LAPD was requesting somebody to contact Waymo to get them to disable that. I don't, actually, I have Waymo on my phone. Let me see if I can order a car to downtown, and I'll tell you right now. Hang on one second. But no, Waymo